Cracky. Cracky. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Esports U, broadcasting NJCAAE. My name is Keel Miles on the mic with Lyric, and we're getting ready to go into some showcases here between two very good colleges. We've got Coastal Bend College taking on the Harrisburg Area Community College.
Yeah, I'm super excited, especially because I just learned that Harrisburg is indeed the capital of Pennsylvania. So we're learning all something new today, whether you're in school or not. But of course, I always love to talk about collegiate esports because some of the best are being made in collegiate, and some of the most unknown are also kind of lurking around in collegiate as well. So whenever it comes to collegiate crew battles, especially, you never know what you could get. You could get the next up and coming MK Leo if you even, get lucky enough to see it.
Yeah, and sometimes it is all about like the infrastructure around your program. And I can tell you one thing, Harrisburg is one of the esports capitals of the world. It's kind of ludicrous. I mean, that's more in other games. Like, for example, they were uncontested the best collegiate Overwatch team for a long time. And it wasn't the community college, but it was still that general vicinity. And so I'm curious if any of that has sort of trickled down to the other programs, to the Smash program, and help these players bolster their skills as we're getting ready. And we got Alto from Harrisburg taking on ooh,
Plum Bob.
Plumbocus.
I'm gonna go.
Plumbobkiss.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Oh,
go with
and
Plum Bob
Plumbobkiss
Kiss.
has
Yeah,
already gotten a shield break.
yeah, definitely a very interesting way to start this match. I mean, Plum Bob Kiss. We're talking about MK Leo a little bit earlier, and this character Byleth for me is always one of those interesting characters because you never know where this character really stands. I feel like MK Leo wins tons of tournaments with this character, but where are the other Byleths? So Plumbob Kiss showing already why Byleth may be considered one of the better characters in this game because of that shield break there. But Byleth is notoriously very, very slow, especially versus a character like Sephiroth, who I kind of believe is a little fast. Doesn't even seem to matter. Unfortunately, Alto going to let the reflect a little bit, let it go just a little bit slower, but it was a really good idea nevertheless.
Yeah, Plumbocus starting out is kind of getting hit by a lot of the no-nonsense stuff, and I would say like, oh, Avery, ooh, no, Plumbobkiss could go for some mix-ups, but if it's working, why change it? You're caught by that anti-air there, that up smash, but hey, you're still in the lead.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely do think Alto needs to start going in with some of these Sephiroth pairs. I feel like this is a battle between like the most beloved DLC that we have in the game, Sephiroth, versus one of the most not hyped to say the least, and that's going to be Violet. But so far, Plumbobkiss doing a great job of using all the Amir moves because Violet's axe is called Amir. The down air and some of the shield breaks have been absolutely brutal, but up smash not going to be able to take Plumbobkiss up to the top of the blast zone. But so far, looking pretty good in terms of Alto being able to come back. Sephiroth dash attack, so good, Kilo Miles.
Yeah, and I feel like the theme of this game has been fool me once, because sure, you get hit by the fully charged bow once, but never again, hopefully. You've got to find a different way to mix it up, and with a projectile that slow, it can be tough to do that.
Ooh, okay. I do think it's very interesting to see Alto's like plan of attack here by running up with the reflect. Sephiroth's reflect is one of the only reflects that kind of will activate regardless if a move hits it, but I do think that it is very punishable, and we are down to last stock. Things are looking really scary. Plumbog has 80%. If they can get another one of those shield breaks, it's gonna be curtains.
Yes. Ooh, they've already got 4 stacks of Shadow Flare on them, rolling around trying to avoid it, but they're not able to get the correct timing, and now they're in the air above Sephiroth. This is where they died last time, and falling up air, not gonna do it!
No, not quite yet. Ooh, going again for the hard read. Plumbob Kiss really needs to get out of there. Nice use of the side B to create some space, but oh my god, the fail not arrow almost going out all the way. Great get up attack though by Plumbob Kiss here, and once again, there's that reflect right on the shield. Not exactly smart. Great on Alto to go high because that arrow definitely would have KO'd.
Yeah, and now, I mean, with the kill power both of these characters possess, this is anyone's game. Grabbing you right out of that in the up smash, Sephiroth's so light with max rage, that's actually going to get the kill at like 70. And Plum Bobkiss gets a point on the board for Coastal Bend.
Yeah, for sure. That was definitely a very close game between both players and both characters as well. Once again, just a couple of things that I'm just like nitpicking apart here. Some of the approaches from Sephiroth are a little bit more unsafe. I do want to see a couple of the Nair juggles as well. Sephiroth Nair is so amazing. so easy to juggle. But once again, some of these full charged arrows from Plum Bob Kiss too are a little bit wishful, dare I say, because once you get into like that yellow state of the neutral B, you actually cannot cancel the arrow. So maybe just kind of letting off the gas pedal just a little bit, and just charging the arrow enough to just shoot it so you can actually keep moving would be a better plan of attack. But so far, not a bad game, and hopefully it starts to a really good set.
Yeah, it really did feel like Alto was getting tripped up at times by the unconventional options being picked. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever seen people use Run Up Shield as the option to punish Sephiroth's counter, and that was Plum Bob Kiss's go-to, and even though I've never seen it at the higher level, it was working fine, especially with Byleth being able to grab it afterwards.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely it's also always about adapting to your opponent as well. So being able to just run up shields was something very prominent in the last game, Smash 4, and kind of sticking in shields and seeing who was going to kind of like break their style first. So it's interesting to see now that kind of old playstyle actually come into effect here. Really want to see kind of the same stage. I actually don't think it was a stage issue. It was more so, once again, just a couple of mashy options that kind of put you in too much end lag.
Yeah, and I did honestly like some of the baits that Alto went for. Like, did you see that when they fully charged their flare and then they up straight through it? Like, that's a move straight out of Piranha Plant's playbook.
Very true. Yeah, the flare going to be able to cover so much space on the ground, and then also just jumping up as well. We're going to go to Battlefield, though, which I actually do agree with. So let's see how Plum Bob Kiss is either going to be able to solve this, or is Alto going to be able to kind of catch on to all the tricks here. Oh, God, 44% off of that reflect. That's got to hurt. Oh, but it doesn't even seem to matter.
Oh no! I like the idea of the reverse up. You've seen it in so many Twitch clips, but the spacing wasn't quite right, and you know Byleth's tether is gonna make it back from anywhere.
Yeah, at that point, Violet Tether can go all the way from the blast zone at that point. You always want to save your jump for sure. The F-tilt going to come out. Once again, supercharged arrow. The thing is about Sephiroth, that sword is going to be able to cover up so much space, but good on Plum Bob Kiss to be able to snap the ledge as soon as that solar flame went off. Uh-oh, here we go. Punish. F-tilt. Beautiful. Looks good.
Yeah. Right in that sweet spot at the center of the sword, where Sephiroth likes to be spacing. That mid-range is where this sword dominates. Is now, they just go for the early steal right off the side, but Kid's just gonna go to ledge as now they roll in through the down smash.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely getting a little scary on both sides here. There's that Sephiroth there that I really like to see. I love the tech chase with the F smash. Trying to find another one though. Alto once again just fishing for a lot of these reflection hitboxes as well. It's looking really good so far. But once again, Plum Bob Kiss always going to be using the arid bar to try and get ahead as well. Oh, going up for the Octo Slash. Not going to be able to find the KO, but definitely some mental damage, Kilo.
Yeah, mental damage and a guarantee that the next one will kill. I mean, that down smash would not have killed if you hadn't gotten that Octo Slash before. And now you have them off stage. Goes for the early kill.
Okay, looking good. Gonna be able to find the orb as well. Finds the second Octo Slash as well. Going up again. Out. I've never seen a Sephiroth go that insane on the ledge like that, like ever. That was actually so impressive.
But against characters who who can't really throw out options out in the air, like the only option they could have done is maybe try and, I don't know, they didn't have a jump. They had no movement options trying to get back to the ledge. So the only thing they could do is just take it over and over and over again. And against characters with, I say, weaker recoveries, where a lingering hitbox like that can hurt them that much, that's honestly not a terrible option.
No, definitely not, for sure. I love the way that Alto was able to essentially like get the gimp and essentially get Plum Bob Kiss a little afraid with the orb once they got kind of the first Octo Slash up, because that forced Plum Bob Kiss to use their jump in that regard. So it was just really masterful. I really enjoyed it. Honestly, I've never seen a Sephiroth played that far off stage with just Octo Slash before. Once again, I'm just being a little bit more nitpicky. I really want to see a little bit more Nair because Byleth is a perfect character to do a little bit of a Nair train with. But of course, I can't complain, especially after an amazing edge guard like that.
And honestly, neither of these players are bad at racking up percents, specifically at this level. And, well, if they're just able to find like one confirm that they get really good at, like if you get really good at doing Nair dash attack or Nair F tilt or something like that, or even the up B out of shield confirms from Byleth, just having that in your back pocket and knowing when they get to this percent, I can get this kill, that can improve your game plan tremendously.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, PS2 is going to be the pick here. I like the stage for both characters. It is 1-1 in a best of 5 as well. So looking good so far. No washouts or anything like that. Trying to find something though. Interesting option to get in by Alto here. Trying to read for the down smash. But good on Plumbob Kiss for finally canceling that arrow. But watch out for that down smash on Alto. It's looking really good.
Oh, did you tip a little too low? No? Well aware of your character's limitations and actually sending that arrow straight through the flare.
Yeah, for sure. The projectiles are going to interrupt each other at that point. Down air going to come out from Alto into the up smash. Going for the Octo Slash once again. No punish, though, on Plumbob Kiss. Looking once again a little bit more nervous, I guess, after that game. I don't blame them. But here comes the one wing and Angel, and that one's going to look a little scary because now with Wing, you're going to be able to power through so many F smashes, but also your power does get increased by a lot.
Catching that jump with the up tilt, and now you get 64% off of the Angel platform, and you go all the way up with the Octo Slash to finish them off the top. Plumbob is obliterated right now by Alto, really coming into her own this game.
Yeah, for sure. And the wing even faded away because of the timer and was still able to get that. Once again, Alto is the only Sephiroth that I've seen chase this so much with Octo Slash because there is so much end lag at the end of that move that it can be easily punished. But I don't think Plumbob Kiss has a kind of game plan on how to punish here. 3 orbs are going to come out into the forward throw. All right, gets the full 6 or the 5.
Oh, that shield. Oh, you didn't even need to do that. It would have maybe even broken with one little swing of your sword. As now, the side beat does give you a little bit of stage control, a chance to rest easy, but Knight's delay with the flare to be floaty enough to avoid that.
Yeah, for sure. All right, though, Octo Slash once again going to put Alto in a terrible position. Back there is going to be the pick here. Going for the down air. You got it at that point. Whew. The style was raised. Great by Alto. Looking much more comfortable now in this set. Not going to fall for any of those Byleth tricks anymore.
Yeah, and that second game did not look close, but it really only didn't look close because the second stock didn't exist. You came off the Angel platform, you underestimated your, or overestimated your invincibility, and you got caught by that Giga Flare. 64%, and the one thing I am incredibly impressed with Alto is they were ready to combo off of that fully charged Giga Flare, or at least punish them.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a little bit more of just kind of like being ready as well as just like knowing the character that you're fighting against. I know for a lot of people, they may not know this character Byleth. They may not know too much of Sephiroth's limitations, but I love the way that Alto is now kind of playing this cat and mouse game with Plumbob Kiss, essentially kind of throwing a got you whenever they land. Looking good so far though in the first about 10 seconds of this match, already 32% on.
Yeah, and now Plumbob Kiss, relying on that counter once again, looking for these big hits that they know and love. But fishing for those is actually going to get you hurt quite a bit. And again, the one thing I have to compliment Plumbob Kiss on, well, not the one thing, but they are so good at playing around this counter. I think I've seen them get caught by it once, but they've gotten punishes on it so many times. Most people just respect the Sephiroth when he throws it out.
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of people, once again, are a little spooked by the fact that even if the reflect doesn't reflect anything, there still will be a little hitbox that comes out. Once again, the fully charged arrow, not even going to be punished that time. So I can applaud Plumbob Kiss now for maintaining center stage. And you know what, Alto, I think you know a little bit better now because that full charge arrow is going to hit and KO. So now we're going to see Plumbob Kiss in the lead for the first time.
Yeah. lead. How are they going to get back on? Off the ledge is the question. And, oh, those dash attacks towards the ledge are going to hurt you a lot. Or down tilts, rather, is now clean straight through again. That's the sweet spot right in the middle.
Yeah, for sure. Alto going off again for some Octo Slash fun, but Plumbob Kits wants no part of it. Gonna Octo Slash onto the stage, go for the roll behind F tilt, not gonna be able to find anything. There we go though, Alto gonna be able to get the first strike with the forward throw, nothing else though. I do want to see a little bit more up from there. Once again, I feel like Alto's playing a very, like, what's it called? Very grounded game rather than he's the only Sephiroth, can I just say, that I've seen tech chase with Octo Slash before. It's kind of crazy. But you're playing a very grounded game with Sephiroth, and once again, Sephiroth has so many great tools to juggle you, especially once again on a character like Violet.
Yeah, I mean, if you're finding an option that works, like chasing in the air with that Octo Slash, or using that fully charged, they're not. Are you kidding me? There wasn't even a counter they were punishing that time. It was just getting that they were going to go onto stage, and you dip a little low, but you're still in even stocks.
Yeah, for sure. Now that we're on even stocks, this could very well be a set point for Harrisburg here. Also, gonna keep kind of trying to bait out some of the orbs here a little early on the throw here, so Plumbob Kiss gonna eat some damage here. One orb here. Ooh, okay, finds a reflect though. If orb goes off at the perfect time, yeah, send him off, but it doesn't seem to matter. Unfortunately for Alto, they're gonna fall all the way down, trying to get a little bit more disrespect with the orb, and that's what you get, Alto. I don't know, sometimes just staying on stage may be your better way to go.
Just like that, we're in Game 5, and after those last two games, it didn't feel like a Game 5 was even an option anymore.
Yeah.
But also, Plum Bobkiss, they just kept cool. I mean, they got styled on repeatedly, and yet they didn't let it get to them. They were able to adapt, they were able to stay calm, focus on what they do best, which is reading those ledge get-up options and getting amazing punishes on it with those arrows.
Yeah, for sure. Once again, I do think Alto is trying to play with their food a little too much for comfort as well, going for the disrespect off stage. I mean, you had a game to play with, but I don't know. That game was looking pretty solidly in Alto's favor. But let's see how the next game is going to go. I think we're going to see a stage change. Probably to like a small battlefield or something, but good, once again, just like you were saying, good on Plum Bobkiss for staying cool, especially when somebody's trying to style on you. Sometimes your brain and your hands just don't kind of work together at that point. You're like, oh god, I don't want to get clipped. So good on Plum Bobkiss for being able to stay calm and snag out that game.
I mean, both these players have gotten some clips, if I'm being honest.
Yeah,
I mean, the Giga Flare into the up B, getting reads with the fail not, both of those are like not terrible. I mean, I could see that on Smash, but either way, I know they're both thinking hard, because if you're Plum Bobkiss, you're now thinking, wait, I have a chance to win this. We're on match point. And if you're Alto, you're thinking, oh, I had a chance to win this, and I just lost it. So now I need to clean things up and get back to that game 2 and 3 play style.
Yep, for sure. All right. Well, once again, it is going to be the same characters. So let's see if the scenery is going to change a little bit. But we got Game 5 between Coastal Bend and Harrisburg happening now on FD. What an absolutely fitting stage to go to here for this Game 5.
And no platforms, no defensive options, and even though they weren't getting a lot of tech chases, none of that either. As immediately, it's Alto dominating the neutral, going off for that rising forward air to finish off the stock early, baiting out the air dodge too. A 0 to death.
Yeah, looking a little bit rough there for Plum Bobkiss. I feel like they got a little bit nervous there, but I do want to commend Alto on finally using the fair off the ledge as well. That's actually the first time we've actually seen them do it. Octo Slash is going to connect here. Let's see the option. I do also want to say that Alto did a great job of reading the option from Plum Bobkiss as well. So Plum Bobkiss trying to cover some air with that air bar, the side B, doesn't even seem to matter. Alto locked in on getting this to be a 3 stock and just gonna flank on the side of the ledge for a little bit and lose a stock for it.
Alto, come on.
What are you doing, Alto?
Well, one thing Alto has been doing up until then is playing an almost completely reactive playstyle. They read the jumps, they don't read that, but oh, and they get caught by 2 of Byleth's laggiest moves. That, honestly, You gotta give Plum Bob Kids credit for knowing when to pull those out. Sometimes you just need a no-nonsense, like, stop sign to be like, stop pushing buttons in my face.
Yeah, for sure. Alto is definitely now struggling to get the KO because of the fact that they've given Plumbob Kiss all of the stage and great parry into the F smash here. And now we're on last stock game 5. This match has turned around so quickly, and we could totally see Plumbob Kiss bring this back. Great parry, going for an up smash, but the F smash from Alto is going to be the one that connects.
Ooh, sent out pretty far right there, but you still got your jump. You landed on stage, but a nice back air. Beautiful, dropping down, jumping up, rising to space that perfectly, finishing off Plum Bob Kiss stock. As finally you end the train, you end the pain, and Plum Bob Kiss, I've got to say, I cannot believe how much wiggle room they got based on one mistake. One
Yeah.
mistake.
It's true. It's true. Their advantage state was actually really great. Off of just that one SD, they were able to combo the Amir down B into the fully charged arrow. It's kind of gross when you really think about it because Violet should not be able to combo those moves together. But once again, I think we're going to see if Alto can get in here for a quick interview before we jump on to the next set that we have for our evening. But yeah, I think it's really funny how we just saw kind of the I would say the most hyped up DLC character for a lot of uh I guess the older generations, because you could say for a lot of the younger generations that was Steve. But for the older generation, Sephiroth was honestly my favorite one. But versus the character that is probably like the most hated next to Min Min, and that's Violet. So very interesting, but of course that goes to show that DLC is really running amok in this kind of like post-update era for Smash.
Yeah, this post-update era is interesting because while it is a very much well, I am getting word though that we are getting this interview soon. But while we're getting that, yeah, we're just going to go to a tiny break. When we get back, we're going to have this interview with Alto, so stay tuned. We will be right back.
So far, looking pretty good in terms of Alto being able to come back. Sephiroth dash attack, so good, 2 miles.
Yeah, and I feel like the theme...
Ooh, okay. I do think it's very interesting to see Alto's like plan of attack here by running up with the reflect right on the shield. Not exactly smart. Great on Alto to go high because that arrow definitely would have KO'd.
Yeah, and now, I mean, with the kill power both of these characters possess, this is anyone's game. Grabbing you right out of that in the up smash, Sephiroth.
Agree with. So let's see how Plum Bob Kiss is either going to be able to solve this, or is Alto going to be able to kind of catch on to all the tricks here. Oh God, 44% off of that reflect. That's gotta hurt. Oh, but it doesn't even seem to matter.
Oh no! I like the idea of the reverse up. You've seen it in so many Twitch clips, but the spacing wasn't quite right. And you know Violet's tether is gonna make it back from anywhere.
Yeah, at that point, Violet tethered. Come out once again, supercharged arrow. The thing is about Sephiroth, that sword is going to be able to cover up so much space, but good on Plum Bob Kiss to be able to snap the ledge as soon as that solar flare went off. Here we go. Punish. F-tilt, beautiful. With the Octo Slash, not going to be able to find the KO, but definitely some mental damage below.
Yeah, mental damage, and a guarantee that the next one will kill. I mean, that down smash stage goes for the early kill.
Okay, looking good. Gonna be able to find the orb as well. Finds the second Octo Slash as well. Going up again. I've never seen a Sephiroth go
jump with the up tilt, and now you get 64% off of the Angel platform, and you go all the way up with the Octo Slash to finish them off the top. Plum Bob is obliterated rest easy, but nice delay with the flare to be floaty enough to avoid that.
Yeah, for sure. All right, though, Octo Slash once again going to put Alto in a terrible position. Back there is going to be the pick here. Going for the down air. You got it at that point. A little hitbox that comes out. Once again, the fully charged arrow. Not even going to be punished that time. So I can applaud Plum Bob Kiss now for maintaining center stage. And you know what, Alto? I think you know a little bit better now. Because that full charge arrow.
The ledge is the question, and those dash attacks towards the ledge are going to hurt you a lot, or down tilts rather, is now clean straight through again. That's the sweet spot right in the middle.
So many great tools to juggle you, especially once again on a character like Violet.
Yeah, I mean, if you're finding an option that works, like chasing in the air with that Octo Slash, or using that fully charged.
Now some of the orbs here, a little early on the throw here, so Bombobkiss gonna eat some damage here. One orb here. Ooh, okay, finds a reflect though. If orb goes off at the perfect time, yeah, send him off, but it doesn't seem to matter. See the option. I do also want to say that Alter did a great job of reading the option from Bombobkiss as well. So Bombobkiss trying to cover some air with that air bar at the side B. Doesn't even seem to matter. Alto locked in is to be a free stock and just gonna flank on the side of the ledge for a little bit and lose a stock for it.
Alto, come on.
What are you doing, Alto?
Well, one thing Alto has been doing up until then is playing an almost completely.
Yeah, for sure. Alto is definitely now struggling to get the KO because of the fact that they've given Bombobkiss all of the stage. And great, we can totally see Bombobkiss bring this back. Great parry, going for an up smash, but the F smash from Alto is going to be the one that connects.
Ooh, sent out pretty far right there, but you still got your jump. You landed on stage, but a nice back air. Welcome back, everybody, to Esports U, broadcasting NJCAAE. We are here with an interview with Alto, the Sephiroth player from Harrisburg Area Community College, who just got the win. Alto, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. How about you, sir?
We're doing fantastic after that. And the one thing you might have heard us commenting on is you use up B in an artistic way we have never seen before. So I gotta ask, like, how do you feel about those like aerial up B rushes?
I'm gonna be honest. I usually play Ganondorf, so I used to try to go for the tip of, the final hitbox to kill people off the top and get a laugh off of it. And Sephiroth finally lets me do that with, a lot more accuracy, and I have a lot of fun doing that. So I try catching people who think they can land safely with a barrage of sword. So, it's really fun to do that.
Seems to be working out pretty well for you. Alto, do you watch competitive Smash? Do you have any like favorite top players that are currently playing competitive
Um,
Smash?
when I started off on Smash Ultimate and all, I originally played Ganondorf, and he's still mostly my main, but Sephiroth I'm starting to pick up. Vermanubis was a player from local Idaho. That was where I lived before here, and he taught me a lot of fundamentals and how to play Ganondorf. And I believe learning the fundamentals with a character like Ganondorf has helped me tremendously in learning all sorts of characters. So for me, Vermanubis, if you don't know him, he was maybe he has more about him in Brawl. But yeah, he's definitely my favorite player of all time. Now, I do watch several Sephiroth players just to find new things to do. Uh, Nairo, I really like Nairo, how he, when like his first stream after like coming back from his hiatus and all, I remember seeing him do several tricks with Sephiroth where he stuck to the wall and stuff, and I tried to see, how much Sephiroth's offstage play could be evolved and, you know, made into a more scary thing to deal with. But
Oh,
I
I don't
mean,
really know what else to say.
yeah, you certainly did that, and I've got to applaud you for that. And just to wrap up, as we move on into the next game, I just want to ask, in your local scene, right here in the Harrisburg Area Community College, is there anyone you want to shout out from your collegiate program?
Um, from like my personal group or whatever.
Yeah, or just anywhere.
Hmm. Personally, I would like to give a shout out to. I would like to give a shout out to. Oh God, this is hard. I'm so sorry.
You're fine if you don't have
Uh,
anyone. Trust me. If it's all you, you already gave us a great shout out, and honestly, a great performance too. And also, I just want to say thank you so much for the performance. Thank you for your time. We are going to be heading to the next game soon, but I wish
okay,
you the best of
thank
luck
you.
in your future Smash endeavors.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good one.
We certainly will, because we do have one more game that, well, we mentioned, and we're going to be getting to that soon enough. So stick around. Esports U will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Esports U streaming NJCAAE. I'm Keel Miles back with Lyric for another best of 5 set with Smash Brothers.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see the next two schools go up against each other because we probably have the most obscure matchup that I've commentated in the past like 2 months, honestly. We're going to be having Lucario and we're going to be having Young Link. And both of those characters are definitely characters that have some jank and cheese to them, but characters that nevertheless don't really get the spotlight that I feel like some of their top players deserve with them.
Yeah, I mean, Lucario in particular, I remember early on in Ultimate's history, I guess both of them early in Ultimate's history looked a lot better than they were, but as the meta started progressing, they started slowly slipping down. Young Link's still pretty high up there, but Lucario, some people even put him in bottom 5. I don't believe that, solely because in tournament settings, just like this one, the pressure can get to you, the aura can mount along with the rage, and you can get some ridiculously early kills.
Yeah, for sure. There are a couple of Lucarios on at least Wi-Fi that do some crazy cool things. You have Armadillo for the character representation for Lucario. So let's see if Tofu's gonna know some of the tricks that they do. A lot of top level Lucarios really like to charge the Aura Sphere in order to keep their opponent in kind of this like lock situation. But so far, we are seeing mostly just Young Link doing the Young Link thing, which is backing up and throwing projectiles.
However, Tofu is honestly playing this pretty intelligently. I was worried initially when I saw them just standing still, but after I've seen them move a little, I can tell it's purely information gathering. They're very precise with their movements, which honestly is exactly how you need to be, punishing hard with that forward smash.
Yeah, F Smash not gonna be able to take it quite yet, neither will that Aura Sphere, but maybe the next one's gonna do it, or Spork is just gonna drop a little too low. Now this is really good for Lucario. Now you have Rage, you have some Aura charged up, so one of these side Bs may actually be able to do something. So I like the way that Tofu's always at least trying to keep their space, keep that Aura Sphere at least charged a little bit. Do you feel like Spork needs to play a little bit more aerially? I know that Young Link has some really great forward air and neutral air options, but let's see how Tofu's going to be able to either get ahead or how they're going to eventually get KO'd. F Smash barely missing Hilo.
Yeah, Tofu really turning up the tempo now. The heat is rising as they're just blazing through all of Young Link's projectiles with that max charge Aura Sphere, and then whenever Spork gets a little too close, they're able to get a counter hit with punishing their aerials when Spork doesn't overshoot.
Yeah, for sure. Tofu, though, has full charge Aura Sphere. Unfortunately, going to shoot it the other way. Get the rapid jab out from Spork here. Spork can easily get a combo right here. I feel like Boomerang hit into F Smash may do it. Speaking of F Smash, there it is. But let's see the edge guard going all the way down there for a down air, risking it all. And unfortunately, House always wins on that one.
Yeah, and now Tofu, the 3-stock-to-1 lead, and as Lucario of all characters, I mean, this is brutal. They like being at high percent. They're fine with this. They've probably got so many combos that are like, this is so situational, but I finally have max aura.
Yeah, for sure. This is definitely max aura for sure. Side B may actually take the cake pretty early, but Spork is going to be able to combo bomb arrow into the up air, and that's definitely going to be it for Tofu's first stock. But as most commentators overuse the line, this is a huge mountain to climb back for Spork here. Starting out with the F Smash, pretty nice, but Tofu, I feel like just needs to properly punish some of these missed grabs.
Yeah, I mean, with that tether, the end lag on the grab is substantial. However, this is some nice shield pressure right there. Using that low start up forward tilt immediately after the nair, just mix up Spork continuously. And now they're able to get back to ledge, trying to get off, but these traps are actually pretty good. If Spork is able to get this stock here, oh no, they go for it all right there. I think they meant to up B in the other direction. Either way, they're going to fall right there. Save it for game 2 as Tofu takes the initial lead in this set.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely some great stuff from both players. Once again, you were talking about this a little bit earlier. The neutral and kind of the frame trapping with Young Link was definitely looking really nice for Spork. But of course, the thing is with Lucario, the longer you stay alive, the more of a problem Lucario becomes, more so than any other character, because as we know in Ultimate, there's Rage, but the thing is, Lucario has essentially 2 meters of Rage. You have, of course, the normal Rage meter, but then you have that Aura of Rage, and as Lucario keeps taking hits, that Aura is going to get a little bit stronger. Do you want to see a little bit more side B come out of Tofu as well? just because once again that could KO with really bad DI if you're at max aura, probably about like 80 or 90, especially on a little shrimp like Young Link for sure.
Yeah, that side B, the fact that it has a hitbox, it's like the beta version of Sephiroth's counter. It's a command grab, but even if you miss the command grab, you've still got a hitbox to cover your whiff.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely, once again, a very obscure matchup that we have. I'm just looking in the chat right now. So Tofu ended up banning Lilat and FD, which I think are great bans, especially for a character like Lucario, and especially versus a character like Young Link, especially on FD. You want those platforms to be able to kind of move around naturally. So Tofu giving themselves all the opportunity in the world to be able to navigate those bomb arrows and those boomerangs.
And navigate they have. Did you see how precise their movement was? The amount of times I saw them just standing still, waiting for Youngling to pick an option, and then perfectly punishing it was honestly incredible. Like, when you're focusing on moving your character, you don't really notice how telegraphed some of the options are. And then you watch your VOD back and you're like, I didn't see that down air flying from the other side of the stage. That can get to you. Tofu,
Yeah.
they just stand still and watch their opponent. So when you get antsy, when you break the standoff first and go flying in with the approaching down air, Tofu just sidesteps and forward smashes.
Yep, for sure. It's also definitely something to point out there too. You always want to go back and you always just want to go back and review your VODs. The best way to get better is always going back in and reviewing the set, especially when you have commentary on your sets as well, because we're here to essentially guide people through the match, what's right, what's wrong, etc. So I did see that they are going to be going to Yoshi's Story, which I think is a great stage actually for both characters. It's a little bit on the smaller side in terms of the blast zone, so we could be seeing a potentially Young Link forward air kill a lot sooner than we normally do.
Yeah, we certainly could. I really do think this is a good call because in general, you want to make sure you're killing Lucario as soon as possible. However, it's a double-edged sword. And Lucario, as we keep harping on, you remember that forward smash from like mid-right stage that almost killed? On Yoshi's, it probably would have. So you've got to keep in mind that any percent could be kill percent if you get hit by the wrong move.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see how this one's going to go. I really like Tofu's use of Nair to start out. Great dash attack on the pickup of the hitbox as well. You were talking about this a little bit earlier. Tofu is playing so much more reactive than Spork really is. I mean, he's just waiting for Spork to throw out a move, and so far Tofu playing so well.
Yeah, they are. Getting that tech chase, picking it up. Lucario not having a true follow-up right there, but they just settle for continuing the juggle, continuing to have better positioning than Spork as they refuse to be touched right now. Finally, though, that Tomahawk grab is able to find it.
Yeah, for sure. Here we go. Jab, jab, jab. Bomb is on the ground, though. Blows up. Tofu trying to find a grab, but I love the use of down air as well to try and mix up Spork here. F Smash are going to go in. They're going to trade, but neither of them are going to find it. Spork, though, going to be able to get their first percentages in this set so far and building up a fair share amount of rage. So this isn't looking too grim right now as long as they can stay grounded. But once again, as we talked about, as this is a great stage for Young Link, because it's small, it's really good for Lucario, too.
Yes. Ooh, and that's the use of that hero shield right there from Spork, making sure you're not sprinting around because then you can actually block that aura sphere no matter how charged it is. But that landing there, you can't block that as that tacks on a nice 34% and they're looking for another one.
Yeah, for sure. Tofu right now just jumping back and forth to see what engage they can get in. F Smash is going to come out from Spork. Let's see what the edge guard is. Do you like how they learned from last game not to go out there a little too deep, a little bit unsafely? Aura Sphere going to connect, though. They're going to come right back to stage. Nice get-up attack to reclaim this space.
And Tofu is becoming very mindful of the fact that that fully charged aura sphere does go through all the projectiles. We saw it a bit in game 1, but it almost got the kill right there.
Look, there it is.
There's
That's
that
KO.
side that you were talking about.
Yeah,
right
that
off the top, too.
Yeah, back in Brawl, especially because we had Alto talk about Brawl just a little bit, but back in Brawl, this effect where Lucario essentially like stacks as much power as possible is called the Anubis effect. So the Anubis effect is definitely going to come into play here with 140% rage and, full Aura Sphere charge. Up tilt going to come out. But Tofu, once again, playing this, like, essential, like, you can just come to me. I have no problem at all waiting for you.
Yeah, no problem in the slightest. Finally, that forward tilt does find Perch. Tofu was trying to finish off that kill as early as possible, but hey, you can play with your food a little bit when you got 3 stocks, but if you mess around for too long, then as we saw, a comeback is inevitable.
Yeah, for sure. Here comes Tofu, though, trying to find the aerial way in. Spork, though, going to play a little bit more on the offensive, but I think that's just what Tofu wants. Going to use the counter to come back, swing around a little bit. And now Tofu, once again, just fishing for a couple of these down airs a little too much. Now it's a little bit more telegraphed than I'd like to see, but 2 up airs into a fair, not bad damage at all.
Yes. At this point, ooh, I like the use of that command grab right there. We're actually walking a lot, a movement option that always indicates a practice player to me. As now, they actually knocked Spork so low that they couldn't get the recovery. Didn't have a bomb recovery on lock either. Tofu going up 2-0 in this set, and Spork struggling to find even the tiniest of cracks in this Lucario's armor.
Yeah, for sure. I think Tofu is also playing very dominant as well. They're really just waiting to react to see what Spork is going to do. So I tell people all the time, sometimes just sitting and waiting to see what your opponent's going to do is just the best possible answer to anything. So once again, this is, I believe, a best of 5. So we do have at least one more game in the tank. I do want to see where they're going to go next, because I don't know, Yoshi's story definitely wasn't the pick for Spork there.
Oh, those early kills. I mean, that side B killing off the top, just barely slamming against the screen, is likely any other stage they might have lived. And I don't know if you want to let Lucario live longer, but it seems inevitable. I mean, even on Yoshi's, they were still living to 140%. Now, the one thing I wouldn't mind is seeing a bigger stage. Spork did learn very early on in that game 1 that they dominate the rage game, or the range game, as rather their character does. Young Link's projectiles just far outclass Aurasphere.
Yeah, for sure. So maybe a town and city, but once again, with going to town and city, you are risking smaller sides. And once again, we know Lucario is looking for those smaller sides. So Tofu's going to ban the FD, which is, I guess, the next biggest pick for big stage. But I think going back to PS2 wouldn't be a bad idea as well. I do think that is a rather large stage. One thing for sure, I do not want to see a Smashville. That's going to go pretty awful.
Yeah, the one advantage you do have is that range, especially with Tofu's very practiced style. So, going somewhere where you cannot escape the burst range of Lucario is going to be rough. I mean, Young Link's got a pretty sizable burst range of their own, but it just feels like Tofu is a little more practiced in the punish game.
Yeah, for sure. So, once again, we are going to be seeing the same exact matchup here. Once again, we got the Young Link and we got the Lucario. It's funny how we go from 2 DLC characters to 2 characters that were like base in their like perspective games. So let's see once again how this one's going to go.
It's going to be Kalos as the pick. Now, they definitely went to the complete other side of the spectrum. And I mean, Young Link does kill off the top occasionally, but without platforms is a little tougher.
Yeah, no, Kalos Pokemon League definitely has some interesting platform layouts. I know for a lot of people, they really like the platforms off the side, which Kalos Pokemon League does have the platforms off the side. But I do believe Lucario does have a wall jump, and you have given Tofu a lot of movement options here.
And we'll have to see how they use it. As Tofu is abandoning that sort of slower paced style as they go right in, but they're not actually able to find a hit. Spork avoiding the initial attack, and they're actually able to stuff out that Nair as well.
Yeah, for sure. So far looking so good from Spork here, but of course Tofu gonna come in with that signature down air at this point. Once again, I think this is all data for Spork. They have to realize how Tofu is coming in and approaching, but so far things are looking really good. Gonna wait out once again, going for the F smash there, not gonna be able to find anything. Nice Nair usage by Tofu here, and Spork is doing such a better job of kind of bobbing and weaving throughout a ton of Lucario here, but you roll right into that F smash, and the next one of those, that one's gonna go KO. There's that Aurasphere kind of like stun there. Side B not gonna be able to KO either.
The Aurasphere charge has a hitbox, and you can use that to confirm into things like back air and up smash at certain percents. That's what Tofu was going for there, but Young Link was not quite at the percent. There it is. Finally, we're able to get that rising back air.
Yeah, for sure. Looking really good so far. The top of the Aurasphere just going over Spork's head, but Tofu gonna come back with a nice side B to at least get some damage. The jab-jab combo. We got full aura here, Kilo. This is not looking good. Spork has to get this stock now in order to keep things close. And this game, out of the other games that we've seen before, is looking so much better. I would hate to see it kind of fly away as it usually has so far.
Spork needs to find a way to get this going. Young Lake does have a lot of setups. We saw the bomb arrow previously convert into things like up air for them, and that could do it against Tofu here, but they're actually looking to draw a lot more here.
Yeah, for sure. There's the Aura Sphere stun into the back here. Great job by Tofu. Looking good. F-tilt does come out, though. Tofu can bring this, or Spork can bring this back right now. They just have to get an edge guard here. I do always want Young Lynx to use Fair. It's so good, but Tofu going to utilize the counter once again. And here comes Rage Lucario all the way. I do see Tofu trying to get the Reflect there. Not going to be able to find anything. There's the wall cling once again. Looking for a back air. Not going to be able to find anything else.
Yeah. Lockdown's going to be punished hard with that forward tilt. Spork is able to get rid of the aura in one stock, but this is looking identical to the other games right now. Tofu in position to run away with this, and the Spork finds a big swing.
All right, here we go. Trying to find something down air into the up tilt. Do you like the way that Spork is at least trying to play a little bit more aggressive, but at 92.6, things are looking super, super grim. Okay, back here from Tofu here. This last edge guard can win it all for Fort Scott. Side B, not going to be able to take it either. Not enough rage on Lucario.
Not enough indeed as they go for that setup they've gone for twice. 2 stocks taken with that Aura Sphere back air. It's going to be the counter. Not going to kill quite yet.
Ooh, okay. Oh, I wish Spork had gone for at least a back throw. I'm going to go for a forward throw, though. Give her something. Once again, these side Bs, they don't have any oomph on them, but they work. So maybe the next one might KO, but I really feel like Tofu can just get an Aura Sphere charge into a back air like they've been doing this entire set.
And that upping hitbox coming into play for the first time as Tofu is fishing for this final kill. Trying to read a jump, not going to happen. Instead, Spork does have them at ledge. The wall cling, though, does let Tofu delay enough through that boomerang. As there it is. They get that counter, send you straight off the top. At that point, they have Aura built up to finish you off at that high percent. Tofu getting a nice win over Spork, who had some nice stuff at times, was able to play the range game, get some nice setups with the bomb arrow, but in the end, it wasn't enough against Tofu's precision.
Yeah, for sure. Tofu, once again, I felt like they were trying to find that little counter kill for the kind of flare at the end. But that is going to be Fort Scott. There we go. Oh my god. Cast with water, everybody. I did not have water to my right. That's going to be Tofu taking it for Fort Scott. Hopefully we'll be able to get an interview with them, because I would love to talk to them about Lucario, because this is the first Lucario that I've seen outside of like the tournament Wi-Fi scene in a hot minute. So once again, let's see how this one's going to go.
Yeah, it's very interesting it's clear they're a master of their character. I'm sure they're a part of the Lucario community online. Like, they have a lot of these nice setups practiced and polished. I mean, the kill confirms in particular off of Aura Sphere are nice, because that's a great movement option. You can B reverse, you can wave bounce all over the place to get this that kill confirm. And that also confirms into up smash at certain percents too, which kills even earlier. It's a brutal setup that really gives Lucario a lot more mileage than they would usually get. And we can ask more about that, as like Lyric said, we are going to go to an interview, so stick around. Esports U will be right back. Well, it's purely information gathering. They're very precise with their movements, which honestly is exactly how you need to be, punishing hard with that forward smash.
Yeah, F Smash not gonna be able to take it quite yet, neither will that Aura Sphere, but maybe the next one's gonna do it, or easily get a combo right here. I feel like Boomerang hit into F Smash may do it. Speaking of F Smash, there it is, but let's see the edge guard going all the way down there for a down air.
So many combos that are like, this is so situational, but I finally have max aura.
Yeah, for sure. This is definitely max aura for sure. Side B may actually take the cake pretty early.
Low start up forward till immediately after the nair, just mix up Spork continuously. And now they're able to get back the ledge, trying to get off, but these traps are actually pretty good. If Spork is able to get this stock here, oh no, they go for it all right there. I think they meant to
Smash gonna go in, they're gonna trade, but neither of them are gonna find it. Spork, though, gonna be able to get their first percentages in this set so far and building up a fair share amount of rage. So this isn't looking too grim right now, as long as they can stay grounded. But once again, as we talked about, as this
fully charged Aura Sphere does go through all the projectiles. We saw it a bit in game 1, but it almost got the kill right there.
There it is.
There's
That's
that side
KO.
that you were talking about.
Yeah,
right
that
off the top too.
Yeah, back like you could just come to me. I have no problem at all waiting for you.
Yeah, no problem in the slightest. Finally, that forward tilt does hand grab right there. Actually walking a lot, a movement option that always indicates a practice player to me. As now, they actually knocked Spork so low that they couldn't get the recovery.
Not there. Side B not gonna be able to KO either.
The Aura Sphere charge has a hitbox, and you can use that to confirm into things like back air and up smash at certain percents. That's what Tofu was going for there, but Young Link was not quite at the percent. There it is. Finally find the way to get this going. Young Link does have a lot of setups. We saw the bomb arrow previously convert into things like up air for them, and that could do it against Tofu here, but they're actually looking to draw a lot more here.
Yeah, for sure. There's the Aura Sphere stun into the back, and here comes Rage Lucario all the way. I do see Tofu trying to get the reflector, not going to be able to find anything. There's the wall cling once again, looking for a back air, not going to be able to find anything else.
Yeah, spot dodge going to be punished. Upping hitbox coming into play for the first time as Tofu is fishing for this final kill. Trying to read a jump, not going to happen. Instead, Spork does have them at ledge. The wall cling, though, does let Tofu delay enough through that boomerang. As there it is. They get that counter, send Welcome back, everybody, to Esports U, broadcasting NJCAAE. We are here with Tofu, the Lucario we just saw win in a 3-0 dominant fashion. Tofu, how you doing after that?
Hi, I'm very happy.
Yeah, and you have every reason to be. You came in very practiced, very calm. You didn't let really anything phase you. And I've got to ask about your mental first and foremost. You seemed very calm for a character that plays a lot around rage.
So, a big thing about my gameplay is staying patient and waiting for my opponent to make a mistake before I can capitalize it. Lucario excels at getting to high damage so he can get the aura built up and do more damage. So if I keep my space and don't allow the opponent to do what they want to do, then I'm in a pretty good position.
Very true. Tofu, it's rare that we see a lot of, I guess, competitive Lucarios these days. Do you watch competitive Smash? Do you like competitive Smash? Do you have any, like, favorite top players?
Yes.
Or are you just your favorite Lucario player?
My favorite Lucario player is still Sue. He was the best Lucario player in Smash 4. He has now been dethroned by somebody I can't remember their name. But
Probably Armadillo.
I just like Sue. His battle with Zero at I think it was Summit or something like that, some big tournament. Oh my gosh, that gave me the feels.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and that's a great inspiration. But in your more local scene, is there anyone you want to shout out as someone who has helped you get to where you are today?
My coach and my teammates. I'm pretty much in the esports room every single day playing with them.
Yeah, that's good to hear. A lot of schools, they don't get to get that in-person practice, but hey, now that the pandemic is sort of well, we're learning to deal with it. You're able to get that practice, and I'm really happy for you. I can't wait to see where it takes your gameplay. But for now, thank you very much, Tofu, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
All right. And with that, we are going to wrap up Smash for the day. But Esports U isn't done. However, Lyric is. So thank you very much, Lyric.
Of course, thank you, Kilo Miles. And thanks, of course, to Esports U, and of course, all the lovely producers that I've worked with for once again having me back. But thank you, Kilo. It's been a pleasure. I'm glad that we get to cast so much together at this point now. But have fun casting Rocket League coming up next with Orbital.
Yep. I'm going to be right back in a couple of minutes with some more esports action. So stay tuned. Esports U will be back. Welcome back, everybody, to Esports U, now broadcasting ECAC. My name is Keelan Miles, on the mic with Orbital, as we're getting ready to look as the Buena Vista College Beavers take on the Stonehill College Skyhawks.
It's going to be a good time. I'm excited. Against some Rocket League is always going to be a good time to be hype. It's cars, it's soccer. What else can you enjoy?
Yeah, exactly. It's every single cool thing about soccer, except also rockets are involved, and as any 9-year-old can tell you, rockets are amazing.
It's a good time, and then that and some demo. It's like the Demolition Derby tossed in there as well, but I'm excited once again. I said it earlier, but this is especially because the matches that we keep getting are so good. Again, both these teams are 2-2, so looking to still try and break away from the pack, start solidifying themselves as a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, as we're going to get to see the momentum these teams are bringing in. They both had some highs and lows, but some are on a winning streak as we're getting right into the game with Stonehill taking control of the ball. Not for too long, though. They're just trying to keep it juggled, but it ends up in their side anyways.
Yeah, at the beginning of Rocket League matches, I always feel like the teams either have two ways to play. One is their own regular pace, just try and play it out as normal, and you're going to see that consistently throughout the entirety of the game. The second is they tend to play passive in game number one. They don't tend to go for all those crazy shots. They're feeling out the opponent, right? Can I go for those short range shots? Can I go for midfield? Can I go for aerials? It's all about trying to find out the weakness of your opponent, and so far it looks like it is going to be a Buena Vista taking the lead.
Yeah, I saw like 3 just barely missed touches in a row until finally you're able to sideswipe the ball straight into goal, straight into the corner. Beautiful stuff from Buena Vista.
It was a gentle tap, too. I feel that was more a given opportunity. You could see Stonehill, they were going for the ball, just didn't speed to it in time. And of course, that's going to be another demo coming out. That's going to be a chase by Buena Vista, as Zeba is going to go ahead and try and knock that one out. So, good pickup, a great capitalization on a possible mistake from Stonehill.
Yeah, and now Stonehill, they're on the defensive. They don't want to let this ball slip in again. They defended 2 times, but dropped it on the third. We'll see if they can improve that defense as they're going into it, bring the ball around, trying to be a little more aggro, setting up for the touch, but they can't quite get it, and now they're all on the defense as they're running back to their side of the field.
And so far, Buena Vista have been reading a lot of these passes very accurately. You can see it inside of the play. It is stopped almost immediately, and it opens up these opportunities here. Now, of course, Buena Vista trying to clear it out, weren't able to. Up off the back, it's not going to be there. No one there to follow up, so Joker has to run all the way back to his own goal.
Yeah, and now take a look at this. You want to try and intercept. They knew a touch was coming, but they didn't know from where, as now the shot gets set up, goes a little bit wide. Now, how do you get control back to the ball? How do you stop this aggression? Ooh, forcing them to miss that touch right there by hitting it up. That's a nice way to start, but the shots keep getting set up.
They keep getting set up, and honestly, Stonehill have an open goal. Phenomenal pick and run is the best way to call that one. You can see here from their own goal, they take it away from Buena Vista, and I feel this game is going to tumble into the likes of who can punish the mistakes of better. That'll be the name of the game, and whoever can control that pace and can figure out those opportunities will most likely be the victor.
Yeah, that almost, we're just having a tiny bit of lag, but the players are doing just fine. As what you got to keep in mind is you can't let it go to your head when you keep the ball in the opponent's goal for that long if you're not getting the shot in. Because now, look at this, Stonehill, after being on the defensive for like 30 straight seconds, are on the offense. Just now getting another shot, another opportunity at the goal. You can see Joker rushing forward, but they can't quite get the setup.
It's all about the rotations, right? Rotation of who's on defense, who's on the attack. That's going to be a carry over, but you try and be a little bit fancy. Stonehill punished once again. That's off of a dribble right there. You can see it. Watch this dribble. A nice hold, but didn't see the side swipe. Phenomenal option found by E United.
Yeah. I just saw that tag. Well, United is going to be on the defense with the rest of their team as they're looking to regain control of this ball. Zeba is able to get a very high touch. Can they get another one? Can they block this shot? No, instead it is E United. Once again, almost getting that shot, but I Like Rose is saving it at the last second.
That was one well read by the side of Buena Vista, and you need to start trying to find those opportunities before. At this point, you are almost solely focused on the defense. You can see Buena Vista waiting, and that's their opportunity. As soon as it presented itself, they tie things back up. These two teams battling neck and neck for the lead.
And you could see United just milliseconds away from intercepting that, but they couldn't quite do it. United was able to finish it off, and now we're back at the kickoff.
And these resets, I am personally a huge fan of Rocket League for this specific reason, is after a goal, you do almost hard reset. Now, of course, the positioning of yourself and some of those boost respawns are going to be, different, but for the most part, you reset. You get that mental break for at least a couple seconds. Ooh. However, the flow is still moving around you, as Stonehill rightly shows. They go ahead and strip it right back. 3-2 is the game score.
Yeah, Joker did not give up after missing that initial catch as it rebounded off the side, setting them up perfectly for that goal. And now, we're back at the kickoff. He's going to control initially. Oh, just a straight collision, and it's United once again taking control. One of the main aggressive players on the side of Stonehill.
I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Getting a little bit more frisky in this game, number one, because as much as you want to test stuff out, as much as you want to kind of feel out your opponent here, you still want to win game one. Getting a game up in a best of 5 feels good and gives you that opportunity to play a little bit more fast and loose. So far, I really can't tell who has the main advantage. Both teams seem evenly matched, and those are the kind of matches that you love to watch the most.
Yeah, that demo right there going to take some out of the equation. This defense running out as 1 minute left. Now, no one can interrupt that shot right there as it gives it back on the Stonehill side, but Buena Vista, now they're on the defense again. How do you get it out of there? Interrupting Joker's dribble. Now you get a shot, but it's interrupted once again by Zeba.
That's one that you don't really enjoy, and I Like Roses is going to try and go up. This is going to be a little bit of a light aerial battle. Nice block coming in by Zeba. That will give the opportunity right back again. 30 seconds left. You want to get one more score, or else you might be in some trouble. That's the roll in, and Ryan ties things up. 30 seconds left on the clock. What a time to score that goal.
Now, Stonehill, they've gotten some early goals before. Remember that second goal we saw with Joker just slipping it in? That's what you need to be seeing again, because otherwise Stonehill, they're going to go into overtime, and that's not what you want to do in this first game, and Joker already gets the initial shot. Can anyone stop it? No, Joker gets it again! The initial score!
That is heartbreaking right there in the setup, right? That is something that you practice over and over again. I think in that, in the hardware, right? In the practice areas, you go for some of those risky plays where you send in a diver, you hard accelerate, you leave it in the middle and have a second to back it up. Well timed, well played, but it's answered right back. Oh, Ryan off the touch said, hey, you ain't got nothing. Watch this, just straight up the middle. No doubt about it, straight into the goal.
Right down center field, and nothing to be done about it. Now you've got to pull something else out of your back pocket to get the edge. These kickoffs have been brutal. You don't usually see teams losing it right off the bat, but now 4-4 in the initial game. Both these teams on the right now. Stonehill trying to play defensive, knocking the ball way high, and now Joker has the ball again. We've seen them steal these goals. They pass it over to United. Can you get anything more than that? No. Ball going up into the air. Can we keep it going? Joker bumps it up. Is it going to go into the goal? Oh!
So close. So close, and we're into overtime. This is where it gets spicy. Again, the goals are going to be so scary. The options are there, and for teams that love to punish back and forth, this is the best time for them.
Oh, and that's an initial early play, but I love the defense from Buena Vista not overcommitting. That overcommitment is what cost them their first goal, and they're not going to make that mistake again. Not in this arena, as now Joker keeps the ball high, keeps it elevated, but it's interrupted, stolen away. Ryan going for a score, can't find it.
I Like Roses goes up for the defense. A nice off the backboard. Is anyone there to receive? They get a light touch, but it's not there. Up they go. Again, Buena Vista looking to try and break that cycle. Again, it's all about those opportunities. Can you find the mistake in the opponent? That's going to be a pass to I Like Roses, but they can't connect, so Zeba is going to try and take it over. Here comes the run forward. 3 defenders set, and they continue on. Almost a minute straight through, and that is so close. Buena Vista playing with fire as it's a minute into overtime.
Oh, Stonehill gently guiding it into the ball, but I like Roses, saves it at the last second. Zeba, you can see they're playing carefully. They're just watching this ball, seeing where it's going. Oh, well, maybe Zeba's just putting the controller down as now it is going to be EU United coming in. Oh, is there anyone to interrupt it? Oh, Joker, no, he's just barely interrupted.
That was as close as you're going to get so far, and it's now 1:30, almost into overtime, and no one has really held it down. This is going to be a dribble and a toss. Can you get a Joker looking for a bit more? But that might be an open goal. No one defender in the back. They're going to try and juke him out, and it's pushed right back out. Again, this is a game of inches. Who can aggress first? And that's going to be it. Joker from the long shot along the field. Look at this from the backboard. Straight to Joker's feet. The touch is so delicate. Stonehill, 1:40 into overtime. We'll take game number 1.
Beautiful stuff from Stonehill right there, and you got to give a lot of props to Joker. I mean, without the setup, they're not going to get all of these crazy plays, but Joker, look at that. 4 goals right there. The MVP easily of that first round.
It was so good, and the scary thing is, this will actually continue onwards. I think Buena Vista have the exact same amount of chances as Stonehill to pull off these types of victories. This is a game where both the teams are actually very evenly matched. The speed and tempo is about the same. You can see them both trying to set up. It's just that their angles are a little bit too wide. They need to kind of compact down their teamwork plays, because as you get to the higher levels, you watch, it's a 2 to 3 man setup play, usually one bouncing it off the back, and then an aerial try and volley or an aerial shot, one or the other. The setups are there for Stonehill and Buena Vista. The thing is because there's so many wide open areas where the ball just kind of is in stasis, the opponent has the opportunity to punish, and that's what we're seeing. Whoever can punish better will win these games.
Yeah, and giving those opportunities over has been a bit of a concern. I did see some overcommits, some triple commits at times from Buena Vista. At one point, all 3 of them ran to the goal, and then there was no one to defend the shot. It's just little mistakes like that give the tiniest little edge, and that puts you into overtime.
It's communication, right? Right down to the very bottom. It's communication. Are you cycling accordingly? If that's your game plan, how are you cycling it? Who's in the rotation? When you go for the defense, you always have to remember, right? You have to have someone else ready and back, because you're probably out of boost. Whoever went first for the defense is probably out of boost, or at least minorly down, has to go refuel up. It's a constant cycle. It's a constant circle. You're rotating around and around, and if you're not on point, like you said, 3-man defenses leave everyone open for that big rebuttal. So far, neither team has punished that too heavily, though. The goals that were actually scored were from mid-court mess-ups. I want to say midfield mess-ups here. It was, they go up for the shot, it's in the air, it just hangs, and then someone comes in from the side, much like Joker's shot at the very end. It was off the backboard when actually I do believe it was BVU trying to reset it, trying to properly set it up, and it ended up just flying all the way through. So I want to see the teams buckle down a little bit. You can't get more aggressive. Don't get me wrong. You can get more aggressive. You can try and go for those angles. Realize that you cannot let go of the ball, especially if you're dribbling, because the dribbles are good, but they are countered very easily.
And you don't want to set up your opponent for any of those midfield mess-ups, as you call them, and to try and counteract those. How do you think they should position themselves defensively? Like, do you think they should, is it all just in the teamwork? Do they need to rotate out, or should they have someone more dedicated back there?
That is a question for the team coordination in general. So the teams themselves, how do they like to favor? Do they have someone that prefers striking, or do they have a rotation? And most teams generally have a rotation of sorts. Everyone excels at everything. Yes, you usually have someone that's maybe better at the aerial game, someone's better at ground shots or the pinches and everything of the sort. At this point, you're still in the testing phase, because both teams have in red light books. I'd actually say go for individual plays, but be more defensive in that instance. Understand that the opponent is most likely going to mess up. You've identified that. That's how you scored most of the goals. That's why we had an excess of, I want to say, about 9 goals scored overall, is because of those mess ups. So identify that, properly prep, and set up your defense. Start calling out the rotation, start working with your teammates, and then from there, look for the attack. Because at this point, I think it's the stronger shield that's going to win out here. The stronger team that has that shield, that has the defensive wall set up, should eke out in the opportunities gifted to them due to their fantastic defense.
Yeah, and I'm looking to see that improvement, that defense improved as well, because it'll be very nice to see Joker not getting away with those early setups. And you talked about those setups a bit right off of the kickoff. How deadly do you think they're going to be now that they've seen them at least once?
as much as I want to say the setups are really good, as much as I want to say these setups are going to be fantastic, they're rough. It seems sometimes that, you try and let it hang, you're waiting for your teammate, but the teammate is too far away, the count's off or anything of the sort. And I like the idea. It's like they had the playbook in front of them, but they started practicing them, right? They started learning how to prep those setups, and they need to still get the timing down. If a team slips up bad enough, I think we could see those setups be very deadly. We could see those aerials, in the midfield be able to be prepped up and shot out by Joker or, even Al on the other side, or even Zeba. All of these players do have that opportunity. At the moment, though, I think it leaves too much of a defensive hole. It's too easy to exploit by the opponent for it to be super effective.
Yeah, and we are going to be able to see if those improvements come out in a little bit. We're going to go to a brief break to figure some stuff out. When we return, hopefully this match will continue.
Out the weakness of your opponent, and so far it looks like it is going to be a Buena Vista taking the lead.
Yeah, I saw like 3 just barely missed touches in a row until finally you're able to sideswipe the ball by hitting it up. That's a nice way to start, but the shots keep getting set up.
Keep getting set up, and honestly, Stonehill have an open goal. Phenomenal rotation of who's on defense, who's on the attack. That's going to be a carry over, but you try and be a little bit fancy. Stonehill punished once again. That's off of a dribble right there. You can see it. Watch this dribble. A nice hold, but didn't see the side swipe. Solely focus on the defense. You can see Buena Vista waiting, and that's their opportunity. As soon as it presented itself, they tie things back up. These two teams battling neck and neck for the lead.
And you can see United just...
Those boost respawns are going to be, different, but for the most part, you reset. You get that mental break for at least a couple seconds. However, the flow is still... want to get one more score, or else you might be in some trouble. That's the roll-in! And Ryan ties things up. 30 seconds left on the clock. What a time to score that goal.
Stonehill, they've gotten some early goals before. Remember, you need to be seeing again, because otherwise Stonehill, they're going to go into overtime, and that's not what you want to do in this first game. And Joker already gets the initial shot. Can anyone stop it? No, Joker gets it again.
Who can aggress first? And that's going to be it. Joker from the long shot along the field. Look at this from the backboard, straight to Joker's feet. The touch is so delicate. Stonehill.
Welcome back, everybody. We are getting right back into things with Buena Vista, down 0-1 against Stonehill.
It's going to be a good time. And again, the game number 1 was very, very close, very, very aggressive, I want to say. Punishments back, right, and left. And of course, we do, I believe, have a substitution coming in here for Stonehill. I do think we have a little bit of a trade-off, as I think Diaz was here already. So we'll keep track of this a little bit for you. Unfortunately, power going out is never fun.
No, it isn't. But what also isn't fun is constant pressure on your opponent's goal right there. Stonehill is unrelenting right now.
It's all over the place, and this is something that I really was wanting to see in Game 2s, is where the aggression comes out, is where teams have said, hey, we've kind of figured out the game plan. We know what we want to go for. We know how we want to play and identified possible weaknesses of the opponent. So now let's exploit those moments, and that'll be a challenge in the air on their own teammate as Stonehill lose out on the boost numbers. You can see it right there, zeroed out by Roses. It's going to be a rough time again. Ow, up top, misses. That could have been a goal. I actually think he united out. I was able to get a tap on it, or that could have been an unfortunate whiff.
Yeah, just the tiniest of nudges saving their life right there is now back to Buena Vista's goal. They can just barely avoid getting this set up, but oh no, you can see they need to prevent United Og from getting back there. They can't quite do that, but either way, as much as Stonehill is putting the ball in front of the goal, with all 3 members of Buena Vista there, their defense is solid enough to prevent any sort of good shot.
And this is what I was really, really talking about, right? I want to see the teams prep their defense accordingly, because the better shield wins if you continuously block, if you're able to maintain your hold over your own goal. The opportunities will come to you, I feel, especially with how aggressive, like you were saying, Stonehill is starting to get. There's a higher chance of them getting a little bit out of control, and that was actually very, very close. Stonehill getting closer and closer to scoring that first goal of the game.
Bit of a double commit right there. Ziba goes high, tries to get the tap in, but a nice interrupt right there. Now Buena Vista has control of the ball, taking it down the field. Can they run it in? No, the demolition, though, sets up a slower defense. They're finally able to get the ball out of there as Stonehill once again takes control.
That is a dangerous scenario. That's a pop. That's a pop and a half, and that's from downtown. United all the way to the goal.
All the way, indeed. Yeah, that was beautiful right there. Knocking it right down and then popping it up for E United to come from the other side of the court. Finish them off as now Stonehill once again getting the initial advantage off of that break. And here's the thing. When you were even, it's fine to have all 3 people in goal, but now the defense might start slipping a little bit as Stonehill has the lead.
It will cause a little bit of reaction. It maybe causes a little bit of worry, right? And you can see it here. Stonehill is starting to be a little bit more defensive. That's fine. What you're looking at is Buena Vista. This is the squad that's going to start getting a little bit antsy, going for some of those aggressive plays, and that can be a double-edged sword here. Bolted Diaz is, of course, going up, and actually taking a look at the members that we currently have here in this game. I do believe Bolted was actually that substitute that is coming in here, so going to be very, very high and questionable, as that's a side battle that you do lose out. Stonehill keeping that ball constantly in Buena Vista's court.
Yeah, I like Rose's good interrupt right there, but still a nice pop-up. Ryan not able to get the proper angle to prevent that. Ziva getting the ball in. Beautiful stuff right there. The gentlest of touches.
Ziba making sure that went in. That was a very controlled descent into the goal, and at this point, considering how late that first goal came in, Stonehill are actually given themselves a really solid base. This 2-0 is very different than the 2-0 that we saw earlier on. Now, granted, we saw the last, I want to say, 2 or 3 goals that came in game 1, all in the last minute and then into overtime, right? So we could still see some craziness. However, Stonehill have built up a solid lead. A 2-goal lead does mean that you can generally just play it in the middle of the field and you'll come out okay. However, when an opportunity presents itself for a double, Ziba says, I'll take it.
Ziba, beautiful aerial control right there, able to set themselves up while everyone is all distracted with the other attacker. No, Ziba is the main threat here. They're setting themselves up.
It was gorgeous. And at this point, a 3-goal lead, considering how hard Stonehill have fought to maintain ball control. Buena Vista are going for broke here. You can see it. 3 charging straight into the goal. A nice little juggle by Stonehill means it's out of the race. And again, down to 30 seconds. It's a difficult one. E United out. Gonna go ahead and volley that one in. A nice demo. Leaves a little bit of an exposed section, but it's not going to be enough. 20 seconds left. Stonehill are not trying to do anything too crazy. That's a goal for Buena Vista. If you can do that, maybe you got it. And you two covered a goal every 10 seconds.
Yeah, every shot has been so aerial so far in this game, Orbital, so seeing a grounded shot like that slip through the defenses does show maybe Buena Vista can find a crack in the armor in the next game, but with 20 seconds, how many miracles can you make? As I say that, look at this already. Oh, nice setup from Zeba.
It was solid, to say the least. Look at this, just open, boost up, tap above the defender, and unfortunately no one was in goalpost. And a 3-goal lead now. As much as I hate to send a Vista, I don't think we'll be able to come back in and tie things up. Ball is punched out to the middle of the field, and Volta Diaz is going to try and challenge, but Zeba wants a little bit more, wants to make a 5th goal on the board. Probably won't get it as the timer ticks down. One more leap into the air for good luck, as that should be Stonehill taking this game number 2, putting us into match point.
And match point for Stonehill in dominant fashion. What a contrast between games 1 and 2, Orbital.
It was, again, this idea, I almost want to say, of how do you play up game 2? How do you change things up? Because that game 1 was so close, both teams probably felt either that, hey, maybe we could get an advantage if we play just a little differently, or maybe we do need to shore up the defense, because I saw it right there. Buena Vista really buckled down and tried to keep themselves in this defensive posturing, which it worked. For 2.5 minutes, it worked in a fantastic montage. However, Stonehill found that first crack, and Buena Vista, they couldn't keep their mask on any longer. They allowed themselves to get drawn into this over-aggressive tempo, and Stonehill punished accordingly. Really, really well done by them as they take the lead, and now you got even more wiggle room to work with.
Yeah, and we saw how Stonehill played with wiggle room in the game. Now that they've got it in the match itself, it's going to get brutal. I mean, Stonehill, once they had that second goal, they just went for some crazy set. I mean, right off the kickoff, they got that 1 goal, and then they were nonstop. And that aggression did give them 1 goal in from Buena Vista. But again, once you have that lead, do you even care about that?
Not really. Not really. As soon as I saw 2 goals in at about 50 seconds, you could see almost the tempo shift, right? As Skyhawks were just kind of like, okay, we don't have to worry too much. Play it smart, and that's honestly the right thing to do. Don't go too aggressive. Don't allow that goal every 10 seconds or something to come through. You play it through. You make sure to lock down the game, and you don't go too crazy. Well done by them. And this time, I do expect Skyhawks to do the same once again. Not allow Buena Vista to do anything crazy. Stonehill just want a clean 3-0.
Yeah, and to me, this game could be decided in this initial defense. If Buena Vista had gotten that early advantage, I think that 3-pronged defense that they had could have held out for the entire game, but once they let 1 goal slip through, the formation started to crack. Now you can see they're on an early offensive. Buena Vista throwing it off the backboard, but they can't quite get a touch, can't quite get a shot in, and now it's Stonehill in control of the ball again.
Really like this. Again, BVU have kind of thrown defense to the wind, said, all right, if we're going to go out, we're going to go out swinging instead of turtling. They go on the aggressive, but again, barely getting that save down. See it there, I Like Roses is now in control, but out of boost means that ball falls back in control for the Stonehill side.
Yeah, now off the backboard, not a good enough shot right there. The defense was too good from Stonehill. They're not going to let that slide. But Buena Vista has really turned up the heat. I want to see if it comes back to bite them here, as now they don't have anyone in goal. It's just 1 defender. But no, Zeba does actually lose track of the ball in midair, and now Buena Vista has it in their hands again.
They're just going to try and run it up. And again, multi-man attack here every so often. And hopefully the ball spirals have been knocked into Stonehill's favor, because Buena Vista have been on the aggression, but that's a great demo. Joker takes out Ryan, and he United out takes goal number 1.
And already Stonehill looking to make this a clean 3-0, but Buena Vista showing they had some fight in them with how often the ball was in Stonehill's court.
It was, but you still can't neglect the basics, right? The defense, if you start throwing yourself at the goals over and over again, eventually a crack will appear, and Stonehill were able to manage appropriately. That was Ryan going up for the attack, but missed the ball. That's a tag down. I Like Roses couldn't get a good handle on it. It pops up and is now going to fly into the hands of whoever wants it in that aerial battle. A high sky factor. Ryan trying to bounce it off the backboard, trying to prep for the rest of the team, but it's just a jostle. It's just a juggle here as both teams are still scrambling. 3 minutes left on the clock is plenty to work with.
And it feels like at the moment Buena Vista just won it more, but now with E United and Joker working together, they're finally able to get out of there. No, I Like Roses hits it right back, setting up for their teammate who's there to follow up. Joker misses the defense. I Like Roses, are they going to get that in? No, the defenders from Stonehill assemble to save that, and now Ziba takes control of the ball. Can they get it all the way down? No, E United, but again, you're okay to play this delay game. You've got a point up on the board. You want to make that lead a little more sizable, as now Joker takes the ball down the field, send it up right in front of the goalpost. Who's jumping up to contest it? It's Ziba. They're able to hit it over for I Like Roses, who's there to hit it right back out. This dicey situation.
That was a dangerous save right there. I Like Roses posted up and dropped the ball right in front of their own goal, and that's why I was gasping for air right there. That could have easily been the second goal.
Could have been, but Stonehill wasn't in position, but they're not going to let an opportunity like that slip by them again, as I Like Roses is in position. They're confident that they're going to be able to get this ball out of there. Ryan trying to set up I Like Roses. They're able to get it out there, but the Devil, they're actually taken out by the demo. Now I Like Roses is going to take this down, but missing that shot. Ryan unable to redeem themselves there.
And this is what I was talking about. You can see the plays in the minds of the players. You know they had that playbook, but it's little things here. It's the little slips-ups. It's the pass timing not working out for them. It's a teammate just being a little bit out of sync. And in Rocket League, it's all about timing. It's all about being synchronized with your teammates.
And now here goes the ball all the way down. Not going to find an opening right there as Stonehill takes control once again. If they get another point in here with only a minute left, it could be curtains. But it is Ryan going for the shot, but it goes a little wide. The pass isn't exactly what you would have hoped. And now you're knocked up in the air. You're not able to control yourself. It's up to Hunted Devil to maybe get an opening for Buena Vista, as 1 minute is now on the clock.
And it's all about who's going to have that boost, right? So many of these players are zeroing out before they even get close to a boost refill, and that hurts. That hurts. If you're sitting on 0, if you're not managing your boost appropriately, these plays fall so flat. And look at that. Rose is already zeroed out, so you get bullied out. Well played by Stonehill to gain control. That's a bounce off the backboard, but your teammate saved it. No!
Joker stifled by the team kill, but you're still able to keep Buena Vista in disadvantage here. They can't get the ball out of their side. Now they're finally able to get a shot in on Stonehill. Can they make this follow-up? No. I Like Roses stuck on their side of the court, taking the ball way high. Can anyone interrupt that pass? Oh, it goes right into Stonehill's hands. 13 seconds remaining. The ball is drifting closer to the goal. The setup, but Joker's not able to tap it in, but still only 8 seconds left.
At this point, you're just trying to keep it out of the hands of the opponent, and it looks like it works. Stonehill, out of all the games that have been played, it looks like it's a final goal to end it. Stonehill ended with the assist from the squad. Ziba bouncing it off the edge to score the second and final goal of the series.
Yeah, that is it. Stonehill in dominant fashion after that first game. They had the read. They had the understanding of how to crack through Buena Vista's defense, and they guaranteed themselves that dominant victory.
It was well fought, well played, and I have to say, it was slow paced. Slow paced might not words. It was more along the lines of testing the waters on both sides. Both teams in game 1 were trying to figure out their opponent. Unfortunately, when you come up with, I want to say, almost an exact mirror copy of yourself, it's very difficult to find the openings. You're like, how do I deal with this? Stonehill, though, capitalized early on in games 2 and 3. They came up with those early goals, and that made Buena Vista a little bit more scared, a little bit more hesitant to do stuff. as well as over-aggressing as the time wound down, right? That late goal in game 2 really spurred them on to action. So well fought. Again, Skyhawks put it to test and take the 3-0 and move on to 3-2 in the series score this season.
Yeah, and because of that Swiss bracket, they're going to have a more challenging opponent next week, and we'll see how they're able to continue this run, because was it Stonehill rather, who was on the winning streak that you called out in the beginning?
I believe so. So I didn't. I don't know if I mentioned it as much as I wish I did. But no, it was actually Beavers who were on a 2-series win streak at the beginning, and to have it broken here means Skyhawks are currently on it as well. Stonehill will be running it up at 2 wins in a row so far, hoping to go for a third later on. But yeah, for Buena Vista, they are currently locked out. They fall to 2 and 3. It's an unfortunate case to be with, but plenty of time to still work your way back up.
Yeah, and now turning over to Stonehill once again, I do just want to commemorate how every player got their chance in the spotlight. I mean, E United setting up so many of those goals, Joker getting them in that second game, but Zeba coming in clutch in that game too. How many? I don't even think we got to see the stats, but Zeba got so many in. It had to be at least 4.
It was up there. It was absolutely up there, and that's the rotations that they had. Again, at the end of the day, this constant rotation of the players, making sure everyone is topped off, was very, very important. Games 1 and 2, we saw people zeroed out, and like you said, game 2 was a little bit of a fiesta in the early half of it. It was well played at the end, though, and it just goes to show you Stonehill are able to maintain and take the series very well.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to ask them a little bit more about that, as we're going to get an interview with a representative of Stonehill College, so don't go anywhere. Esports U will be back in just a couple of minutes.
Out the weakness of your opponent. So far, it looks like it is going to be a Buena Vista in the lead.
Yeah, I saw like 3 just barely missed touches in a row until finally you're able to sideswipe the ball straight. Way to start, because shots keep getting set up.
And honestly, Stonehill have an open goal. Phenomenal rotation of who's on defense, who's on the attack. That's going to be a carry over, but he's trying to be a little bit fancy. Stonehill will punish once again. That's off of a dribble right there. You can see it. Watch his dribble. A nice goal, but you can see the side play. Solely focus on the defense. Waiting, and that's their opportunity. As soon as it presents itself, they tie things back up. These 2 teams battling neck and neck for this. Respawns are going to be different, but for the most part, you reset. You get that mental break for at least seconds. However, the flow is still looking at one more score, or else you might be in some trouble. That's the roll in, and Ryan ties things up. 30 seconds left on the clock. What a time to score that goal.
Stonehill, they've gotten some early goals before. Remember, you need to be seeing again, because otherwise Stonehill are going to go into overtime. It's not what we want to do in its first game, and Joker already gets the initial shot. Can anyone stop it? No, Joker gets it again.
Who can aggress third? And that's going to be it. Joker from the long shot along the field. Look at this from the backboard. Straight to Joker's feet. The touch is so delicate. Stonehill.
They get it down the field. Can they run it in? No. The demolition, though, sets up this good defense to finally able to get the ball out of there. Stonehill once again takes control.
That is a dangerous scenario. That's a pop. That's a pop and a half, and that's from down.
I like Rosie's good interrupt right there, but still a nice pop-up. Ryan not able to get the proper angle to prevent that demon getting the ball in. Beautiful stuff right there. The gentlest of touches.
However, when an opportunity presents itself for a double, leaves a little bit of an exposed section, but it's not going to be enough. 20 seconds left. Stonehill are not trying to do anything too crazy. That's a goal from...
Maybe Buena Vista can find a crack in the armor in the next game, but with 20 seconds, how many miracles can you make? As I say that, look at this already.
Favor because Buena Vista have been on the aggression, but that's a great demo. Joker takes out Ryan, and E United now takes goal number 1.
And already Stonehill looking to make this a clean 3-0, but kind of high. Can anyone interrupt that pass? It goes right into
point, you're just trying to keep it out of the hands of the opponent, and it looks like it works. Stonehill, out of all the games that have been played, it looks like it's a final goal to end it. Stonehill ended with the assist from the squad. Zima.
Welcome back to Esports U Broadcasting ECAC. I'm Heel Miles here with Orbital, also here with E United, also known as Mars, here to illuminate how they managed to get that win. Mars, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Hey, we're doing fantastic after that show, and the first thing I want to ask is, that first game, very scrappy, but then you had a bit of a sizable break for some technical difficulties, and when you came back, Stonehill was looking dominant. So what was happening during that break?
Well, it wasn't like a tactical timeout. Like, our
Yeah.
teammate legitimately had a technical issue.
Yeah.
But he was in call on his phone, and we were like discussing. Because a couple things that we were trying to do didn't really work. Like some passing play stuff like that. So we were trying to set different stuff up that we were practicing earlier. And then when he came back, we had it all ready. We talked over stuff, and we just, we kicked it up. Game 2, we looked a lot better.
You really, really did, and one of the things that I like to always talk about, you always hear me talk about it, is that a control and the patience and waiting, and it seemed over the course of the game, it was you guys were able to punish more and more of what BVU were trying to do. Is that something that you actively look for? Is that something that you actively practice for? Is that just something that you kind of noticed at the end? It was like, hey, we can go for some of these shots.
Like a lot of the times we saw like they were making some mistakes when they were getting like pressure on our goal. So they would have like the ball in our half, and they would start making some mistakes. So we noticed we could capitalize off of them, and we decided like, okay, we'll play a little bit more aggressive when they're in our half, and then when we're in their half, we'll play more patient. So just something like that.
It worked well. And again, in game 3, that was probably the closest one that we saw. You were sitting on 1 goal for, I think, about 3.5 minutes, working down to the timer. What were you guys feeling? Were you worried that it was going to go to overtime, or did you still feel in control of the game?
Definitely a little bit scarier. It looked like they found some stuff out in game 3 too. It looks like they, started clicking in game 3 as well. So we just had to make sure we didn't give them momentum to like start, actually scoring and getting more pressure. But just, yeah, definitely a lot scarier than game 2 was, I'll tell you that.
Well, that's scary for sure, but you did come out on top, and the practice you put in, all those setups, they definitely show out. And so, to wrap things up, I just want to ask, is there anyone, a player, a teammate, a coach that you want to shout out in this interview before we wrap things up?
I'll shout out a couple of people. I'll shout out my friend Isaiah that I was playing with. I love Isaiah. Thank you, Isaiah, for playing with me. Diva, of course. And then my girlfriend, Isabella Mancini. I love you, Isabella. And that's pretty much it.
Hey, perfectly great shout outs right there, and I can see how you've gotten so good, and I can't wait to see where you'll go from there. But for now, that's all we got for you. Thank you so much for your time, Mars.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
And with that, we are going to be wrapping things up for Rocket League. However, Esports U is not done yet. We still have Overwatch tonight with Septilence and Jag. So be sure to stay tuned to Esports U. But for now, that's it for me. I've been Kilo Miles. This has been Orbital. We will see you some other day.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to ECAC Week 5 Overwatch Edition, brought to you on Esports U. I am Septilance, joined by the handsome and talented Jag, and we are going to be kicking it off with our first of 2 series here tonight. But Jag, before we get into the logistics, how you doing, man? How's your day been today?
I'm doing great. I mean, it's been, I feel like a week or two since you and I have been able to be on the cast together, so that's always great to get back into the swing of things. And, you know, some things don't change. Your introduction to me always flatters me wholeheartedly, but
stop.
For the first time, we're going to be seeing Open Division here on ECAC Uni. We've done Valorant, we've done Overwatch, but it's always been the top tier teams, the highest elo ones. Today, we get to see some of the lower SR teams, but honestly, that's even more exciting in my opinion.
I agree for several reasons, and I'm not going to go into all of them, but the one in particular is in the lower ranks, in the players that are a little bit lower on the ladders, we are more likely to see just off-the-wall insane things happen. We are more likely to see off-meta picks or just insane plays and rotations, and those are, at this point in Overwatch's current state, my favorite thing to see. It's when a Torbjorn comes out on offense for no reason that I really start to love the game all over again. But by no means are these teams doing poorly, right? They have both broken even as of right now, sitting at a 2-2 scoreline. So either way, somebody's buffing up their KD a little bit, and somebody will walk away 2 and 3. So this is going to be really interesting, especially because from what we've heard, the ranks are pretty separated, pretty large. Or what am I trying to say? They're pretty far apart. There's a lot of wiggle room between the ranks here.
Yeah, one of these teams, they have some diamond players, which, you know, is, I would say, in the upper echelon. I would say not the top of the top, but, you know, it's definitely way above average at this rate. We've talked about the other SRs. It looks like it's like about a gold average, but beyond that, we have no idea, because like you said, these two teams are both 2 and 2. They're both vying for playoff spots. This extra win would get them a lot closer. A loss might doom them, honestly, to miss out on this spring split playoffs. So there's a lot on the line for both Post University as well as the UNC Greensboro Genesis. I think also both these teams are coming off 2 different win-loss records in terms of last week, at least. Last week, Post University, they lost 3-0-1 to Kentucky, so they did get that map 4, but it wasn't a win. It was because of a draw. Greensboro, they were able to squeak out a 3-2 against Cole College. So you gotta wonder, does that momentum from that win, you know, you're doing a little bit better, maybe that can push you forward in this series early on? We're gonna have to see, as Nepal will be where we start off.
All starting off, and I'm excited because, Jag, I feel like Nepal is probably the least seen starting map out of kind of the controls that we're often given. I'm really excited because this can indicate Orisa, who we don't see very often. This can bring out Lucio if they're feeling a little bit shaky with it. And there's going to be Frosty on the junk. I'm not going to get too excited. There's so much time to change. But already we're seeing characters I haven't seen in quite a while.
Yeah, it does seem like it's going to be double shield across the board. Not too surprising, but the way that they might try to run this could be very different. Post, with the Lucio, we'll get better positioning, a little bit less healing, won't have that res, but we'll also get that potential greater chance for environmental eliminations. They already have the Hull, they already have the accretion, but having the Lucio who can group people left, right, and center, depending on where they try to meet UNC Greensboro, that could be a big difference maker. And, I mean, you talked about Torbjorn. Good and Togs making it happen.
That was like supposed to be like an off the wall, like unexpected example, but yeah, good talk. A lot of the Greensboro. They're going to be trying to find this opening, the turret already falling, and Frosty, I think on the side of Post, is going to be the playmaker looking for the haymaker here. You know what I mean? This is going to be that Junkrat spamming down the shield, looking for these opportunities, but instead it is Magic on the side of UNCG that is going absolutely insane right now, able to find a single, turns it into a double, almost a triple there, but unfortunately not able to pick up that third kill quite yet. Oh, Gutentag with a just fadeaway headshot onto my dude San. Right now, Post, they've just got to get back into their spawn.
Yeah, they gotta run out of this. And I do like the Lucio in theory. I think it's the Ana that's kind of the problem here. It's not how Surge Meech is playing it, it's just the character is not going to be nearly as strong as Baptiste, because Baptiste does area of effect. Healing not only with his ability of a primary fire, Ana can only heal one target at the time, and she doesn't have the immortality field. So if anyone falls weak, you don't have that saving grace that can keep everyone alive for a few extra seconds and then heal them back up. You will have the Nano that could do that later, but again, it's single target for everything in her kit.
Yeah, it's kind of, like you said, constantly that single target. That's a huge issue. Maybe you're able to get a little bit of viability here and there, but those single shots don't go nearly as far as you want them to. Frosty gets some damage there, takes somebody offline. The resurrection now through. My dude Sa takes the Baptiste down, but the garage door has already been opened, and oh, tilt control is going to be going down early. Post finally looking like they may be able to win this fight. Gravitic Flux, a bit of a panic ultimate from Natarade. But, oh no, excuse me, it does find one. One going to be able to turn into two. I thought nobody was going to fall to that, but instead it's becoming a half-team massacre.
All over the place. I mean, J-Bev, last one alive, but I'm not sure if she's going to be long for this world. The Lucio going to fall as well to the Molten Core. This engagement is taking so long, and it's taken so much out of both sides. It does look like Post will have a few more ultimates to use here in this last engagement, but that's the thing. It could be the last one, and especially losing Sir Meech. Now, there's Sigma, right? Like, they're just losing people way after the fights actually ended, and now they're down to their last 15 or 25 seconds. Excuse me. I'm not good at numbers. We've been over this. We're not good at math.
Yeah, no, math has never necessarily been our strong suit, but numbers seems to be the name of the game for UNCG. They are just 16 seconds away from being able to cap first point Nepal 100 to 0. Or is that a 9? I don't know, I think it's a little bit fuzzy. No, okay, it was an 8. Now, we've got less than 10 seconds on the clock. J-Bev, she's going to drop that supercharger early, trying to help that Bongo make some music. The tire from Frosty, I'm not even sure where that is. Oh, it's going to be going up and through the Mega right now. Oh, wow, okay, actually some huge value for Post. They're actually going to be able to flip the point as well.
Yeah, they get them off the point. Now they're winning the fight pretty decisively. I mean, there were some ultimates committed that maybe weren't needed at the very end, but it is going to be definitively in their favor. But now you got nothing to work with. The thing you're closest to right now is a sound barrier. Greensboro, they're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 ultimates, and Natorade's Gravitic Flux just came online.
Yeah, that Gravitic Flux worked out well last time. It really gave dividends to the side of UNC Greensboro. Can Natorade make it happen once again? Honeyone has that garage door ready to be open. That amplification matrix can go the distance, and it looks like they're going to try to find some distance early. Natorade taking a bit of damage, but not going to be enough to stop the Sigma quite yet. My dude Sa, the first to fall. A blind Swan not far behind, and Post just needed some times by themselves, but UNCG will not leave Post alone. Sorry, okay, I got it out of the way. We can focus back on the game. Natorade brings that Gravitic Flux out early, but it's just not going to land any of the value appreciation, trying to take out that Orisa, forcing all of Post back into the small room here on the Mega, but nobody's going to be able to capture. Nobody's going to be able to, first of all, get up to the Mega, and second of all, they are not getting out of there. My goodness, Gutentag with the triple kill put Post back down.
Just a Torbjorn difference sometimes, and that turret can do everything in the world and more. Not sure if anyone can touch, does not look like it, and it's going to be UNC Greensboro taking this first point. That got a little bit chaotic, a little bit hectic, which I think we were both expecting. That's kind of how some of these team fights can go, especially on Control. I think if you're Post, you got to be pretty happy with how the fact you were actually able to get 50% on the point. I think you just committed way too much in that winning fight. I think the Nano was something that you definitely could have saved for another day. Now maybe not having an Ana again in that comp could have worked out better. I don't think there's a really great Nano target there. Usually you want to put it onto your tank. And there, I thought the Junkrat might be the best bet just for all that extra damage, but Orisa already has the Fortify, Sigma has the Grass, they already have pretty good sustain abilities. But regardless, they got to move on from that. The comp they're running right now, I love. We'll have to see how these Symmetra teleporters work out on both sides as we move now to the second point here in Nepal.
I'm trying to see. We saw a lot of swaps and then a lot of swaps back. UNCG, it looks like they're not going to be changing much. Erratic Ellis rocking the Mercy here. We saw a little bit of that last round as well. But Post, they're going for that Ryan Zarya, that classic brawl comp that we see. Frosty playing and sticking on the Symmetra, so they're going to be going for a much more defensive play style on point. If they can cap it first, that greatly increases their chances of success. But the second that Symmetra goes down, that can spell disaster.
Yeah, and it's really all about setting up on the point if you're going to run this Symmetra. They're really not able to do it. They're actually just pushing through. They're not even trying to set up on the point. They're trying to push Greensboro off the point, and they did it. So this should be a pretty good first cap, but no!
I talked about the importance of that Symmetra falling, and of course she's the first to go. Frosty and Stormbeach going to be taken offline back-to-back. Insane play from the DPS on the side of UNCG. Blind Swan not far behind, and with a 6v3, there's not much Post can do. They start out strong, but just like that, Waffle Iron has been flipped. They've got to tuck tail and get out of dodge. UNCG, they are looking to cap this point in a complete and total team kill, but I'm not sure they're able to find all 6. I think technically that's all 6.
It's not the point yet, so that's another extra 10% going the way of Post University, and I think the way they engaged that was really smart. They pushed Greensboro off. They have the move speed advantage. You can just kind of push forward through with the Reinhardt because Orisa as well as Sigma Shield are more stationary than Ryan Shield. The issue is that a Blind Swan went a little bit too deep there, a little bit too close to the sun. It left Frosty super vulnerable. It's going to leave their Lucio vulnerable there, and you can see Greensboro, they already have one, and they also have so many ultimates.
Yeah, they find the one elimination, and now they really don't have to use many other ults. Jbev caught out by that Molten Core. A devastating play, and I think that Ryan thinks he's hiding, but yeah, Hammer clipping through the wall is a bit of a dead giveaway on where that Reinhardt may be. Oh, but now we know exactly where he's going to be, and that's going to be in Spawn, taken offline early. Sirmeech finding themselves not far behind. UNCG, Jag, they start off a little bit rough that first fight. They have to play a little bit slower than they wanted, and the second they turn it around, they are just all over it. They are not going to give Post much time to move.
No, they only use one ultimate there. It's only the Molten Core. They're going to have 5 ultimates to work with here. Post, they do have 5 of their own, but the positioning isn't great, and again, they lose someone.
I mean, Post is falling for a classic mistake here. You've got to stay behind that shield, and if you don't have it, you cannot push out without it. Right now, already 2 of them go down. They traded out for a single ultimate bomb. Will fall onto my dude Soft, who's now locked in that Reaper. Looking to put these shotguns to work, able to find one elimination. Can they pick up much more? No wraith in sight, taking quite a bit of damage. Can they survive? But no, what a shot from Gutentag, putting them down and out. Now only 25 seconds left on the clock. UNCG, they started large, they're staying in charge, and Post, they are not going to be able to take this much further if they do not win this fight right here, right now.
They do use 4 ultimates on the side of Greensboro, but Post, they're only going to have, well, 3, maybe 4 if this works out. It's really going to come down to this Death Blossom. This Death Blossom has to be huge. Maybe try to combo it with Jbev's Graviton Surge, get them locked down into one location. But if this Reaper falls early, it's going to be Doomsday.
There's the grab. Where's the Blossom? Mortality Field about to make itself the star MVP of the game. And my goodness, Jag, it is a 1-for-2 trade. Gutentag's Molten Core picking up so much damage. A Resurrection even coming through on the Baptiste. It is a full 6-man roster once again on the side of UNCG. These DPS putting Post to work right now. A 10-player kill streak from Naderade, but that is all in part due to the fact these DPS won't let anybody get close enough to deal damage, let alone find that kill. Lucio in, and Lucio somehow makes it right back out. A bit of a spin to win from a Blind Swan. Accretion going to be goofed just a bit, but this is just a stall from Post, who at some point flipped it in their favor.
Yeah, and they had the teleporter, so they actually have a chance. They do lose one person, but this is pretty much a full squad on their side. Unfortunately, doesn't look like that can be the case. Can they turn it around, Sebbles? I do not think so. It's a Reaper and a Baptiste against the Bob and the World, and Bob usually is going to do quite a few things as everyone falls. Wrecking Ball touches, but I think it's just going to be a matter of time.
I mean, we don't call him the aim Bob for nothing, and that is a 3K coming through for Bob right there to secure UNCG a 2-0 victory on Nepal. Downside, if you're Post, you lose the map. That's definitely not something you want to see. Upside, this is a best of 5. So losing the first map is definitely not going to be the end of the world.
And I really like the comp they came out with here on the second point.
Agreed.
I think it synergized much better than the first one. I think it's just a little bit of communication. When you play Reinhardt, it's really important to make sure that everyone knows when you're putting your shield down, when you're pushing up, when they need to play corners. And just a few times here and there, UNC Greensboro, they saw one person peek out just a little bit too much, and they all focused fired on them. But these are things that are pretty easy to fix in the moment. You know, you can just kind of learn, hey, you know, if I'm saying back up, we all got to back up. I'm the Reinhardt. Yeah. I'm the one who's telling you what to do. And generally, these kind of things won't be happening as much on the next few maps that we have, unless we go to map 5 and controls there again. Because control, it's just so head-to-head. It's always people just going right at each other. Every other map, it's going to be a lot more about positioning, and the tempo is going to be a lot slower.
Yeah, absolutely. Control is the only map type in the world of Overwatch where it's teams playing on the exact same playing ground. They're constantly slamming into one another. Who can push, who can punch just a little bit harder. But any other map type is usually one team walking into the other, much more that offense and defensive play style. And that's part of the reason I love Control. It is just so chaotic. It is so hectic. And it is so unbelievably aggressive. But I'm not sure what the next map is. But either way, we know it's not going to be Control. And moving forward, there's so much that can be done with these different play styles. However, post, they've got to crack that small issue that we mentioned, that shield. If you walk in front of it, that is everything but a death sentence. You've really, really got to make sure you are working with that main tank to succeed.
And maybe the option is just don't run a shield tank. Wrecking Ball
Also
is
true.
very viable right now. We saw Post actually pull it out a few times, and while it was just for last second contest, that could be something they favor. Maybe they just didn't pull out the Wrecking Ball because generally it's not great to have a Wrecking Ball comp on Control. You usually need protection because, like you said, they're going at each other the entire time, so it's really about having that shield diff. This time, if you just play a more sporadic, chaotic comp, have a Tracer, have an Echo, you don't need everyone to be in one place. You can have everyone kind of doing their own thing, and then you collapse on someone who's squishy and weak. And it is going to be Havana. I think Wrecking Ball could work here, but we also do know this is kind of a home of double shield. A lot of teams like to run Widow as well. We're going to see some very different choices, I think, come out here.
Yeah, not only are we going to be seeing, like you said, most likely that double shield, I'm expecting to probably see either a Pharah or an Echo, at least on first point. I feel like we almost never see third point Havana, so I wouldn't be surprised if we did not today. But I would suspect, the DPS have a lot more room to work with. They have a lot more expansion on who they want to bring to the table, who they want to be working with. And with what we've seen from UNCG so far, they definitely have some preferences, right, on who they're bringing to the table. But I think this is a team that has more than just the comp we've seen already.
Yeah, they've run basically the exact same thing the entire time, but I agree. I mean, we haven't seen it just yet. I feel like they were like, hey, this works. We like it. Let's keep running it. Gutentag in particular looked amazing on the Torbjorn. And sure, the turret was doing quite a bit of work, but honestly, their accuracy with the Rivet gun was really impressive. What's so impressive about that is that it has an arc, so it's not just going straight across. It dips, so you got to really think about where you're aiming there. And I mean, we saw that fadeaway headshot on Sanctum. It was incredible. We'll have to see if it comes out again. I'd be a bit surprised, but seeing as they are the projectile player that far, like you were talking about, that could be what they run next.
Yeah, I think Torb could work on Havana. Should you run it? No, probably not. But could it work? I definitely think so. What I'm going to be looking for here, Jack, is what I always love to call that Havana hold, where the teams get way crazy up close and personal on the defense, and they just stall for as long as possible. Anything more than a minute is an insane amount of work.
Yeah, it's just the kiss a homie meta. You're just trying to get really close and, maybe into too much of their personal space. But real talk, I mean, the goal here, like you said, it's just to kill time off the clock. Really, it's not about winning the fight. If you build up ultimates, that's terrific. If you get someone staggered out, that's amazing. Honestly, if you're on defense and you've got someone who just lives way longer than everyone else, is able to kill more time off, that's perfect. You can still regroup on that first corner, and that's where you're going to hold next. I mean, alternatively, you can play a little bit farther back, try to take this high ground instead. It's not going to be as effective, but what it can do is it can give you range and better positioning for when it gets around the corner. It also kind of lets you avoid those more up-close and personal fights. It looks like that's what Greensboro wants to do here. They don't want to be right in the swing of things just yet, and they're going to have to deal with post-double sniper comp as well as double shield. This is kind of what we were expecting.
Yeah, nothing really surprising here. I'm not even surprised to see the Zenyatta, and I feel like he's not a character we see often, but Zen and Havana, I mean, they go very, very well together. My dude Saw looking to take Magics in this 1v1 Widow fight. And I think this is really going to be a battle of the snipers. Right now, the attacking team Post, they get to walk this card up and around, like you said, to that first corner, where the fight is truly going to begin. Maybe one of these snipers finds an elimination. They're able to control the fight a little bit more, but right now, they're simply just at the mercy of the map itself. Oh, and speaking of eliminations, Magic's going to be the first one to fall. My dude Saw finds the elimination. The resurrection comes through from Erratic Ellis. Pressure's on once again. Magic's, though, really getting pressured out. Gonna have to find the new spot to stand because these Sigma shots, they are really putting in some damage.
Yeah, the Mercy's not on them. The Zen is not alive, and neither is JPEV.
Yeah, my goodness, that's going to be Gutentag. I think this is just the DPS we need, right? It's not just projectile, it's not just hit scan, it's clearly anything across the board. That Cassidy's putting in more work than necessary. Magic's and Naderade trying to clean up that fallen work now, and Magic's able to do just that. 5 elims between the two DPS and a resurrection to boot. Gutentag already back.
Yeah, it seems like they might be switching to more of a dive comp now on the side of Post. There it is. I think the biggest thing about Post comp was that I like the Zen, but you need a Baptiste there. The Mercy, sure, she's got res, but you need a primary healer. Neither Mercy or Zen can really keep anyone alive for long. You don't really need the res because you're so close.
Oh! Well, maybe now you need the res.
Now you do.
Maybe now the res is necessary. Oh my goodness, that is going to be that my dude Saw falling so early. The fight hadn't even begun. They have to now commit bubble just to get that resurrection. They have no bubble to engage once they approach. Gutentag, they know that fact. My dude Saw picked up to be knocked right back down. The haircut comes a little bit too short and sends that Tracer into the spawn. Gutentag uncontested in the mid right now, doing everything they can and more. It is, like I said, Jack, I thought it was going to be, and it looks like I am right, just duel of the DPS here on the bottom.
Yeah, and the Tracer and the Genji, sure, you can get up really close and personal up in the face of snipers, and that might work well against some Hanzo, some Widowmakers. They might, you know, kind of panic because they can't out-duel them. Sometimes when it comes to aim, you really want that distance, but clearly the duel is going the way of UNC Greensboro, at least for the time being. I think the biggest thing right now is Post, they have to get a coordinated dive. They can't just kind of go willy-nilly on the DPS. It's got to be everyone or no one.
Right, yeah. These tanks, they need to be diving in. They need to look for these opportunities to strike early. And as long as Magix is doing what Magix is doing, I think this Widow is a no-brainer primary target. Can she grapple out? Yes. If the Winston and D.Va are fast enough, however, they can kill her before the grapple connects. It takes a lot. It requires D.Va's entire kit, the boosters, the rockets, and so on. But that kill would be huge. It would be the opening pose of these. And as a blind swan goes down, JBev not far behind before a fight can even begin. That's another 20, 30 seconds off the clock.
Yeah, we saw this a lot on Nepal, unfortunately, for the side of Post. They just kind of run in one by one, and you need to go for the full reset. You can't keep doing this to yourself because now you're down to a minute. You do have somewhat good positioning of where the card is. You could win it in one fight, but your Nano Blade, which is probably your fight winner right now, it's not there quite yet. And, you know, depending on how this next fight goes, if you lose one early like you have the last few fights, you might never get the chance.
Oh, wow. A great shot from Magix there. Phenomenal thing to take that Widow out early. We see my dude Saw back on the Widowmaker. And Post, they're playing a very small, but definitely still their version of musical heroes in their DPS lineup. It's not working out well. Musical Chairs is eliminating any chance of an ultimate they have in a game like Overwatch, all about ultimates. Naderade, speaking of ults, going to be able to use theirs. Take 3 out down the line. Looking to put JBev back into their spawn. 15 seconds left. They used the Nano. They've still got the Blade, but this Blade is going to have to be flawless, Jack.
If Gutentag gets out of this, it'll be amazing. They're anti, they're alone at 2v1. Yeah, it's not going to happen. And that actually might open the door in these last few seconds. The Blade, it might not have a Nano, but it will have this Valkyrie.
Yeah, now the Blade going to be coming out, finally able to get an elimination, trying to turn 1 into 2. Going to be able to, not quite able to find that third until the grapple up and out. I would not let Magix get out alive. It takes 3 whole seconds for a Widowmaker to relocate. She finds 1 headshot and your team comp comes crumbling. Tilt Control dying for, I think, the first time right there, maybe the second time. It's been quite a while since I've said that name, so you know they're definitely doing their job. And here in the overtime, trying to make these moments matter. Post to cap this first point. UNCG, though, they have just enough time to regroup as a full 6 and get right back into the fight.
Jedi?
Taking some space. Oh no. Frosty's somehow still alive. Magic's gonna go down. Frosty's traded out now, 1 DPS for another, and that was UNCG's time to get in. That was their green light. They're able to find 2 eliminations now. Genji Embers, you make it 3. My dude Saw already down, and it is just Gutentag all day long. He says hello and he says goodbye to the entirety of Post here on Havana. Wrecking Ball, Soul Survivor, and even that I don't believe is gonna be around for much longer. Just shy of that first point cap. Post is gonna get stopped in their tracks.
Gutentag giveth and Gutentag taketh away in that encounter. That was an ambitious flank to try to 2v1 the support lineup. And sure, you know, Mercy not necessarily known for her damage, but once the anti-nade came through, it was kind of all over. That was someone you got to guess to buy. The good news for them is that they had enough space where they could try to recontest that before the first point is capped. They did it pretty successfully. Frosty dives in pretty deep. I mean, you saw the D.Va go in. I actually really like the self-destruct being thrown out, because I think the play there is, okay, my Matrix isn't going to last long enough right now to try to, like, eat this ultimate, so I might as well just throw it out there. That way they don't have the angle they want to actually go for the eliminations. But that was still something they could have really used later on. If that self-destruct was more than just zoning, if it was used for eliminations, that could have been a difference maker. So it's kind of a danged if you do, danged if you don't, unfortunately, for Post. There's a win condition online, though. It's not going to be that first point. They weren't able to cap it, but if they can stop UNC Greensboro from getting all the way to that first point capture, they would go up 1-1, or they would get tied 1-1, and then we'd have a map 4 guaranteed.
Yeah, the map 4 would be guaranteed, and I think Post is playing for just that. They want to stall UNCG as long as they possibly can. The Bastion Pharah, Jag, this is not something I have seen in ages. I wanted those weird, I wanted those unconventional comps, giving us a little bit of razzle-dazzle, and it looks like Post is going to be able to do just that, bringing out one of my favorite characters in the game. I hope this Bastion just does so incredibly well.
This could be Bastion versus Bastion, actually. Gutentag's on it too, so maybe they're expecting this. This is going to be really intriguing. We'll have to see who's able to spam out more.
Yeah, it is now a duel of the spams here. This is going to be one Bastion versus another. Gutentag trying to find the Pharah. Gets quite a few shots onto Frosty. And speaking of Frosty, 47% onto Barrage, but if you don't live long enough to use it, it is not going to matter. Post being caught out as well, but JBev trying to get a little bit of E, trying to find some damage. They've just got to take out Gutentag, and the entirety of this offense crumbles for Greensboro.
Yeah, and I think because Frosty's playing this really smart. This is how you play. You play it above, but you lose. Oh, it's trades, but I think it's going the way of Greensboro eventually.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. Greensboro was a little bit shaky there until Magic flipped the corner and found that double now Resurrection coming through onto Frosty, 6% away from that barrage.
What?
Reback! Oh, that felt personal. Gatorade there with a serious ult kill. Perhaps it was an accident, perhaps it was intentional, but by golly, was it fantastic. 3 minutes left. Post burned a full minute off the clock, Jack. That is everything they could have worked to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think they would have loved to hold it longer. I think that res that came out, it was greatly timed, but unfortunately Frosty does get killed by the DMEC. They do have the barrage. That's the big thing right now. So that barrage is kind of your bread and butter for this next fight. You really need to land it well, which means you're going to be looking for where that D.Va's playing. You're going to be looking for Naderade to be out of position.
Yeah, you want to try to take that D.Va offline before you pop the barrage, but as the blind swan goes down, ultimates now have to be used a little bit earlier than we want. Our Resurrection comes through, Gutentag, the majority, but not all of that ultimate going to be eaten. Now the D.Va already down, JBev gone. Going to be a trade out now as my dude Saz rolling through the front line of UNCG, able to find a double, trying to turn it into a triple, but the work has been done regardless. UNCG are not going to go down without a fight here.
Yeah, but that's going to be the bongos on the side of Post. I think the Supercharger will be the end of the fight for Greensboro. Not much they can do here, and again, I think Greensboro just going a little bit too far forward. Last time it was Gutentag, this time it was Tank Line. It's not over till it's over. It doesn't matter how many eliminations you're up, especially when there's a Mercy, especially when there's a Bastion, it can be easily turned in the other team's favor. So you really got to play the objective. You really don't want to be chasing eliminations here when you haven't cleanly won the point. You haven't cleanly won the capture just yet.
Absolutely. And looking to win that capture now is going to be Greensboro once again. The barrage is useless. Oh, what a high noon from Magic. That was so personal, but oh my goodness, did it work well. Post's final stand is going to be a...
We might have lost Sentinels for just a moment, so I will continue to call the action. In the meantime, it's a double self-destruct from Naderade, and that must be the icing on the cake, as this final point will be captured. Took them a little bit of time, it took them a few fights, but Greensboro will be able to win this one out. They will go up 2-0
a bit more of a whimper as they lose 3.
Hey,
I think I'm back.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Oh my goodness! What?
You always. The thing is, you always go out and then you come back for just a moment. I never know if you're actually back or not. But
my router just loves to pseudo reset. Oh, I'm sick of it. I'm so over it. But hey, we're back. That's all that matters. And UNCG find themselves on a game point scenario already, Jack, putting themselves up not only on Nepal but on Havana as well. I'm gonna say Havana was very close. When I saw the Bastion Pharah come out, I was quite concerned, but they held it for nearly 2.5 minutes before losing that map. So that really did work out well. My prediction was correct. We didn't see any more of Havana. I feel like I never do. It's always just first point and that's it. Somebody gets full held and then somebody else barely makes it. That seems to be the story of Havana. But going into our next map, which I actually don't know the map type. It might be hybrid. That would just be my guess, but it might be 2CP as well. I have no idea. Either way, Post, they've got to pick something. Yeah, so it is Assault 2CP coming up next. And Post, they've got to do something different here. Jag, with the characters you've seen them bring out, is there any map where you're right away thinking, oh, go here to make those comps work well?
I would say probably Volskaya, and I'd say that because out of the Assault maps, I feel like that's where you can do the most. I feel like that's where you could run the dive most effectively. And I actually really like their dive comp. I thought there were some great moments of brilliance. I think the issue is, you kind of pointed out to it, a little bit of musical chairs, so they can never really build up the ult economy like they wanted to. The nano being used on the Winston instead of saving it for the blade was something that I really wish they had chosen not to do. And I think you could do a very nice dive here on attack. That's what I think would give them the best choice, but there's only really 3 maps they can choose from anyway, so
Yeah.
we'll have to see what they do. And I believe they'll be taking a short break before we find out.
Very true. We're going to be throwing it to a super short break, so everybody use this time. Get up, get water, use the restroom. We'll come right back here in 3 minutes and 28 seconds. We'll be waiting for you then with some more Overwatch action. ECG that is going absolutely insane right now. Able to find a single, turns it into a double, almost a triple there, but unfortunately not able to pick up that third kill quite yet. Oh, good talk, huh? Like you said, constantly that single target, that's a huge issue. Maybe you're able to get a little bit of viability here and there, but those single shots don't go nearly as far as you want them to. Frosty gets some damage there, takes somebody offline. The resurrection now through. My dude Saw takes the Baptiste down, but the garage door has already been opened, and oh, it's 9. I don't know, my thing's a little bit fuzzy. No, okay, it wasn't 8. Now we've got less than 10 seconds on the clock. J-Bev, he's gonna drop that supercharger early, trying to help that Vago make some use of the tire from Frosty. I'm not even sure where that is. Oh, it's gonna be going up and through the Mega right now. Oh, wow. Value appreciation, trying to take out that Orisa, forcing all of Post back into the small room here on the Mega, but nobody's going to be able to capture. Nobody's going to be able to, first of all, get up to the Mega, and second of all, they are not getting back down.
Just a tour of your indifference sometimes, and that turret can do everything in the world and more. Not sure if anyone can touch, does not look like it, and it's going to be...
has been flipped. They've got to tuck tail and get out of dodge. UNCG, they are looking Kaplan's point in a complete and total team kill, but I'm not sure they're able to find all 6. I think technically that's all 6.
It's not the point yet, so that's another extra 10%.
We're going to put these shotguns to work, able to find 1 elimination. Can they pick up much more? No Wraith in sight, taking quite a bit of damage. Can they survive? But no, what a shot from Gutentag, putting them down.
Early gets in a beat Doomsday.
There's the grab, where's the Blossom? Mortality Field about to make itself the star MVP of the game, and my goodness, Jack, it is a 1 for...
And Bob usually is going to do quite a few things as everyone falls. Wrecking Ball touches, but I think it's just going to be a matter of time.
I mean, we don't call him the aim Bob for nothing, and that is a 3K coming through for Bob right there to secure UNCG a 2-0 shot. They are really putting in some damage.
Yeah, the Mercy's not on them,
Oh.
the Zen is not
Oh.
alive, and now there's JBev.
Yeah, my goodness, that's going to be Gutentag. It's just, I think this is just the DPS we need, right? It's not just projectile, it's not just hit scan, it's clearly anything across the board. That can.
And, you know, depending on how this next fight goes, if you lose one early like you have the last few fights, you might never get the chance.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
A great shot from Magix there. Phenomenal thing to take that Widow out early. We see my dude Saw back on the Widowmaker.
It actually might open the door in these last few seconds. The Blade, it might not have a nano, but it will have this Valkyrie.
Yeah, now the Blade going to be coming out, finally able to get an elimination, trying to turn 1 into 2. Going to be able to, not quite able to find that third until the grapple up and out. I would not let Magix get out alive. It takes 3 whole DPS for another, and that was UNCG's time to get in. That was their green light. They're able to find 2 eliminations now. Genji Embers, you make it 3. My dude Saw already down, and it is just Gutentag all day long. He says hello, and he says goodbye to the entirety of...
It's trades, but I think it's going the way of Greensboro eventually.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. Greensboro was a little bit shaky there until Magix flipped the corner and found that double now resurrection coming through. Onto Frosty, 6% away from that barrage.
What?
Absolutely. And looking to win that capture now is going to be Greensboro once again. The barrage is useless. Oh, what a high noon from Magix. That was so personal, but oh my goodness, did it work well. Post's final stand is going to be a...
Took them a little bit of time. It took them a few fights, but Greensboro will be able to win this one out. They will go up 2-0
a bit more of a
in
whimper
the
as they
series.
lose 3.
Hey,
I think I'm back.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Oh my goodness. What?
You always, the thing is, you always like go out and then you come back for just a moment. I never know if you're actually back or not, but
my router just loves to like pseudo reset. Oh, I'm sick of it. I'm so over it. But hey, we're back. That's all that matters. And UNCG find them. Good evening, everybody, and welcome back for some more ECAC Week 5 Overwatch action brought to you on Esports U. I'm still Septulence, that is still Jag, and this is still Post going up against UNCG for our third and possibly final map of the series.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty interesting because we do have a little preview of the lobby. We know that Greensboro, they're swapping things up just a little bit here, it looks like. So we're going to have to see how that goes. I don't want to spoil anything just yet. I think they're going to be some swaps. Actually, it looks like on both sides from what I'm seeing here. So we're going to see some new names coming in, maybe some names we've already seen swapping into new roles. This assault map, you know, it could be more of the same. It could be UNCG getting a clean 3-0, or Post could start making their comeback right here.
Oh, and we are going to Temple of Anubis. That is a map that I, full disclosure, forgot exist. During the break, I was cycling through the assault maps in my head, and I was like, what could they pick? What could they pick? Anubis did not cross my mind. I'm a Junkrat player, and I didn't even think of Anubis. Whatever. Either way, I am really excited to see it. I'm glad it's not Hanamura or Volskaya, just because I feel like we see those so often. And these teams, they're taking us to maps I feel we don't see super often. I mean, first it was Nepal, and then Havana, now going to Anubis. These are lesser seen maps, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I would say probably Havana is the one that we most regularly see, but Nepal in particular, you know, we out of all the control maps, I think is the one I see the least, like the very least. It's at the bottom of the list. Again, like there's only 3 control maps. I know that you're just so in love with Paris, so that was the map you were thinking of as the other assault option. Everyone's favorite map. Who doesn't love Paris? So fun to I don't know. I got no more joke there. It's pain. But on Anubis, the reason why I didn't think they'd pick it was because I feel like it's actually the map where you have the least options when it comes to how you want to attack, especially because of that first choke point. Defenders, they set up on high ground, they spam away with the Junkrat that you love so much, and what can you really do? You can try to dive into it. It's really hard because there could be a trap. You could potentially get booped away by a brig if they have a brig on defense. You could try to teleport through the middle. Like, there are ways to play this that are a little bit differently, but it's just generally not going to be as versatile as the other assault maps in the pool.
Absolutely, and Temple of Anubis can work very well restart the sentence. Temple of Anubis can work very well too, because there is a character that really thrives here on Anubis. I'm not going to say who, but her name begins with W and rhymes with Widowmaker. That's a character I feel like we're going to see possibly on the side of UNCG, because Magic's earlier not missing a shot, and as we can see now, we've got Here Is Ye swapping in on that DPS role. We've got the Guten tank making an appearance as well, so UNCG swapping up quite a few things. I think Post's only change is going to be Flirty now in that DPS role instead of Saw.
Yeah, and I'm looking through my notes, and if I remember correctly, I believe that Erratic Ellis is actually originally a tank player. I'll have to double check that real quick, but they're making a few changes here, and you know, I think that sometimes they like to try new things out, see how it works, see what they can do. But you got to be careful. You don't want to get too confident in yourself. You don't want to, you know, make too many crazy adjustments here, because you never know. All of a sudden, you could be seeing yourself 2-2 on the other end of getting reverse swept. It's happened. We've seen it happen before of our own very eyes.
Yeah.
Greensboro, though, they want more of the same, and not super surprising, Magic on the Widow, and then Here Is He going to be on that Junkrat that you love, and honestly, I love too. I shouldn't just say you anymore. I'm a fan of the rat.
He is incredible. I'm happy to have converted you to the Junkrat. Yes, we got the funny Widow bug where we still see her gun while she shoots. I think this is the goofiest thing in the whole world. I get such a kick out of it. Here Is Ye finds an insane elimination early. Magic's already sending Flirty back to spawn, and one by one Post is just getting taken down. I think that's the best physical example we've seen, Jack, of how Post just continues to walk in one at a time, and it makes them so easy to take out.
Yeah, they really gotta be careful. I mean, the dive comp, again, like I was just mentioning this, you could try to run in with your Winston, but that's gonna put everyone else kind of at risk. The Winston can get blown up really quickly. JBEP has to be there to protect them. Do they protect the team? How do you protect anyone from Magic, who has completely just been on a rampage the last map? And it's, I guess, this one as well.
Yeah, it is an incredible performance so far. I mentioned how I thought this Widowmaker might make an appearance, and finally Magix is going to get taken down. One sniper dismisses another. Flirty now creating the window. That Post needed to engage the Nano. Winston coming in, but Here Is Ye taking Frosty out, an even larger lead. Here Is Ye storming through Post's defense. That's going to be 2 down already. Turn it into 3. Both the tanks taken offline, and Here Is Ye making somebody happy. That somebody is me. Looking great right now. Just giving UNCG such a large window to get on the point.
Yeah, now they're going to get staggered out here. We saw this a few times too. I mean, yeah, it stinks when you're the last one alive and there's not much you can do. That's a trap kill. There's 3 people though, and you could just potentially either walk straight into the enemy or just go back to your spawn. Instead, they rotate off to the point. They lose another 30-ish seconds off the clock there and counting. And I think that kind of goes into what we're seeing more from Post, is that they do have a great dive setup. I really like the nano dive. They get the Widow pick, they force the res. Sure, the tire comes out and kills Frosty. That's unfortunate. But then after that, like what happens? They just kind of all split up, and then that's how half your team gets stuck behind enemy lines and then gets taken down.
The site's up for UNCG, so Post really cannot do much to engage here. They've swept in front of the Hanzo, which I've got to say I like a lot more, but when your Winston gets tagged in the air like that, a clean headshot, it's going to force out, wow! A Primal Rage that is then melted in a matter of seconds. Boot and Tank putting in the numbers here, picking up a double kill in this fight. Post already half their time bank gone, and in Greensboro, they are just not moving a muscle.
No, they are not. They are holding this high ground like bosses. That is 2 rip tires for Heresy in very short time. They might be able to get a third before this round is all said and done. Post, they're not working with much here. They might have a nano. Yep, they will have a nano once more, but you don't have a blade. Frosty's caught out. They also get tagged up by the Widowmaker traps. They're going to be poisoned for a little bit, but they do get the Baptiste. This could be a huge opening.
Never mind. Oh my goodness, the huge opening gets traded, then res, and then 4 people go down. Oh my goodness, UNCG. There was a very small opening, and they just stole it right back. They didn't even give Post time to realize the opening was there. That was incredible.
But Frosty is getting close to that blade, only 22% away, 21 now. I think the plan here is you just let them farm that. Just let them do damage. Don't let anyone fall like that. I mean, there's enough time for the respawn, so not the end of the world. No need to res. But the nano was committed. It was committed onto the Genji, I believe before the blade.
The idea was probably to farm blade there, but even a nano is not going to save you from a rip tire. Nidorade takes out that Winston. Now Diva gone. Mercy not far behind, and Post with only 25 seconds left on the clock. They've got 2 ultimates moving into this, but that JBev may be the remake, not the bomb. We're going to have to find out in just a second. Okay, no, that is the bomb. 2 ultimates at the ready. 15 seconds on the clock.
They're going to have to go for a wrecking ball too, just to touch the point. It looks like they will get the touch as they are able to roll through the gravitic flux, but everyone is separated. Magic continues to find headshots.
Everybody is separated, Jack. That's the name of the game tonight. It's just how everybody is constantly not near one another. Magic with some great tracking. Not of that Lucio, who's now been taken offline. JBev losing that back, and Frosty's got the blade, but you are not going to have time to use it, my friend. UNCG giving us the strongest defense we've seen tonight, and that's really saying something because they've been giving us quite a show this evening.
Yeah, it's a full hold. It's the fullest of holds. Not even a tick is allowed. In fact, barely any point presence whatsoever, unfortunately, for Post. The only time they touched, I believe, was when the wrecking ball rolled through. They could not break through that archway, and this is why I was surprised, because I said, like, their versatility is something that I really have liked seeing tonight. I would love to see the Pharah comp. They can't really run Pharah here because the Widowmaker is always going to be up top just waiting for you. I think Full Sky would have been the pick, but they're going to have to make this work or it is going to be game over. They're going to fall to 2-3 on this season, which isn't necessarily the end. Maybe they can still make playoffs, but it's definitely going to be something that's going to be more of a hindrance than a help.
Yeah, and I've got to say, UNCG here tonight, they have been such an unstoppable force. Like, they just feel like they are barrages of water, the way that they can move so clean and quickly through the smallest opening, and they just are slamming down on top of Post, this unstoppable waterfall, and then Post, naturally, they're wet, they're standing under a waterfall, this waterfall of UNCG that never gives them time to think, time to move, or time to act. Post, like you said, this is their final time to shine, or UNCG is walking away with an aggressive 3-0.
Interesting comp coming out from Post as well. Again, I think the Baptiste would be a little bit better than the On just for that AoE healing. Frost is going to be on the Doomfist. Not something that we've seen thus far. It's not something you usually see on this map, but if you use it... Oh, okay, this makes a lot more sense to me. The Pharah, yeah, this is what I want to see. It's going to be a little bit better on defense, especially because there's no Widowmaker to deal with, but it could be a battle of the Sky who's able to reign supreme. Magic on the Echo, Frosty with the Mercy Pocket, both with Mercy Pockets actually. This could be a very exciting DPS battle to highlight.
Absolutely, like you said, it's going to be the battle of the Valkyries here as they both move in the wings, trying to be clipped by one another. Magic's going to miss that guaranteed laser kill. Oh, and actually it's going to be Magic who is the first to fall. A double kill now in favor of Post, but with a Resurrection coming through and a player already going down. Now Resurrection used on both sides, all eliminations officially permanent for the next roughly, let's say 26 seconds. And it's going to be difficult as that map falls early. Post able to find another elimination, turns into 3 in the defense from Post, finally giving us signs of life.
Yeah, and remember here, there is no win condition. It's a draw condition, just to continue the series, force it to continue onward. So you won't be able to pick up a map victory, but you can keep it going. Guten Tag, all the way in the defender spawn. Yeah, interesting. I think the idea maybe is to, if someone is eliminated, they can try to go for a spawn camp, but I'm not sure how well that's going to pan out, considering the battle's up here.
Oh, and it looks like they're already back. We actually saw a pile driver come through and rack up quite a bit of free damage. Guten Tank only 50% of that minefield, but the second it comes out, that is essentially some free point space made. And trading the Mercy for a resurrection like that is never something you want to see happen, especially when their wings are clipped immediately after. The Dragons from Flirty, a move of desperation to keep the team alive. And that Ana, she had the right positioning and everything, but unfortunately it is not going to be enough. The swap from Edge onto the Orisa, able to take out the Bongo, and in the process, maybe farm one of their own, but I don't think it's needed, Jag. That is going to be UNCG walking away with a clean 3-0 victory here tonight.
I think there, Frosty, the position just wasn't adequate. I really like the way they originally positioned that defense, which is having Frosty all the way in the back. Just had them spam really far away. There was no long-range hits on the side of Greensboro. They had the Tracer, but that was it. So if you just play far away, it's really only the Echo you're dealing about. But then they went way too close to where Greensboro was coming from. They got taken out. The Mercy had to use the res. They did get the res, but then they were taken out immediately. So even though you get the res onto Frosty, it's not really the best in a scenario, because then you're just afar about any sort of healing dedicated to you. And from there, you just saw one by one, they ended up falling. I think there's a lot of great potential for this post roster. There's a lot of things that I saw tonight that I really liked. I really liked also kind of the comps they did, but I guess the two biggest things I would say that we kind of saw consistently was, one, Baptiste instead of Ana, if you can do it, just because it's just a better hero for a lot of what you're running, which was double shield. And two, positioning, whether it's being too far forward in front of a shield or being out in the air like that at the very end when you're needed. Can't let it happen in a scenario like that, especially with how important this series was going to be for this team. On the other side for UNCG, just there's very little fault I can find except for those crazy flanks.
Yeah, those slightly absurd flanks, but I definitely want to jump back to post, something we talked about nearly every game, and it's something that I just want to say one more time. It's that lack of coordination when pushing in together. It was always one person pushing in, or maybe two if we were lucky, but it was never that full 4, 5, 6 that we needed, and post always felt just a little bit discombobulated, and that discombobulation may be the reason they lost tonight. But you know, I guess this is a great opportunity to look back and VOD review and see how close they came. They've just got to clean up a couple of things, and that's a team that could really be a force to be reckoned with. I think we're going to throw it to a super short break, as we're going to try to get an interview with somebody from UNCG. We're going to throw it to a break, get water, do whatever, and then everybody come back here. We'll have an interview, and then we've got a whole second series for you in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you soon. UNCG that is going absolutely insane right now. Able to find a single, into a double, almost a triple there, but unfortunately not able to pick up that third kill quite yet. Oh, Guten Tag, like you said, constantly that single target. That's a huge issue. Maybe you're able to get a little bit of viability here and there, but those single shots don't go nearly as far as you want them to. Frosty gets some damage there, takes somebody offline. The resurrection now through. My dude Sa takes the Baptiste down, but the garage door has already been opened. And oh, it says it's 9. I don't know. My thing's a little bit fuzzy. No, okay, it wasn't 8. Now we've got less than 10 seconds on the clock. J-Bab, he's going to drop that supercharger early, trying to help that Bongo make some using the tire from Frosty. I'm not even sure where that is. Oh, it's going to be going up and through the Mega right now. Oh, wow. Value appreciation, trying to take out that Orisa, forcing all of Post back into the small room here on the Mega, but nobody's going to be able to capture. Nobody's going to be able to, first of all, get up to the Mega, and second of all, they are not getting it back down.
Just a tour of your indifference sometimes, and that turret can do everything in the world and more. Not sure if anyone can touch, does not look like it, and it's going to be...
has been flipped. They've got to tuck tail and get out of dodge. UNCG, they are looking Kaplan's point in a complete and total team kill, but I'm not sure they're able to find all 6. I think technically that's all 6.
It's not the point yet, so that's another extra 10%.
We're going to put these shotguns to work, able to find one elimination. Can they pick up much more? No raid to the site, taking quite a bit of damage. Can they survive? But no, what a shot from Guten Tag, putting them down.
Early, it's going to beat Doomsday.
There's the grab, where's the Blossom? Mortality Field about to make itself the star MVP of the game, and my goodness, Jack, it is a 1 for...
And Bob usually is going to do quite a few things as everyone falls. Wrecking Ball touches, but I think it's just going to be a matter of time.
I mean, we don't call him the aim Bob for nothing, and that is a 3K coming through for Bob right there to secure UNCG a 2-0 shot. They are really putting in some damage.
Yeah, the Mercy's not on them, the Zen is not alive, and now there's JFev.
Yeah, my goodness, that's going to be Guten Tag. It just, I think this is just the DPS we need, right? It's not just projectile, it's not just hit scan, it's clearly anything across the board. That
And, you know, depending on how this next fight goes, if you lose one early like you have the last few fights, you might never get the chance.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
A great shot from Magix there. Phenomenal thing to take that Widow out early. We see my dude Saw back on the Widowmaker.
It actually might open the door in these last few seconds. The Blade, it might not have a nano, but it will have this Valkyrie.
Yeah, now the Blade going to be coming out, finally able to get an elimination, trying to turn 1 into 2. Going to be able to, not quite able to find that third of the grapple up and out. I would not let Magix get out alive. It takes 3 whole DPS for another, and that was UNCG's time to get in. That was their green light. They're able to find 2 eliminations now. Genji Embers, you make it 3. My dude Saw already down, and it is just Gutentag all day long. He says hello, and he says goodbye to the entirety of...
It's trades, but I think it's going the way of Greensboro eventually.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. Greensboro was a little bit shaky there until Magix flipped the corner and found that double now resurrection coming through. Onto Frosty, 6% away from that barrage.
What?
Absolutely. And looking to win that capture now is going to be Greensboro once again. The barrage is useless. Oh, what a high noon from Magix. That was so personal, but oh my goodness, did it work well. Post's final stand is going to be a...
Took them a little bit of time. It took them a few fights, but Greensboro will be able to win this one out. They will go
a bit more of a whimper as they lose 3. Hey, I think I'm back.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Oh my goodness. What?
You always, the thing is, you always like go out and then you come back for just a moment. I never know if you're actually back or not, but
my router just loves to like pseudo reset. Oh, I'm sick of it. I'm so over it. But hey, we're back. That's all that matters. And UNCG find themselves on a game point scenario. It's incredible. I'm happy to have converted you to the Junker. Yes, we got the funny Widow bug where we still see her gun while she shoots. I think this is the goofiest thing in the whole world. I get such a kick out of it. Here is Yi, finds an insane elimination early. Magix already sending Flirty back to spawn, and 1 by 1 Post. Much to engage here. They've swept on the Hanzo, which I've got to say I like a lot more, but when your Winston gets tagged in the air like that, a clean headshot, it's going to force out, wow! A Primal Rage that is then...
The Widowmaker traps, they're going to be poisoned for a little bit, but they do get the Baptiste. This could be a huge opening.
Never mind. Oh my goodness, the huge opening gets traded, then Red takes out that Winston, now Diva gone, Mercy not far behind, and Post with only 25 seconds left on the clock. They've got 2 ultimates moving into this, but that JBev may be the remake, not the bomb.
Wrecking Ball 2 just to touch the point. It looks like they will get the touch as they are able to roll through the gravitic flux, but everyone is separated, and Magic continues to find headshots.
Out of that, Lucio, who's now been taken offline. JBev losing that back, and Frosty's got the blade, but you are not going to have time to use it, my friend. UNCG giving us the strongest defense we've seen tonight, and that's back. We actually saw Pile Driver come through and rack up quite a bit of free damage. Gutentag only 50% of that minefield, but the second it comes out, that is essentially some free point space made. And trading the Mercy for a resurrection like that is never something you want to see happen, especially when they're waiting to keep the team alive. And that Ana, she had the right positioning and everything, but unfortunately, it is not going to be enough. The swap from Magic onto the Orisa, able to take out the Bongo, and in the process, maybe farm one of their own, but I don't think it's needed, Jag. That is going to be UNCG walking away with a... What is going on, everybody, and welcome back. Still Septilence and Jag, but this time we are joined by none other than the Widow Warrior themselves, Magix. So, Magix, a very simple question for you. I mean, you win a 3-0. How does that feel for your team?
Yeah, it feels great. Definitely a big confidence booster after coming in last week. I gotten shaken up, but now we feel like we're in a good spot.
Yeah, so that's actually great. That leads right into my next question. I want to ask, what do you think this 3-0 victory means for your team moving forward into these later games, into the later weeks? Do you think you're going to be able to continue this dominance that you found tonight?
I think we can. This is more like a test, kind of. We figured out what we can do and what we can't, and now we're kind of just putting it all together.
Yeah, you're putting it together at the right time, being able to get over that 2-2 hump, being able to go into that winning percentile, and, you know, getting really close to that playoff seed. Really good stuff all around. I want to touch back on really quickly something that you had just mentioned, because you guys were on the stream last week, and it was a very close 3-2 victory. You almost got reverse swept, as you were talking about before the break. How do you feel like this game went differently than last week?
Yeah, so after the almost reverse sweep last week, we kind of came in with what we wanted to do and what we knew we had to work on, and this time we just executed really well.
Yeah, the execution was pretty dang good tonight. I want to ask you personally, as the Widow Extraordinaire, one thing that I really liked about your gameplay was your Venom Mines. I was really impressed by the positioning and how you were able to shut down dives that were attempted on you, especially on that last map, Temple of Anubis. Do you have any other like tips or tricks about how people can better their gameplay on Widow with stuff like that?
Yeah, so I see a lot of people put their Venom Mines kind of in spots where people can walk into. I like to put it on myself, and I realized a while ago that your Venom Mine still goes on cooldown. So when it pops, you can place another one immediately, and it's free damage.
Yeah, that's so crazy. Like we cast this game, and I didn't even know that. That's something that I just learned right now. Was the Venom Mine cooldown? That is not something that I was aware of. But Magix, before we let you go, just one more simple question for you. Is there anybody you'd like to give a general shout out or a thank you to while you're here in the interview?
Just my teammates, really. My teammates played exceptionally well for the past few weeks, so
Yeah, absolutely. You guys put on a great show tonight, and we cannot wait to see what you do next. Let your whole team know for us a huge congratulations because we only get to talk to one of you, and we'll see you later.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, folks, we are going to be throwing it to another break. We've got a whole second series coming up for you in just a couple of minutes. We're going to use this time, get the lobby ready and whatnot. Y'all use this time, use the restroom, get snacks, do whatever, but come right back here for some more top-tier ECAC Overwatch action. We'll see you soon. Good evening, everybody, and welcome back. I hope you missed us just as much as we missed all of you at home. We are jumping right back in to our second series of the evening, Missouri Western State University versus Nicholls State University, Colonel Esports. And Jag, you mentioned this earlier, but I'll say it again. Both these teams, just like our last series, are coming in at a 2-2 scoreline.
Yeah, and I'm a bit disappointed you didn't give us that time back in so we could, make production do it. But I'm not disappointed about this upcoming series that we got here because, again, very similar position. These teams, even on the season thus far, fighting for that playoff spot. There's a lot on the line here. Again, not the end of the world just yet. There's still potential for them to make it into the playoffs as one of the lower seeds, but really here could just repel you all the way into it. This could be all you need going forward. So both teams have a lot riding on this. And again, it's kind of like the last series. These teams coming in on different win-losses from last week. Missouri Western State University, they got a 3-0 win over Nazareth College. Nicholls State, they're coming off a 3-0 loss to Catholic University of America. We saw in the previous series, the team that won last week, they had the momentum going into it. Is it going to be the same here? We're going to have to find out.
We truly are. I know that we're jumping into our first map in just a minute here, which is Busan. I was talking to our prod about this during the break. Busan, one of my favorite maps, or stages rather, in the entire game. A close second behind Lijiang Tower, but I'm very excited, and a huge part of the reason I love Busan is because there are, of course, 3 stages, right, as all control points are, but Busan, more than I think any other control map, calls for insanely different team comps depending on which stage you're playing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like it's a lot like John Tower in that regard as well, because, there's kind of one map that's good for Brawl. There's one map that's maybe a little bit more double shield dive oriented. This one can be a lot of things. I think that Brawl works here, but I've also seen a lot of dive because of that high ground. Both are definitely workable. We'll have to see what comps come out early. One thing I want to point out about this Missouri Western State University team, when I talked to them earlier, this roster is new. It's a rebuilding phase, and if I remember correctly, they actually said that they had a different roster planned out. Then, because of certain complications, half of them couldn't plan it anymore. So the people that are part of this roster right now, half of them are subs. Yet they have made this roster work. They're at 2-2, and they're looking to go onto a positive win record for the season.
Looking for that positive win record, as you mentioned, Jag, isn't going to be a nail in the coffin yet if you don't get it tonight. But we're getting to that part of the season where you really need as many wins as you can get. Jumping in, we're looking at, truly some very different team comps here. We've got a Reinhardt on both sides, and that seems to be where the similarities end. Oh, sorry, a Hanzo as well. But now we're jumping in. It looks like Nicholls is going to be able to get in early. NSU looking for their time to strike. And number 1 on the Doom to start things off. That's not something we see very often.
Yeah, I would see this maybe on, like, Night Market and Lijiang Tower. Here, I don't know where Doomfist can work. Here, maybe on this point of downtown, because there are a lot of close quarters on the point. We got to find some angles, and already this Doom's been spotted out.
Woo! Yeah. Oh, spotted out and put down. Oh my goodness, what a shot call to be able to dismiss JO. Air shell on as well, and NSU looking for their time to strike. Becky takes out T-Man, and the pressure is not going to be enough. Missouri, they are going to fall early with Nicholls finding that first point tap.
Yeah, you do get number 1, but the Colonels, they take the point over. They get a 2-for-1 trade when all is said and done. Now they've got positioning. I don't think they have their Ryan back yet, so that could be one thing that could be kind of detrimental. As you see that number 1 again going to be caught out. Number 1 might just be playing like a distracting role. Like, it might not even be about eliminations. Hey, if you can be a nuisance like a wrecking ball and run around and make them focus you, that might be all they need, so then they can run in once that distraction comes through.
Yeah, focus is indubitably the name of the game, and can that focus continue here for NSU? Law pops that Amp Matrix early, trying to make a little bit of space. That space looks like it's going to be maintained. Missouri stopped completely in their tracks.
Yeah, and it is still a 5v6. The Dragon Strike comes out. Could that be huge? It doesn't look like it. The Shatter!
The Shatter, oh my goodness, and what a great way to flip a fight right back in your favor. Becky with the 3K. I love that Shatter buff, by the way. I feel like I say that so many times. I get such a kick out of that.
Yeah, honestly, it's made a world of a difference. It's made Ryan feel much more viable, which is why Brawl has come back in the higher elos. We've seen it in a lot of Tier 2 and Tier 3 tournaments lately. What we haven't seen is a Doomfist working out this well on Busan this early on. We could see the Slam and the Jam, the Meteor Strike, as well as the Graviton Surge combination. It is ready to go, and the Baptiste already using Mortality Field.
Oh my goodness, there's the Slam, where's the Jam? Okay, we're not going to be able to get much damage out of it. Not what I was hoping for, but I still love it. Honestly, number 1, the ability to stay alive, and just coordination, cycling of these cooldowns is incredible. To play Doom at a high level, you have to know when to use these cooldowns and when to kind of, you have to know when to hold them and know when to fold them, right? And number 1 seems to have a pretty good understanding of that right now. Lego Monk already taken offline once again. Unfortunately, that Doom on their lonesome just cannot do enough. Nicholls are going to fall, and Missouri State, they're going to be able to put themselves back in charge.
Yeah, Missouri Western finally able to get some point casted. They have the Gravitic Flux, they have the Dragon Strike, so that could be a combination. Use the Dragon Strike after the Gravitic Flux lands. But Nicholls State, I feel like there were two big missed opportunities there. First, the Meteor Strike grab combo that they had, but then the Graviton Surge, even if it's not used for that, you could have just used it to zone them out and stop them from touching the point.
Oh, speaking of zoning, here comes a huge Gravitic Flux into the Dragons. An insane combo. We see it very often. It works very well almost every time. Becky already going to be taken offline. A 65 in favor of Missouri Western. They are keeping the pressure up. They're trying to find as many eliminations as possible. There's the grabs. They're going to be any follow-up. Number one, going in deep, does not have time to charge the ultimate. It looks like they aren't going to need it, using it to get deep into that player backline and may be able to find another elimination. More Lego Monk just getting bullied by number one in this game.
Has to be careful now because this could be last fight. Nicholls State, they have the numbers, but Lego Mug is brought back, so all of a sudden they do have that main healer, but what can they do with it?
Oh, AO taken offline in the blink of an eye. Minanova has to pop that Falcon in an attempt to keep somebody alive. Lego Mug pops an Half Matrix, and it's number one who takes the BAP down again. Oh my goodness, are we seeing 6 people? Because the only person in the kill feed is this Doomfist. He is all over the place today. Number one is just finding kill after kill, and it was more than enough. Missouri Western not going to have the best of luck here to start off Busan.
Well, the not the Doomfist. The Hanzo does show up at the end, so Kofi does get to put a little bit of their name in there too. The DPS duo showing up for Nicholls State all around the board, but that Doomfist play, it evolved over time. It went from just, hey, I'm here and I'm going to annoy you, to I'm going to punch you into a wall and everyone's going to fall. Worked out very, very incredibly well, but they're going to be swapping things up here. This is kind of, I would say, more a traditional comp that we'd see here. This is usually the point you think of when it comes to Brawl. May could come out as well. May Reaper, I would say, are the other two choices I would choose for DPS. But I'd say the Soldier 76 also is kind of more of a niche pick that's been very popular as of late, because you can just leave them on the side where you're not fighting, and they can do that great long to medium range damage that could just completely pop someone if the rest of the team focuses them.
While Soldier can work well, I really would love to see the May Reaper like you were talking about. I think that could really be a huge play here on Mecha Base, and as I talk about it, you know, no team seems to be bringing it out. We've got those Hanzos locked in on both sides, and pressure out. We're going to have that shield from Stigma put up and torn down in the blink of an eye. Number one looking for a lot of damage. And I've got to say, I'm surprised to not see the Doomfist here, because that's something that I thought would be a little more likely to make an appearance on Mecha Base as the walls are in a bit closer. And with the Doomfist missing, it seems like that's not going to cause too much strife for the team, because Nicholls, they are coming in large and in charge. Excuse me, that's Missouri State. They are coming in large and in charge from the end. No, that is Nicholls. What am I saying? I don't know.
Both teams, they're just so good. How can you remember which one is which? But it will be Nicholls State taking this fight. I think the reason you don't see the Doomfist here is because, yes, there is a lot more close quarters around the map, but it's kind of the opposite of downtown, where downtown is mostly the point. Here, it's mostly like going up to the point, the spawn sides that are much more close quarters. Sure, those walls could come up on the point, but those are random times. So you never know if it's actually going to be there or not. You don't want a character that only works half the time.
Yeah, that's a great point. Honestly, you want somebody that's going to be able to keep pressure on with the rest of the team as they play, past point. They are going deep into the spawn. The composition we see very often is this Brawl, because it allows you to walk right into enemy spawn and rain havoc the way that Nicholls is able to do right now. Missouri Western, they are just stuck, Jack.
They lose their Lucia, though, so there's not going to be a speed boost for Nicholls State, so Uber's going to try to probably bounce back really quickly, which means they're going to have to get this aggressive positioning to allow their Lucia to come back. They could just throw the Dragon Strike in here just to try to zone them out, or they could combine it with the Graviton Surge. We didn't see it last time, but we see the combo this time.
And I just think that is going to be huge. Both the support count in the blink of an eye. It's going to be Gunner, who also gets fought out. Jack, oh my goodness, that is a complete and total team kill against Missouri Western, buying Nicholls State maybe another 20 seconds for free.
Yeah, so even without their Lucia, they still make it work. Lago Monk does throw out the Immortality Field, but it's a little bit too off to the side, so by the time it lands, everyone's already fallen. The rest of the team is cleaned up. And Missouri Western, they will have ultimates going into this, but can they even get the positioning they want? They've got double shield, but it seems like that Sigma Shield's not finding nearly as much value as they need.
Yeah, the Sigma Shield is just getting torn down every single time it shows its face for even a moment. Becky,
the Shatter!
Oh, what a predictable Shatter, but they still fell for it in its entirety. Becky rolling through, trying to turn 3 into 4, but hey, 3 is going to be good enough. The tank line from Nicholls State, able to find a complete and total team kill there. And with only 9 seconds left on the clock, Jack, what can be done from Missouri Western?
Definitely not going that way. They should have gone underneath.
Oh,
Now I
Shelton.
don't think anyone touches. They don't get a touch. So
No.
yeah, that seemed to be a little bit discombobulated. I think they're, you're respawning in. You only got about 15 seconds left, just generally enough time actually to go for a full recontest on a control map. But I think the pressure, it got to them just a little bit. You forget kind of what your primary objective is, which in that case is just touching the point. That's all you want to do there. You take the fight after that. Going to this top corner instead of just going all the way underneath, not the move, not the play. And unfortunately, even though they had that entire alt bank to spend, they got nothing left. It's all going back to the bank of never going to happen. There's no way you can keep those for the next map. So it's a 2-0 going the way of the Colonels.
Yeah, Missouri Western experiencing their personal Armageddon, just the end of the world against them there on Busan. And like you said, the Colonels showing up large and in charge, really just not even giving Missouri Western a time to think about what their next strategy was going to be or what their next approach was going to be. And moving into our next stage of the map, I believe is going to be Escort. Yeah, I'm like 97% sure it's going to be Escort. I wonder, are we going to see something a little more traditional? Is it going to be Havana, or I shouldn't even say Havana is traditional, but are we going to Havana? Are we going to be seeing Dorado with the Doomfist that the Colonels are bringing out? It seems like they want to play him. So I think Havana, no, not Havana. I think Dorado would be a really good pick. Sorry, after that last series, I cannot get Havana out of my head.
I honestly don't know, because from what we saw from the tank line, it was Reinhardt Sigma the entire time. And
Right.
that's not a comp that doesn't necessarily not work, but it's also, I would say, out of all the tank lineups, I would put it like number 6 on the list, and probably number 3 in, yeah, I'd say number 3 in like the tanks that you can partner with Reinhardt. And the reason why it kind of doesn't work in a control map specifically is because, as we talked about in the last series, you're always going head to head. Sigma kind of lets you play a little bit farther back where you don't want to take those head on fights, but also lets you shift into that more aggressive playstyle once you get a pick. Once you get into that 5v6, that's when you run under the Rhine. So you've got to play a little bit patiently. And there, it seemed like they were just getting run over by the Rhine Zarya combination that we saw on the other side. Because even though that Sigma shield is there, again, you can push all the way through it. It's not going to be a barrier that's just a barrier that ends up being in your way for a moment and then you walk past it. So thinking of that, I think Dorado actually could work out really well on the first and potentially third point. It's that second point that I'm a little bit worried about, though, because that's usually more of a dive-centric point. You really need something to contest that high ground, which is why you at least have a Diva in a Brawl comp. Sigma, the only time he can fly is when he uses his ultimate, and I don't think you're going to be using that ultimate just to get onto high ground.
Yeah, using the ultimate to get onto the high ground is not something you would want somebody on your team to be busting out or using that ultimate for, but I don't know. We're talking a lot about Dorado, and I'm doing that mostly because I can't really remember any other escort maps. It's not a map type that I like to play, so it's not one that I spend a lot of time thinking about. But overall, I think that Rhine Zarya feels like something that's not going to be going away on any map. It works super well. It is that bread and butter composition that we see in almost any rank in the game, honestly, is just that Reinhardt Zarya matchup. So I wonder if it's going to be that continued tank duo down the line, or maybe some Orisa Sigmas, depending on where our next map takes us.
Yeah, I think if it is Dorado, we'd probably see more Ryan Diva because of that high ground contest, but who knows? I'd actually say I like Ryan Diva a little bit better. That synergy isn't exactly there as much. The Zarya's kind of whole kit is based around bubbling the Ryan so they can go in, but Diva can just be everywhere that you need. And, well, we talked about Dorado a lot, but it's going to be the map that we've already seen tonight, the map that we've also talked about a lot. It's actually going to be Havana, which I find very interesting because I think the Ryan segment could work here as well, but you kind of have to play it more as a bunker comp, honestly. You could also just change the Ryan to Orisa and then go full bunker, go full double shield, but the hybrid potential is definitely there.
Yeah, and we've got to talk about as well that no snipers have revealed themselves on either side quite yet, at least not in the form of Widowmaker. We saw a little bit of Hanzo action, but overall, nobody stands out the way Magix did early, where we were talking about, oh, that's a Widow to watch out for. So maybe we're going to get a little bit of Widow appearance here on Havana. I think playing Reinhardt, at least on the offense, isn't a great call because his shield just gets shredded before he gets any time to do much of anything, honestly. But there's definitely some opportunity here on both sides for these teams to walk in and play Ryan or play Orisa and really just play into their own personal strengths.
Yeah, I think if you're going to play the Ryan, you got to be looking out for natural cover. There's a lot of really great corners as well as just kind of objects in the middle of Havana that you can kind of hide behind, and then you can save your shield for that. That's kind of where you could put a Sigma in with that hybrid comp, is that you just let the Sigma shield get blown up, put it really far ahead. That saves Ryan shield. Then by the time Ryan shield's destroyed, you can rotate. That's kind of the way you work that in, and then the Ryan kind of just runs in and tries to swing for the fences. it is pretty difficult to execute at any level because you really have to be making sure you're communicating, got to be on the same page the entire time as tanks. But if it works, it can work amazingly, especially because teams don't really know how to deal with that when there's a Ryan running at you, as well as the Sigma primary fire. I think people really don't underestimate how much damage a Sigma can do just with that primary fire. It's definitely not as much damage as they did during the experimental patch. I actually think that was a very interesting change that I would have loved to see make it into the main game, make Sigma a little bit more damage oriented, but even with how he is right now in the base game, he still does a lot.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Okay, so
Did we lose
no,
you, or
sorry,
you're here?
I was just staring at the team comps.
It
I'm
is
just
pretty
like a little.
remarkable.
I'm a little aghast right now. I'm a little startled by what we're seeing. A lot of what we talked about is correct, but in like the wrong spots. Like we are seeing a Doomfist, but on the side of Missouri, we are seeing a Diva, but with a Roadhog, and that's on the attacking side. So there's a pretty good chance that swaps, or they're gonna go for a hook combo to get somebody out the gate and then swap onto a little bit more reliable of a tank. But I'm just so taken aback by what's being brought to the table now. Button has to keep that shield up, and it is already taken back down. And he comes through a Gunner, able to find #1 in the blink of an eye. The Doom working well for Missouri Western. Pressure is on against them. Neo's turret goes down, but that turret is not going to be enough to qualify for a kill. #1 swapping onto the Cassidy. Nicholls takes that Reinhardt offline. Pressure back into the Hanzo's backline. Oh, Gunner is doing numbers with the Doom, but as I say it, the Doom goes down to a melee. This is NSU's time to take space once again.
Yeah, and this is the Havana hold, as you like to just call it, and I think it's kind of just the name for it everywhere as well. It's working out really well right now for Missouri Western. They've already killed a minute off the clock. The Doomfist can get back into this pretty quickly. Becky misses the hook. I mean, this is really working wonders. Just have to not leave the point of view, Missouri Western, especially the Doomfist. You can just kind of run around and be annoying.
Oh, what a great opening, though. Coffee on the far side. Going to be able to find the Orisa with the help of that Cassidy. Immortality field down and out. No, poor Katsumi. She is punched right back into that spawn. However, the team will capitalize off of that map going down. Oh, a huge Bionade. Nova, but too little too late.
Yeah, she gets a great Bionade there, but it can't do enough. I think there is one person alive still for Missouri Western. Am I crazy? I felt like I saw that green outline in the back line. No. Okay, no, it's not there. I am crazy. Anyway, resetting Nicholls State. I mean, they do finally break that hole, but Missouri Western, they're going to have almost an ult apocalypse, almost all 6 to go into this. It's really about using them in the right order, and you already get the D-Mac.
Oh, the D-Mac just so quick, and it's going to be a huge opportunity, like you said, Jack. We've almost got that ult together on the far side of Missouri Western, that ult apocalypse, we love to call it, and it looks like they may not even need it. They are able to take 3 offline already. Only 1 ultimate, I believe, was used, yeah, in the form of that amplification matrix.
It's only 1 ultimate that's used at the end of the day. It's the Amp Matrix, like you said, and that's it. So the fact that they get to keep everything else, that is beautiful. I mean, there's so many combinations you can use with the Halt here, whether it's the Molten Core, whether it's the Meteor Strike, whether it's the Critic Flux. It's really going to be around how Air Sheldon decides to play this, how the team wants to use these ultimates together. And Nicholls State, all they've got is that Dragon Strike, and they're going to send it flying.
They're going to send it out early. That's going to be a hyper-aggressive play, and they're trying to put Missouri Western to a bit more aggressive, oh my goodness, a bit more aggressive bubble, and that is just not going to be working out for them quite yet. #1 has that high noon, but Gunner waiting for time to strike. I think Gunner is waiting for the high noon, trying to catch that Cassidy out in the back line. However, I think that Cassidy may not get a chance. Oh, what a flash, though! Oh, what a flashbang from that Cassidy, and that is going to be huge. Stigma down to Missouri Western. Nicholls, they lose their Diva, but they've definitely got a spawn advantage.
They do, but do they have the time? It's only a minute left. It looks like they're waiting for something to come through. Maybe they're waiting for both their tanks so they can go for this Deadeye and try to get the most out of it. And the positioning right now from Missouri Western has been incredible. And they still have a Molten Core. They still have an Amp Matrix, and that's the Amp Matrix.
The Amp Matrix comes out, but a Molten Core to respond. J.O. gets taken offline. Lego Monk and Gunner doing work here on the side of Missouri Western. T-Man takes out 1 more, and NSU, after an incredibly dominant start on Busan, it seems like, Control may have been their bread and butter a little bit more than Esport is.
Yeah, Nicholls State, they're definitely struggling here. They get the D-Mech on, very smart. They haven't killed the Pilot Diva yet. I mean, maybe they could have staggered out a little bit more, but this is going to be last fight regardless.
Right.
The biggest thing that Nicholls State has going for them is that ult economy has completely flipped in their favor. It took them a while, but they're finally getting it going. They've got 4. Missouri Western, at best, they're going to have that Nano, and that's about it. Maybe if they use it on the Doomfist, they can get the Meteor Strike back as well. But there's just so much more going the way of Nicholls State. This might be when they finally are able to break through.
A lot of ultimates, like you mentioned, after ready, but the grab is missing, and that is such a big ult. I'd love to see that. Of course, they just fucked with Zarya, so it's going to be a while until they get now a Nano from in and have the team alive, but just shy. Wow, what a blind fire strike through the Dragons, and Becky is still able to put that Baptiste down. Now Medea Nova, the sole survivor, and Arana, she's not going to be around for much longer. A complete and total team kill from Nicholls State. They're going to be able to crack through that defense and cap first point. And this is the first time we've seen second point Havana.
It is, at least tonight. Maybe not ever, but tonight
Yeah,
this is
not
definitely
ever.
the first time. I never make it in my own comp games because, you know, I'm just so good at full holding. But I think the biggest thing is not only are they getting that first cap, they're starting to get some momentum. I think the Zarya switch was a really good one. It seems like this is Putnut's favorite off-take, as I would say. The D.Va didn't really work, but here they are just... I mean, that's 2 limbs. They've completely reset Missouri Western. They've just kept this cart rolling. They only have one on it, so they haven't gotten a lot out of it from that, but they get great positioning here up top, and that grab is now almost online.
I'm so glad you said it. I was going to say, remember 20 seconds ago when I said it's going to be a while till we see that grab, and then Putnut took the words right out of my mouth and kicked them into oblivion. 6% away from that grab now, and it's going to be such a huge opener, but you can't overextend for it. Insanely dangerous play. It comes in, and oh, it's actually going to be colossal! That's so many people there to capitalize. And unfortunately, no, but it seems like the up is there right after. 2 are still going to go down right outside of that grab. Putnut already 25% to another one.
The shatter as well, it hits everyone,
Oh,
and they
it's
are
a
just
massacre.
letting the bodies hit the floor. This could have been a full hold Sepslince, and all of a sudden, Nicholls State are in great position to potentially get a full cap on this map. 3 minutes-ish, about 240. That is pretty good time going into this third point. They are continuing to build up ultimates. I mean, the grab's already at 50%. You could just let this Dragon Strike fly. Missouri Western, they are continuing to just get reset time and time again. Jo falls. And that's going to be interesting. That's going to be the bongos. That's going to be the supercharger. And Air Shelton falls immediately after using it. That's an ultimate I'd have really liked to keep. But, oh, Katsumi, hello?
Katsumi falling off the map one way or another. However, that is called to back up. That call forces all of Nicholls State to back down and rearrange around this corner. Very Western, though, that Bongo Jag, that supercharger from Orisa, that is an ultimate they're absolutely going to want back. And moving into this next fight, a lot of damage isn't going to be there for them because of it. However, this next fight may not actually happen. It's a great shot from Gunner. Takes out Law early.
And the positioning is far enough where they can keep pushing it a little bit more. I don't think they can push it all the way in. I think that Bongo is going to be the big thing because that's the most winning ultimate in the game, but they're still making it work without it.
Yeah, by golly, are they? It's going to take one more ultimate in the form of that Molten Core, but it looks like Jo has finally found their footing once again. A huge opportunity to strike. Molten Core doesn't find much, but it creates the space necessary for Missouri Western to take control over this primary corner once again.
And Missouri Western now finally has ultimates again. They've got 3 to work with, almost 4 with that Valkyrie not too far behind. So the alt bank, it's starting to recover after they kind of just got taken aback for a bit. They're going to use the Am Matrix early on. I think it's just going to kill time. I don't think Nicholls State is going to peek into this. And it does kill time off the clock, which is great, you know, objective-wise if they full cap, but Nicholls State now has 5 ultimates they're going to be coming at you with.
That was so risky to just send that. I mean, that was just all the way down. It looks like we've got both Dragons. Coffee is going to die to Gunners. Now the Shatter from Becky is not going to find much of anything. Not a darn thing showing up. Missouri Western using that Gravitic Flux. They've got 1 ultimate left. It's going to be that Valkyrie. However, the Bongo, the second one, not far behind. I've got to say, though, Jag, if Nicholls State gets stalled right here, they can't be upset in the slightest. This was supposed to be a full hold, and they got this close to all 3.
Yeah, I think they would have liked more, and I think they could have gotten more. It's the Immortality field that comes out from Lego Mug that saves everyone from Missouri Western. Just no one can destroy it from Nicholls. Because of that, they're able to win that engagement. They use 4 ultimates, can't find a single kill until the very end onto Jo. Now Missouri Western, they're all banked 4 ultimates strong, looking very, very clean. Number 1, and I have to find the number 1 Deadeye in the world if they want to get any more movement on this card.
Any Deadeye that gets more than 2 kills feels like the number 1 Deadeye in the world to me recently. I mean, it is just, I feel we never see any value, but hey, speaking of value, Jo going to be taken offline. That is a 1-1 trade Law to bite the bullet, and now, oh, maybe not far behind. Gunner on the Hanzo. You got to wonder why they played anything else tonight. This Hanzo has been doing dividends for the side of Missouri Western. It looks like the cart is getting ready to get called out, but there's a new sheriff in town. It's going to be number 1, able to find a double kill, getting the cart a little bit more wiggle room. If NSU can cap an overtime here, Jag, I mean, that is easily the best case scenario they can find. This was supposed to be a 0.1 full hold.
Yeah, I think these colonels are going to get promoted to whatever the next line is in the military, the next rank, I guess. Because if they are able to get it all the way down after potentially getting held twice, it'll be astounding.
Absolutely, and they are mere inches, meters away from being able to find all three. Coffee now on the Widow, deep in the back line. Gunner, the first to fall. That main space maker for Missouri in the form of that Arisa. Next to go, that horse has been sent back to the glue factory. Putnut goes down. A lot of mobility lost with the side of NSU. We can see it in number one's playstyle, in their movement. They're panicking just a little bit, and Jail is there to interrupt any hope or dream of these Colonels getting promoted. But Coffee has had enough. A double support kill turns into Jail. Also going down to the Dragons. We're big enough. These Colonels are not getting promoted, Jag. These Colonels are getting popped here on the third point of Havana. Missouri Western barely able to hold their ground.
That is the best case scenario, though. If you're not going to get the full cap,
Absolutely.
that is basically on the doorstep. The one thing that it doesn't allow you to have is a second chance. If it is full capped by Missouri Western, then that's kind of the end of the map. But you pushed it so much farther than really anyone expected. You, me, probably everyone watching at home. That should have been a first point hold, and yet somehow it just ballooned into a second point stomp. And then the third point, Missouri Western was able to stabilize again. I think especially that last fight that happened when number one got 2 elims, that's probably we're going to think, man, we could have held it at the gate. Instead, it's literally right at the capture spawn, which means that Nicholls State has a much better chance of potentially having a last-second contest if it does get all the way there. But the one thing that we're seeing is that Nicholls State, they're not as immortal as we saw on Control. And you said it yourself, like, is Control just their map type? We're going to have to see how this series continues. But here on Escort, it's looking a lot more back and forth, a much more even battle.
A much more even battle is all that we have been given here on Havana. It's a reminder that if people hadn't joined us or if you just simply forgotten, it was a 2-0 in a very aggressive one in favor of Nicholls State on Busan, excuse me. And here on Havana, as we can see, things are getting a little bit closer. We're getting a little bit more of a kerfuffle between these teams, things feeling a lot less one-sided. But as number one brings out a very traditional comp, they're going to be bringing out that May to wall the first player out. However, the wall comes out a little bit too early. Nobody's caught on the wrong side, and it's going to put a big hole in their plan.
The turret's destroyed, though. That's the biggest thing I think right now. You got to make sure that turret does not last. But Gunner bringing out the Bastion. Oh, they're going to get walled off, but this is still going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, the wall lasts for maybe 2 whole seconds against the Bastion. However, Gunner falling to 65 HP. Very scary. Speaking of scary, a lot of ultimates much closer on the side of Nicholls. We see 5 of them already in the 40s, 1 in the 50s. Missouri Western, they're going to have that amplification matrix, which is ideally the best opener to get out of the hold like this one. Gunner takes Coffee down. Great reaction time. Coffee in a little bit too comfortable sitting in front of a Bastion, and just like that, NSU should fall like dominoes one by one. They're going to be taken offline, and they weren't able to hold long enough to get the gold, but Gunner's Bastion, I mean, they're really living up to the name Gunner here.
Yeah, Missouri Western, better hold on defense of the Havana hold, a better beginning as well, better attack, only lose about a minute. I think it was like a minute 20, something like that when it was all done, said and done. They're keeping this Bastion that Gunner was running, so this is going to be now a full bunker comp, a full pirate ship. You gotta be really careful right now if you're the tanks of Missouri Western. You need to keep one shield on them at all times. They might have the Mercy Pocket, but that's not necessarily enough to outduel Hanzo, especially if they're not working the right way. But Putnut just eats it immediately. Oh my god.
That was like a frame of difference. The bubble had just dropped, and Putnut got obliterated off the back of it. Oh my goodness, that is pretty much going to guarantee Missouri this first point cap. Nicholls now has to engage without the Zarya, which means the Reinhardt cannot do diddly squat until that Zarya gets back. Just like that.
Yeah, making head shatter, but can't do anything to even get in. And no Bastion, a lot of players are like, oh, it's a cheese pick, but it doesn't matter what cheese it is because this blue cheese is working out dividends.
It really is. Gunner is just tearing this team apart. Like you mentioned, Jack, this is a full-blown pirate ship, and Nicholls, not only did they drop the beat, they used Blizzard as well, which now matters less as we see they are swapping out of the Ash. Honestly, I know I keep talking about Doomfist, but second point Havana is very good for him, and I think that could go a long way for Nicholls, but I do see why they wouldn't pick that, because Doomfist 100% loses against Bastion.
Yeah, especially if it's a damage-boosted Bastion by Mercy. It's gonna be really hard to find that value. I would honestly love to see the Bastion mirror. I think a lot of teams don't want to do it because they have strategies set in place, but the best way to counter a Bastion is just another Bastion most of the time.
That is a very high-risk, high-reward scenario because the second Bastion has to set up usually in front of the first one, and that setup alone can lead to a kill feed just like this one, lit up like a Christmas tree here as Gunner finds a 4K. Maybe a Sombra, anything else at this point, Jack, because it is single-handedly Gunner ripping Nicholls State apart.
Yeah, I thought originally, you know, if you've asked me how that first point went on defense before the capture, I said, oh, this is going to map 4 no matter what. After that great attack that Nicholls State was able to muster up, I was thinking maybe it doesn't. But right now, this is all Missouri Western. This is really all Gunner. Just, as you said, their namesake coming true. But they're going to get a cushion and finally taken down.
Watch the res. Watch the res. They've got to make sure there's no resurrection to come through. Unova actually not going to res, trying to keep the rest of the team alive. They're going for a last-ditch effort to get this cart into spawn. And this is, we have seen the cart stalled here, Jag, hundreds, maybe thousands of times. And Nicholls State, I mean, they just need to play a strong defense. They don't give Gunner time to set up. This should be easy to stop.
The Transcendent's not too far behind. Bob as well, almost there, but Missouri Western, they still have things to work with. They've got the tank mode, they have the gravitic flux. I think one thing we don't see a lot of is tank mode into gravitic flux. I think that would actually work out really, really well, especially as you said, with Gunner on the flank. Will anyone be able to see this out?
Flankston sneaking up from behind and able to find, let's see how many. Oh, actually none yet. Oh my goodness. Not going to be able to find a darn thing. Lego Monk goes down and wow! Gunner gets nothing. Gunner gets sent to spawn because of that play. They had all the right pieces, but they just could not put them in the right order. However, even if that Bastion did well, it looks like Coffee was going to do just a little bit better. A 4K of their own. AO, the sole survivor, sent back to spawn all the same. Coffee definitely just clipped that. They just stood still and clipped that. I recognize that.
This is my highlight. This is what I'm going to show on Twitter later. Maybe even get it from stream. Who knows? The big mistake there that Gunner had was that they missed the Zenyatta. It was really that.
Yeah.
If they got Law and that Transcendent doesn't pop, that's probably going to be a 3 or 4K. That's probably going to be a second point cap. Because the Zenyatta is able to stay alive for just a millisecond longer, they hit their Q. They're able to get that infinite healing online. They become invulnerable.
Oh!
And Coffee just continues to do Coffee things.
Coffee able to take one down. Jo gets taken out as well. Whoa! Those are some funky dragons, and it looks like they're actually going to work out quite well as Air Shelton is going to be able to fall T-Man and Lego Monk not far behind. And this is, I mean, I feel like I had hit the nail right on the head here, Jack. The second Missouri Western lost that fight, I knew this titanium, unbreakable defense was going to show up in Nicholls State.
I think they need to use this Gravitic Flux like way sooner. I would have loved to see it honestly in combination with the tank mode because then you're much more vulnerable. Even though the Zenyatta can kill you pretty well, you know, if you hit the ground and then you're hit by the tank, it works out pretty well on your side. You can still melt them. Nicholls State obviously about Coffee now after losing that, but they have their own Gravitic Flux they could use right here.
Oh, okay, now it's going to be a tie-up 5-5. Jo goes down, and I think I agree. We see the same issue with Zarya's a lot, where they don't use their ult because they're worried about how many they're getting. Even one elimination goes a miles for a team, and Gunner is trying to show us that about 3 times over. You get traded out, a huge headshot from Coffee, but can a Hanzo single-handedly stop this attack? Realistically, probably not. Air Shelter Mongo is going to be taken offline, stalling the card for as long as possible, giving their life do so, and I think that has given the rest of the team time to return.
Yeah, and they have the Bob, so they're going to throw the Bob in, let them contest point, then run in maybe with this Earth Shatter. This is very winnable.
Yeah, the aim Bob now on point, stalling for as long as they need to. Jo goes down. That's going to be huge. The turret not far behind, and like you said, winnable is the name of the game, but T-Man and Gunner going to be able to put down some crucial players. The Dragons now into that high room, taking out anybody who may be hiding behind those corners. Gunner with a phenomenal body shot onto Coffee. Becky falls. Oh, Gunner down. Numbers are not in favor of Missouri Western and Jag in offense that started so unbelievably strong for them. Looks like it's going to be stopped right here, right now. Just shy of Pavana. Second point. Can they stall long enough, or will Coffee continue to rip this team to shreds? Becky has returned to the fight. We hear the Multicore making an appearance as well. Dianova down, Coffee down, but Jo not far behind. You trade your life, you give it to the cause, and T-Man fights the dust. Nicholls State doing what felt impossible, but winning regardless. Colonel Esports going to be able to walk away with that second map victory, putting themselves on series.
Wow, what a map. We got to see all the way to third point. No one was able to get the full cap, but this was unbelievable, honestly. I thought this was going to go so many different ways, so many different times. It seems like at the beginning it was all Missouri Western. They had a great defense. Then Nicholls State has a good enough attack, but they're still held at the very end. Missouri Western has a great Bastion strategy at the very beginning of their attack. And once they swept off the Bastion, they just lost kind of all of the wind in there. So that pirate ship, it was completely deflated. It was basically putting its anchor into the ocean, and nothing was able to move it towards that second point capture after that. And I think a big part of that was, as we talked about, the Sigma Ultimate. And this isn't necessarily because of the Sigma player. There's could be a lot of reasons for that. This could be, hey, we want to say this for that bigger play, as you said, though. But it's exactly the same as Graviton Search. You only have to get 1 or 2 people in it, or just even one elim. It is a team game, and sure, the more people you get, the better. But if it's a 6v5, you're going to win that 99% of the time. Just having one less person on the other side, especially if it's a healer or a tank, there's less protection, less sustain. That it could be the game changer right there that you need to get through to that last point. But the Gridded Flux just came out way too late. They could have had another one online by then, and unfortunately for them, they're going to be going down 0-2 in the series. Good news, still one last opportunity to bring it back.
Yeah, one final opportunity to bring it back, and now what is that map going to be? I know that we're going into Assault next. I feel like we probably aren't going to see Temple of Anubis with the compositions these players have been bringing to the table. There's still many other maps. We could see Volskaya, which feels very likely. We could see Hanamura, as everybody seems to love to go there no matter what the play style they're playing. But I just wish, and we've really beaten it down, so I won't talk about it much more, but I wish we did see ultimates coming out a little bit more consistently, a little bit more aggressively, because tanks in particular are notorious for holding out of their ultimates a little too long, and then teams often lose fights that a single ultimate could have flipped.
Yeah, and I think it's like kind of thing of Earth Shatter as well. Like sometimes you're just like, oh, like why haven't you pressed Q? It's like, oh, I'm waiting for the perfect opportunity. You could find two people a little bit outside of the shield, just running on them. That could be all you need. But we're gonna find out if those tanks use their ultimates a little bit quicker at the other end of this break. Don't go anywhere because we have map 3 coming up in just a few moments. Septilence, how much time do you think these players are gonna need?
I think these players need exactly 3 minutes and 14 seconds, and we'll be right back in just about that time. So we'll see you folks soon. Very high risk, high reward scenario because the second bastion has to set up usually in front of the first one, and that setup alone can lead to a kill feed just like this one, lit up like a Christmas tree here as Gunnar finds a 4K.
The attack that Nicholls State was able to muster up, I would say maybe it doesn't, but right now this is all Missouri Western. This is really all Gunnar, just as you said, their namesake coming true, but they're gonna get a condition and finally taken down.
Watch the res. Watch the res. They've got to make sure there's no resurrection comes through. Langston sneaking up from behind and able to find, let's see how many. Oh, actually none yet. Oh my goodness. Not gonna be able to find the darn thing. Lego Bug goes down and wow! Gunnar gets nothing. Gunnar gets set to spawn. Just that play. They had all the right pieces. They just the aim buff now on point, falling as long as they need to. Jo goes down. That's gonna be huge. The turret not far behind, and like you said, winnable is the name of the game. But T-Man and Gunnar will be able to put down some crucial players. The Dragons now into that high route, taking out anybody who may be hiding behind those corners. Gunnar with a phenomenal body shot on the call. Oh, Gunnar down. Numbers are not in favor of Missouri Western. Zag his offense that's starting so unbelievably strong for them. They're going to be stopped right here, right now, just shy of Havana second point. Why, hello there, everyone, and welcome back for some more ECAC Overwatch. I am Septilins, joined by Jag, and we are staring a 3-0 in the face right now, Jag. The Colonels walking away with map 1 in a dominant fashion, taking map 2 in a bit of a nail-biter, moving into map 3, which, if everybody remembers, I definitely, totally, 100% said it was going to be Temple of Anubis, and it is. So we're going to Anubis in just a bit, but Jag, I think the question on my mind, I'm not going to say everybody's, but I'm thinking about this. Do you think we're seeing Bastion again, or do you think that was kind of a planned strategy?
I think that's a great strategy to bring the Vaughn a hold because, there's just so much burst damage in such a short time. I don't think we'll be seeing it again. Maybe if it's Hanamura unexpected, I guess there is a place you could put it on Temple of Anubis. Like, there's the Symmetra strategy that used to be really popular where you'd kind of just teleport originally from like the starting archway and then go to the high ground and then destroy the teleport and then go back between high grounds. I haven't seen that in like 2 years, so I'd be very surprised if we saw it here. I don't expect it other than that. I think Bastion's a lot harder to play here because Dive could just completely like close in on you and kind of destroy you. I would expect Junkrat. And yeah, we've totally predicted that it would be the exact same last 2 maps.
Totally.
And if anyone tells you otherwise, they're lying.
They're lying, and the VODs were edited. I swear, we totally predicted Havana and Anubis. Nobody go check. Just take my word for it. But we are not immediately seeing any Bastions, which, again, we didn't expect to. And I now see a Widowmaker on the side of Nicholls, and I wonder if that's why this player has been subbed in. Or are we looking at a little bit of a specialist?
It could be. I mean, Coffee's also, I believe, swapped now with Law, so a little bit of a change there. Number 1 is not in the lineup now. Right now it's Heave instead. Hive, we'll figure it out as we go. But this Widow is coming in, and this makes a lot of sense to me because we saw number 1 play a more like medium range hit scans. We didn't really see the Widow until now, so this might be like their long range specialist. We did see them play Ashe, honestly, which I feel like is the most similar of picks, but
definitely.
I'm looking at Missouri Western State, and there is still that Roadhog there. I thought that was just a spawn thing. It is coming out to play.
Yeah, I definitely thought the Roadhog was a bit of a bait. I agree. I thought we were not actually going to be seeing him, but honestly, it can work really well. If there's no Orisa shield on the defense, Hog can pull one person down and melt the entirety of the defense. Right now, it's actually going to be him who is demolishing the offense. Diana falling in the Hanzo not far behind Gunner, who has been the star-studded player on the side of Missouri Western. Being removed from the fight that early almost stops the fight in its tracks. As I say that, though, Becky Falls gets traded out for Air Shelton. Currently a 5v4 in favor of Nicholls. As Law goes down, Becky gets rezzed, and Cassidy ain't going to make it much further. So now, a full minute off the clock for that single push.
And you see how Putnuk immediately went to make sure their Widow was protected with the DM, so they know that this is kind of their winning position. Just let the Widow make your hit shots, just click heads, and the rest of the team, they can collapse. It got a little bit dicey there because it's really hard to get split on a Roadhog. They can easily like 1v3 for a little bit, especially if they take a breather, they heal, they get damage reduction. So you gotta be careful of that.
Oh,
you also gotta be careful of the Hanzo headshot. There's no res, so that Widow death is gonna be permanent.
Yeah, that is a permanent death. That is a lot of permanent space for this team to be moving in. Missouri Western finds an insane kill, puts another one down. The laws have been changed now, my friends, and there's a new law that Missouri Western owns this first point. Coffee taken offline, and Gunner completely uncontested on this pseudo high ground. Oh! About to be taken offline. It looks like Becky not far behind. And Jag, we're actually going to get to see second point Anubis.
We didn't get to see that last series, and in the last series, we also saw the team that was winning swap up some roles, bring in some new people. It's not working out as well for Nicholls State. The Colonels are struggling a bit. They almost have a Nano. They do have the Infra sites. The Missouri State, Deadeye, Dragon Strike, Nano. I guess the question is, who's the Nano target here? Probably going to be Air Shelton. Makes the most sense to me. It seems like that really Missouri Western, they're making this strategy work, and this is a great counter. The Reaper, great at destroying tanks, kind of just a tank damage dealer, but it's much better to run a Roadhog into a Reaper than, say, a Winston, because the Roadhog actually can counter and one-tap with the just pull and then the kind of shot and melee combination. It can get a Reaper down to nothing.
Yeah, the Reaper can be a bit of a blessing and a curse here, honestly. It's going to be really difficult for him to get value if the Hog doesn't overextend. And I want to comment, actually, I'll wait a little bit as it looks like the fight is going to begin. Law already taken offline, Katsumi not far behind. And while there is a massive, insane spawn advantage for Nicholls, if the eliminations come through fast enough for Missouri Western, that's going to be enough. It looks like the Nano is going to be onto T-Man, who has the Critic Flux. Are you going to use the Flux in Nano? I'd honestly be surprised if they did. Looks like they're not going to need it. Now the counter Nano. Becky coming in and finding 4 Jag. 2 eliminations. Going to be turned into a third with that charge. Now the 4th to boot. Lago Monk taken offline. And Becky just carrying the team on their shoulders. Really quickly, talk about how I feel like Missouri has like a lot of beat-tier nano targets, and until they have somebody that's really a viable nano target, they should not be on the offense.
Yeah, I agree, and I feel like the Roadhog was the best bet, but the Roadhog's the one that falls, so no air Shelton. It didn't look. I don't think they had a Mercy at that point. They do now, or maybe they did. And they just didn't have the res. But regardless, like they used the Nano on a team and try to save it. I agree. Don't use it in Gravitic Flux. It makes no sense. Now Law is on the Junkrat and they're just wrecking you. But this is gonna be the Gravitic Flux coming out now.
Flux really picking up quite a few. I think that was 3 up, and all 3 are going to be able to drop back down if there's no immediate damage follow-up. There's no Dragons or Death Blossom or anything of the sort. Law, once again, Junkrat doing Junkrat things. You're not playing Junkrat right if you ever actually see the enemy team. You're just supposed to stand and spam from the back line. Honestly, Law is doing it perfectly. We've got a great high ground advantage on Hutnut there as well, who was going for a bit of an up and over. Air Shelton being scared off into the fight. Gonna look for a hook, but nobody should be close enough to get hooked out. I think we're seeing that same issue, Jag. I feel like we'd had this whole hog ready for over a minute.
Yeah, it's got to be used. I mean, you see Gunners throwing in the Dragon Strike. It's going to be really too good at just like cutting them apart. But where's the follow-up? They've been completely zoned out.
Follow-up is trying to be right there as we see that. Exactly what you wanted. We saw that Nano whole hog come through, and now it looks like we're going to see Heave taken offline with the Death Blossom Ath already. On the bright side, yeah, Nicholls has enough time to come through. No!
It's 3!
No! It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3, it is 3 eliminations with Law's Riptire there. Absolutely incredible. Able to pick up a 4th, shy of a team kill right now in this Junkrat. This is why I love him, everybody. The impact a single character can have like this, a 5K across the board. 2 ticks confirmed from Missouri Western, but it does not count until that 3rd one.
Yeah, that's the big thing, though. I mean, it doesn't count in terms of getting the full point, but if they don't get anything else, it's a really nice win condition. 76.7%, not going to be the easiest thing to obtain. So they're putting themselves in a much better position than they were in the previous map, honestly. It's like getting to the... It's basically where Nicholls State ended, I would say, on their Havana is essentially what Missouri Western has to work with right now. They only have 2 ultimates. I mean, the full hog finally comes out, but it's used with the Nano, which I honestly don't think is the best idea. I think it would have made more sense just to let him kind of do his normal damage.
Right.
And this Death Blossom, they're just waiting for the right time.
And they drop while there isn't really a good time, but it looks like they are going to be able to capitalize off the fact that he takes you out, one of them being the Ana, and that's of course arguably the highest priority target on the side of the competition here. Actually, wow, I was talking to Smack, but you took the words right out of my mouth here, able to find 4 eliminations off the back of that. Only 70 seconds remain, Jag. Missouri Western, they're coming up on 4 ultimates for what it could possibly be the final engagement.
And I think the thing about that Death Blossom is that it's not just good because it gets Elims and it gets some more. They actually lost 2 members of their own on the side of the Colonels at that exact same time. So they traded out and then they forced them back outside the gate. Really well timed. Nicholls State, they won't have 5, they only have 4 ultimates to work on their own end. But everything they have to work with can be really good. Hutnut's self-destruct earlier to zone them out. I'll talk about this more after this round ends. That was honestly, in my opinion, like the play we've seen. And that Gravitic Flux, not so much.
Yeah, the Gravitic Flux not going to be able to find anybody. It's going to be a bit of a disaster there. Gunner finds 1 with the Dragons. Becky also going to follow with a 2-2 trade, a tank down on both sides. DPS traded out for support now. A bomb isn't going to be big, but it made the space they needed to succeed. Heave just dumping bullets into the back of the Sigma. Not to be pops the Valkyrie in an attempt to keep the team alive. Law able to take out Gunner. Nova also going to follow with only 13 seconds left on the clock. I think Nicholls has got this in the bag. I'm not sure we're even going to get a touch.
Yeah, I mean, the Riptire coming out as well. Oh, I don't think anyone else makes it. Death Blossom in the back as well, and that's going to be it. But the thing is, Nicholls State, they gave up a lot more than they have on any other map. And this is very winnable for Missouri Western, especially if they have a good first point defense. Really quickly, before we get more into what we could see here, I want to talk about Hutnut really quickly, because that first fight of second point, they threw out the self-destruct because they were really weak. They just kind of threw it up in the air. And I was thinking at first, like, man, like, I don't know if this was, like, just the wrong angle. They didn't use their booster enough. It just kind of lands right before you actually get to the point. It was perfect. It cut off Missouri Western completely. They couldn't go on to the point. They couldn't get any point progress. And at that point, Nicholls State, they had lost 2 or 3 members already in that engagement. So that self-destruct bought them enough time for everyone to get back into a 6v6. And that's the main reason I think Missouri Western State didn't get all 3 ticks. Because if they had gotten 1 tick there from that engagement, they would have definitely gotten the full point as they got 2 ticks later on.
we've seen a couple of abilities and a couple of ultimates that we both were a little hesitant on when they happened, but they all seem to follow through with very positive effects. That Death Blossom in particular, I know I was very critical of it, and then Eve somehow walks away with 4, and I was like, oh, all right, things are looking a little bit more realistic. And speaking of realistic, Nicholls is giving us quite the opposite, honestly. This is not a composition that I don't think I've ever seen. I call this a bit of an amalgam of several compositions put together. Okay,
well,
thank God. It was a bait. It was a joke.
I mean, Becky, Ryan Winston, I've seen this more than I'd like to, say I have. But it's an actual thing. I'm pretty sure they're going to swap after the Somber, just scouts everyone out.
Right.
Probably going to decide what they want to do after that. It's still the Roadhog Sigma. So it's very interesting. I think, they're going to think about what they want to do here. It looks like it's going to be the Ryan Sigma look, so a little bit more protection on the entry, and then they can kind of run in. So, we talked about how well you can execute this if you do it right, but it's still super hard to pull off. And also, you're leaving your Widow kind of just on high ground while everyone else is going to rotate through. So it's going to be a 4v6 in the main fight.
Right, that 4v6 is going to be a tough one to win, and I've got to say, with a huge anti-hit coming out onto Shelton in just a moment, the capitalization could have been there, but unfortunately just was not. Now, Shelton has that Widow's number. He knows exactly where she is, and I think they're going to go for a bit of a slow approach to take her out. Up on the high ground, we heard the hook, unable to connect, so now that Widow's got a bit of an uncontested approach. Oh! The 1-1 trade comes through, DPS down on both sides. They're trying to take out the Mercy before she can get the res, but I think that res is in our near future. Oh, in trouble. The hook going to be missed out once again. Katsumi will fight the dust, and things looking a little bit rough for Nicholls State, but Coffee in a great opportunity here with the Bionade to take that Cassidy down. Can Nicholls capitalize, or do they not have the numbers yet?
I mean, they definitely don't have the numbers, but the fact that they're able to keep their Sigma alive, they can run in with the anti-nade. This could be the win right here.
Oh my goodness, the anti-nade just, I mean, a miracle nade if I have ever seen one. We see Eve able to take out that Sigma as well, and all of a sudden, Nicholls State is finding themselves in a really good spot to 4-second point, I believe, with almost the exact same amount of time that Missouri had at this moment.
Yeah, we'll see if it's going to be a snowball effect or if Missouri Western can put up a good fight here, but Nicholls State, they've got so many ultimates going into this. In for Sights, Shatter, Nano, Dragon Strike. It seems like all the cards are kind of in their deck. Missouri Western, they're going to swap to the Orisa now, so going to go for that traditional double shield comp. But is it a little bit too late? They will have that extra protection, but again, when you're running this Rhine Sigma hybrid, you can just kind of run through it. You can ignore both shields, honestly, and just go for the swinging.
Yeah, you can honestly just run it down. You absolutely can. And it looks like they're going to try to go for a similar strategy with the Dragon off the left side. They're trying to make space up to mid, and Gunner knows that that Widow is down toward mid, but they're going to have to use their angles and actually turn their Dragons as well. That can find at least one elimination, maybe 2 if they're lucky. Becky has to shatter once, get close enough to pull off the back with the shield. Going down, they're going to throw it right into that Orisa shield. A phenomenal play from Air Shelton. I'm not sure if it's phenomenal enough. The resurrection does come through, but in the life of Nova traded out. If he can find even one more elimination, that could be it. But what a sleep from Coffee, takes JO offline, and now there's going to be a flash ban coming out from that Cassidy as they cut that down. All this effort, all these ultimates back, and Nicholls State has not even found a single pick yet. They've got to start putting these numbers down even harder, and a 4K is just the way to do that. 4 turns to 5, and 5 turns to a shoo-in, turn to 6, a complete total team. So that guarantees Family Feast. That first pick, Becky waiting for the shatter! Oh, put it down, and that shatter will single-handedly guarantee a 3-0 victory for Colonel Esports here tonight.
Becky whiffs the first shatter while Nanode is able to build up another one, gets play of the game on top of that. And what a team engagement there, or not even what team engagement, what an individual just kind of understanding of how that was going to play out. Knowing that they had to just wait for that last moment to make sure no one else touched, that they could just take the point because they had enough people on it. I mean, 3 people is the maximum you can get anyway for time capture. And that when we saw the play of the game, that was just a great individual. Well, not individual, they were also nanoed, but a great game sense awareness moment once again to hit a very nice Earth Shatter. It was a much closer second series at the end of the day. I mean, the score is not going to show that truly because it was a 3-0. But this 3-0 versus the first one we saw, much different, very different. I mean, this could have gone honestly to map 5 in my opinion. I think 1 or 2 plays that were done differently from either side, and this could be going the full distance. But unfortunately, this one's an end here.
Yeah, this one incredibly close, but as I always say, close only counts in hand shoes and horse grenades. So unfortunately, it is not going to work out well for Missouri Western here tonight. We are going to get an interview with one of the colonels, I believe, after this break. So Everybody use this time, get water, do what you got to do, and we'll be right back with an interview with none other than Putnut in just a couple of seconds. We'll see you soon. On this pseudo high ground. Oh! About to be taken offline. Looks like he's not going to be enough. It looks like the Nano is going to be onto T-Man, who has the critical flux. Are you going to use the flux Nano? I'd honestly be surprised if they did. Looks like they're not going to need it now. The counter Nano. Becky coming in and finding more Jack. No elimination. He turned into a with that charge. Now, Love is trying to be right there as we see that. Exactly where you wanted. We saw that Nano go pump. Now it looks like we're going to see Keeve taken offline with the death plus map already. On the red side, got Nicholls has it on the right. No! Block. Nicholls just got to the back. I'm not sure he's going to get a touch.
Death loss from the back as well. So that's going to be it. But the thing is,
All of a sudden, State is finding themselves in a really good spot. For a second, that might take almost the exact same amount of time that Missouri had at this moment.
see, it's going to be a small effect for Missouri. But a good fight here.
And what a slate. Coffee takes the off night, and now we need a flash man. State is not even counting a single hit yet. Now even harder in a 4K. One more welcome back, everybody, here as we are getting ready to close out our night. But before we do that, we are going to be joined by none other than tank extraordinaire Putnut, who we saw on the winning side of the Colonels here tonight. So, Putnut, I want to ask, the first question, a very simple one, but a great victory for you here tonight. You were 2-2 on the season. You find yourselves up in a 3-2 now. What does this mean for your team moving forward?
We came into this bracket knowing that we had two really tough opponents, and we faced them already. So from here on out, our goal is definitely to win out. Our goal is to set our bar as high as we can, making sure we work on our gameplay along the way. We know that the game is a little easier because we finished with those first two, but we have to challenge ourselves so that we can go farther in playoffs. Last year we got knocked out of round 1 of playoffs, which was a little bit disappointing for us. So making sure that we can survive in playoffs is definitely our goal.
Absolutely. And we saw on Temple of Anubis in particular, we saw a couple of substitutions there from DPS to support and vice versa, and a new player kind of entering the fray. So is that just kind of giving teammates playtime, or is that having specific players for different map types?
So the credit to that map mostly goes to Kofi, just because of how he played, and that's why we did it. Kofi is an Ana player only on Temple of Anubis, and basically none other. So on Temple of Anubis, we move our Master's Healer to DPS. We do either Sombra or Ashe, and then we move Kofi to Ana, and we really play for strengths. If we know we're going to be put on Anubis, then we swap it. If we're going to be Hanamura or Savoskaya, then we just keep our standard comp. We might put in the Widowmaker from Heather, but other than that, we keep our same. So if you're going to pick Anubis against us, no, you're going to be playing into our comfort.
Well, it seems like that was your comfort. Absolutely. You did get a little bit close, though, I got to say. One of the closer maps in this year is probably the closest, but you in particular had a very amazing self-destruct I want to talk about. Didn't really lead to any eliminations, but what it did do is buy time, and this is specifically the one that you had on your defending round, the first fight of that second point. Can you kind of walk me through that play and how it developed for you?
Yeah, so lately in the D.Va meta, D.Va Bomb doesn't really get many kills in competitive. It's more seen as a space maker. So whenever I saw that we had initially gotten a pick, I said, oh, I can D.Va Bomb. We're playing 2 CP, so we're going to get respawns fast. By the time I get remake, I'm going to have my person that we got staggered back. So it was really a call to say, it's a stalling bomb. They can't push through this bomb no matter what. I mean, you'd be a brave man to push right into a D.Va Bomb. So that was the game plan really there. It was to make time for our respawns to come back and make sure we had resources for that next fight for 2CP.
Yeah, absolutely. And that bomb, in the moment, we both kind of were like, oh, but then we kind of saw what the plan was, and it all made sense. It worked out so incredibly well. But Nut, before we let you go and, celebrate with the rest of the team, is there anybody you would like to give a general thank you or just a shout out to while you've got the chance?
Yeah, so I'm coming from Colonel Esports, and we're only in our second semester. The university has really helped us grow. We're a public state college at Nicholls State University, and they've really given us a space to really grow into the esports community. And getting the space, as you can see behind me, we have COD teams literally playing as I'm talking in another league. So I really want to thank Jay Clune, our president, and everyone who's supported us. We're mostly community supported, so people will donate, spare cameras or PC parts that we can use to create our facility. We even have this Given Day thing that's coming up on March 15th where people can really support us in what we do. But we are entirely community and university funded. So thank you to those people of Thibodaux, Louisiana, and thank you to all the people at Nicholls State that have been supporting us.
Wow, that is awesome. Very well said, my friend. Well, Putnut, that's all we've got for you here tonight. A huge congratulations again. And if y'all keep that up, something tells me we'll be interviewing you again in the future. So we'll see you soon, my friend.
Thank you, guys. Everyone was saying that commentating was great in chat, so great to hear.
Oh, thanks. I'm glad to hear it. We'll see you soon.
See ya.
And with that, folks, we are unfortunately going to call it a night. While we are done here in the commentating booth, there is still a little bit of Overwatch action. A couple of games that have already been played are going to be brought onto broadcast for you. No casters, unfortunately, as that's the student portion, but it's midterms week. Y'all know what the drill is. So there's going to be some more games coming up for you in just a bit. But thank you, everybody, so much. Jag and I always love to be here. It's always a blast. Thank you to KTAD and Cool Scoots in the back line for making all the production and observing and everything you guys saw happen. Thank you to the teams for coming out tonight. Thank you all so much for watching. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water, and don't forget to love each other. We'll see you guys next time. Enjoy the rest of your night.
battle.
Hello. Hello. Oh, hello. Hoi.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Hello.
Teleporter online. I have opened the path.
Hoi. Hello.
The objective is now.
Observe the barrier. Hello. Hoi.
Photon barrier
Hello.
is charging. My ultimate is charging.
Hello. Hoi.
This will restore you. My will.
I'm staking my claim on the objective. I'm on fire!
This is my will.
This one's mine.
Photon barrier is almost ready.
Hello. Hoi. Barrier in place.
You're fully hit.
Freeze! Yaki Parambatu!
Team kill.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Is my double.
Hello. Hoi. Join. Hello. Hello. Taking the high ground. Ultimate target. Activating the barrier.
I've signed the enemy.
Meteor strike.
Score 1-0. Ready for battle. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective. The objective is
Ultimate's ready. Hoi. Hello. My ultimate is ready. Saddle up. Hello. Observe the barrier.
Claiming the objective.
I am on fire! Come here and get... My ultimate is charging. Well, hello. My ultimate is ready. Saddle up. Let them like capturing the objective. Hoi.
I'm on fire.
Hello.
All evidence supports this claim.
Well, hello. My ultimate is charging. My ultimate is almost ready. Well, hello.
1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
I pass this forth.
Please move behind the barrier. The objective is now active.
All better. Ultimate's charging. What's that equation? Barrier destroyed.
Routing towards forward barrier. Establishing defense
Draw. Let them up.
Gales of Mahora.
Double kill.
Hello. Hoi. My ultimate is charging.
This will restore you.
Hello. My ultimate is charging. Hoi. Oh, hello. Hello.
Destruction. Protects up. Get into position.
Hello.
Surrender. I will.
Nothing there. Dead eyes red. Hello. Hello. My ultimate's ready. Hoi. Don't worry, my friend.
Watch your
I
back.
am your shield. Hold up now. Step right. Like Newton and Adam.
Victory. Play of the game.
It's time.
Double quadruple kill. Epic.
Pure class.
ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Merci. Allez, montre-toi. The enemies of Talon will be eliminated.
My ultimate is charging.
You're not getting away.
I'm gonna give to you. I'm on fire. Физкульт, привет. Привет.
My ultimate is
Hello.
charging.
No one can hide from my sight. Привет.
I'm on fire.
Greetings.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Привет. Физкульт, привет.
Don't worry, my friends. I am your shield.
Огонь по готовности.
Oh, excuse me. It's hand.
Tactical necessity. My ultimate is charging. I'm just getting started. My tactical visor is charging. Fully healed. My ultimate is charging. How about a little drink? Eat on! I
Smack.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Oh, let's break it! Damn!
Be alert.
Enemy contact.
Огонь по готовности.
I'm on fire.
Nothing's gonna stop.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
So fast. Helden sterben nicht.
Tactical visor activated.
Step rider. I'm on fire.
Schaden verstärkt.
Let them up. Meteor strike. My ultimate is charging. My tactical visor is charging.
Halo shot. No payment required. This one's on the house.
Damage increase.
Tactical visor ready for deployment. My ultimate is ready. Tactical visor ready for deployment.
I'm with you.
Feeling spry. My ultimate is ready.
30 seconds remaining.
It's time. Rest.
TV for special attack.
I'm on fire.
Sterben nicht. Round 1 complete. Score 0-2. Switching sides. Initiating match. Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload. Defense mode activated.
Holy
Knocking them out.
I'm on fire. Hello.
Yeah, let's pick it up.
Enemy double. My ultimate is charging.
Move it out.
My tactical visor is charging. Hello. 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 My tactical visor is charging. Barrier is unstable. Hoi.
The payload has reached the chip.
My ultimate is charging.
Move it out. This is not
Anyone else want to try this? Hello. My tactical visor is charging. My ultimate is charging. My ultimate is charging. My tactical visor is charging.
Oh, let's break it.
My ultimate is
Double kill.
And poi. Hello. Hello. It's charging.
The payload has reached the chip.
It's charging. Much better. Hello. My ultimate is almost ready. Sigma present. Enemies in our orbit. Meteor strike.
Let's get patched up.
Observe the battle.
Double kill.
The experiment produces consistent results. We should continue. My ultimate is ready. Let's go. Tactical visor ready. My ultimate is ready. Let's go. I expected more from you. Like Newton. I'm sensing the start of a graphitic flux. Hoi. Oh, hello. Hello. Anyone else want to do their jobs today? Move the payload. Barrier. Barrier. History will forget you.
Barrier's about to break.
My ultimate is ready.
An expedient getting position.
Observe the barrier. My ultimate is charging. Barrier expecting. Organization sinks for
Helden sterben nicht.
30 seconds remaining. Victory! Play of the game.
Heroes never die.
Epic.
You know my name.
Merci.
Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
I will shape order from chaos. My teleporter is online. Double sentry turret placed.
My ultimate is charging. I foresee great things for you. My ultimate is charging.
Allow me to repair the damage. Objective A fight. Double exceeding standard performance.
Next, teleporter online.
Vamos esculachar!
Score 0-2. Switching sides. Initiating match. Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Let's get this party started. Let's get patched up.
我感觉好多了。
Barrier in place.
就过来。
My ultimate is charging. Ooh. Yeah, time to heal up.
The power of destruction. Yahi parambasta viktahe. Regenerating cellular structure. Power of destruction. light into the
New defense point.
Oi. Hello. Saddle up. Hello. My ultimate is ready. Hello. Saddle up. My ultimate is ready. Saddle up. Dead eyes ready. Hello. Hello. Hello.
freeze! Don't move!
It's that melody
It was only to be expected. Teleporter online. I have opened the file. Yahi Parambasta Viktahe!
Everyone get on the objective.
I admire your efficacy.
Supercharger is ready to be deployed.
Turret deployed.
Move to the beat.
This will heal.
Teleporter online.
This will restore you. Swiftly. Get into position.
Nothing's gonna stop.
That's it, yeah?
Saddle up.
My will.
Yahi Parambasta Viktahe!
I am all fire. This is my will. Please move it.
My ultimate is charging. My ultimate is charging.
60 seconds remaining.
Supercharger powering up.
My teleporter is on.
Get into position.
My ultimate is charging. Hey. My ultimate is charging.
Enemy spotted.
30 seconds remaining.
Self-destruct sequence.
Meteor strike.
10 seconds
Victory will soon be ours. Yahi Parambasta Victahe.
Touch from afar. Victory. Play of the game. Epic.
Pure class.
Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Let's see you get past this.
Objective A.
Please move behind the barrier. Taking possession of the objective. Get into position.
It's time. Ultimate charge. My ultimate's charging. My ultimate is charging. Hello. Hey.
Come out and face me!
Touch from afar. Get into position.
Join me in glory!
Objective A captured. Escort the payload.
Enemy spotted.
System malfunction.
This will restore you.
Payload up. Supercharger powering up. Stop right there. My ultimate is charging. I'm on fire. Please, do not contact emergency services. You're not necessary. That's not System malfunction. Stop right there. My ultimate is ready.
This is gonna make you feel better.
My ultimate is ready. Come to my position.
Please move behind the barrier. Surrender to my will.
Standing guard.
The payload has reached
Let me get you patched up.
Get eyes ready. My ultimate's ready. All makes sense.
Initiating match. Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
I have found the enemy. Come and face
Taking damage.
My tactical visor is charging. My tactical visor is charging. My ultimate is charging.
Objective A captured. Escort the payload.
My tactical visor is charging. My ultimate is ready. Let's go.
The payload is secure. Move it out.
My ultimate is ready. Let's go. My ultimate is ready.
Go. I keep it.
Tactical visor ready for deployment.
Gale, Tomahawk.
Tactical visor activated.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Feeling unstoppable. I'm on fire. I found it. My ultimate is charging. My tactical visor is charging.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Don't worry, my friends. I have your shield. Hello.
From afar.
Defenses in place.
My tactical visor is charging. My ultimate is charging. My tactical visor is charging. My ultimate is charging. My tactical visor is charging. I will be ready. Tactical visor activated.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Everyone heal up. I found it.
I double. Never mind. Not yet. Allow me to repair the damage.
Meteor strike. You don't want to get into tactical visor is charging. For the Crusaders!
Score 3-3. Initiating match. Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Only through conflict.
Defend objective A.
My ultimate is charging.
Fences in place.
Everyone get on the objective.
Everything is surrender to my will.
I am on fire. Just as expected. Alliance.
Team for special attack.
Initiating match. Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A. Quadruple kill.
Oh, this'll be good.
Ultimate charging. Ultimate charging.
Allow me to repair the damage.
I recommend looking behind my back. Browser navigation systems to
Come out and face me!
60 seconds remaining.
Ultimate is almost ready.
No choice but to attack. Running out. Cease your resistance.
Double kill. 10 seconds remaining. Victory. Play of the game.
यही परम वास्तविकता है।
Epic.
Pure class.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Raising the volume.
This is my will.
Found him.
Don't take notice.
You know what time it is. My ultimate's ready. It'll take more than that. My ultimate is charging. Hey.
2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Charging. My ultimate is charging.
Supercharger powering up.
Oh, this is my jam.
Now, hold on.
This will heal you.
Excuse me. Retrieving the barrier. Incoming. My ultimate is charging. Oh, excuse me.
My ultimate's ready.
The power of destruction.
Moving behind my body.
Allow me to repair the damage.
Move them up, get them out.
Digging in. My ultimate is ready. Come to my
My
position.
will made real.
Enemy sighted.
Touch from afar.
Barrier is unstable.
Rally to me!
Surrender to my will.
From afar.
I'm on fire. Victory. Play of the game. Double.
Pure class.
battle. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture
Teleporter
the
online.
objective.
Open for fire. रक्षा प्रणाली संरक्षित करना.
That's not right.
All better.
Turret online.
I'm gonna shoot you down. I thought you were going to double shot. Feeling better?
Don't worry, my friend. I have your
No! Let's get you real right. Defense matrix activated. Ya le veo de nuevo acá. Routing tower to defense area.
Join me in cavalry.
Time to raise my APM.
Crusaders!
Defense matrix activated. Time to raise my APM.
Don't move. Rest in peace.
Damn it.
Feel the healing beat.
Watch your back.
I'm back on track. My APM. Activating self-destruct sequence.
Healing. Ooh.
All systems checked out. I'm back.
Step right up.
Let's break it.
Ouch!
Kishoyu. I appreciate it.
Hammer down!
Score 0 to 1. Ready for battle.
you, my friend. Thank you. Launch up live.
Check this out.
Time to raise my ATM. I could use some healing. Routing tower forward barrier.
Area activated.
Matrix activated.
It's time. Keep them coming.
I am on fire.
Victory. Play of the game.
It's time.
incoming in 30 seconds. Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Barrier active.
Courtesy of the dead.
I'm overloading.
I'm gonna have to shoot you down. The payload moves with certainty. Smoke man.
Caution.
Watch out for that turret. This will heal.
And get good. My ultimate is almost ready.
We still need you.
My ultimate is ready. Hey. Payload stalled.
Enemy turret destroyed.
They say a payload in motion stays.
Enemy turret.
Hello there. Greetings. Hello there.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Light them up.
Double
Critical hit.
greetings.
¿Extrañaste?
Hello there.
Pasas de lanza.
Allow me to repair the damage.
Looking for me? Apagando las luces.
Surrender my will. Check. Enemy turret ahead.
Survival of the fittest.
Pushing forward.
This payload up.
Reposition.
Let's do this. Hello. Hello there. Come on. Yeah, your payload moves toward Mountain Dire National. Routing power to forward barrier.
You back out there.
Time to raise my APM. Affirmative. Defense matrix activated. At your service. Oh yeah, 160. Get behind the runner. Get in there, Bob.
Barrier activated.
Get behind me.
Payload moving. Pick up the pace. I am loving this. Allow me to repair the damage. Restoring
Team up for special attack.
Fully operational.
This will restore you.
Routing power to forward shield. One for my highlight reel. Routing power to forward barrier. Defense matrix activated.
Check this out.
I'm gonna shoot you down.
I'm on fire. Stay out of my sight.
Survival of the fittest.
Time to raise my APM.
Oh, let's break it.
Cease your resistance. Establishing defense point. 60 seconds remaining.
Someone needs to get the payload moving. Here I am. I'm out of here.
30 seconds
No payment required. This will be time.
Round 1 complete. Score 0-2. Switching sides. Initiating match. Ready for battle.
Hi.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Enemy spotted!
Moving the payload.
Ready for battle.
I'll show them.
Translocating.
The payload is in my charge. Let us move it.
Let's do this.
Come on, let's get the payload moving again, yeah? Easy. Bring it on! I live for this!
This is gonna make you.
Vide Balsillo!
Time to raise my ATM.
Ahorita regreso. Translocating.
Experience tranquility.
Time to raise my ATM.
Victory. Play of the game. Double. Double. to 2. Switching sides. Initiating match. Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Burst activated.
Shield holding.
60 seconds remaining.
Get through this.
Apagando las luces. Double.
Baptiste here.
Get through this.
Welcome to Joe.
Round 2. Complete. Score 2-2. Initiating match. Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Don't worry, my friend. I am capturing the
Routing powers forward barrier. Time to raise my APS. I see you over there.
barrier active.
Teleporter online.
60 seconds remaining.
Taking off.
30 seconds remaining. Double
Let them up.
Nerf this.
round 3. Complete. Score 2-2. Switching sides. Initiating match. battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Hello there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
You're just a scientist.
I am on fire.
All systems checked out.
Everything in its place.
Victory. Play of the game. Cease your resistance. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. One. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
We zullen dat varkentje wel even wassen. Enemies not moving.
Hey, duck! Enemy turret here.
Turret being destroyed! My turret!
Get through this! Taking heavy fire!
I'm overloaded!
Nothing's gonna stop me.
I am on peace be upon you.
Shot. Much better.
Objective A captured.
Peace be upon
Escort the payload.
Enemy contact!
Time to raise my DPM.
Fully healed.
Barrier activated.
Greetings.
Hey. Let's get this moving.
Cease your resistance.
Apagando las luces.
Observe the barrier!
Follow me. Rally power to forward shield. Matrix activated.
Barrier activated.
Serve this. Mega activated.
Seats for mine!
Game on. Time to raise my APM. Payload ready to go.
Greetings.
Be right back. Translocating.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Barrier activated. Torbjörn, ready to burn. I have big plans for you.
I love team.
3. Switching sides. Initiating match. Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Beacon in place.
Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
I'm under attack! Oh, yeah! Yeah, time to heal up. All better. Oh. Time to accelerate. Oh, my jam. Heal up.
Much better. Hiya!
Peace be upon you.
Initiating.
Greetings.
Much better.
Upon you.
Bubbles down. Let them up. Horns and Crusaders!
She's a firewood carrier!
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Defense matrix activated.
Experience tranquility.
Get through this.
That's not right.
Nerf this.
Sorry, my friend.
I'm on fire. Hi.
Greetings.
Hiya.
Peace be upon you.
Greetings.
Peace be upon you.
Come on and face me.
Get in here. Raising the volume. 20 heal.
Damn it.
Let them up.
Cause it, Crusaders!
Hi. I could use some healing. Hey, Doc. Hey.
Peace be of greetings.
60 seconds remaining.
Hi. Hey. Rally to me. Time to raise my DPS. Shoot you down.
EMP activated.
I meant to do that. Hiya! Hiya!
Peace be upon you.
Hiya! I'm on fire!
10 seconds remaining.
Don't have much time.
Victory. Play of the game. Triple kill.
Good as new. I meant to do that.
Justice ain't gonna dispense itself. Show them what you can do. Take my turret! My turret! I'm overloading!
The objective is lost.
Didn't have to be this way.
Please move behind the barrier. Rally at my position.
If you can't stand the heat, stay out of my way. I have big plans for you. Turret being destroyed. I'm overloading. Barrier's about to break. Activating the barrier no longer exists.
All systems check out. Ever get that feeling of deja vu?
Maximum speed achieved. Let them up!
Enemy turret. Hiya! Hiya!
Peace be upon you. Greetings.
Capture the objective.
Greetings. Peace be upon you.
Routing tower forward area.
The objective is now
Assistance would be appreciated.
Routing tower forward shield. Hello. Get through this.
This is gonna make you feel better.
My tentacles are get through this.
Shields at maximum. Pass into the iris. I see a peace be upon you. My power grows stronger. Get behind me!
Teleporter online. Clearing the area.
Heroes never die. Yahi parambasta viktahe.
Sated.
Rains from above.
Double.
Systems at max.
Routing tower forward area.
Targets neutral.
Move back.